We have some pretty good news today, ladies and gentlemen. We got the report. Breece Hall will no longer be on a snap count. Dalvin Cook has been the least efficient running back in the NFL if you're looking at yards per carry. Dalvin Cook has been horrendous. They've been using Michael Carter Jr., and they're going, yeah, you know what? Let's stop with that nonsense. Let's give the best player we have the ball, and let's actually try to win football games. So Breece Hall is a running back that we had on a buy low RB video this week, and I'll stand by that. And I honestly think that you probably have Breece Hall as a running back that you need to go through and put in your starting lineup this week as well, because he is going to be going up against the worst defense in the NFL in the Denver Broncos. Now, a couple other noteworthy pieces for today. Amon-Ra St. Brown did not practice. Javonte Williams did not practice either. Jonathan Taylor got in a full practice. Saquon Barkley got in a limited session. Kenny Pickett will be good to go. Rashad Bateman and Odell Beckham Jr. were both at practice. Curtis Samuel will be active tomorrow. Treylon Burks will not be practicing. T. Higgins will not be practicing, but is a day-to-day for whatever that means. But ultimately, the big thing is that we are looking at the fact that Breece Hall is ready to go. And Breece Hall is someone that you need to be starting this week. But I think that is all I have in terms of the recent updates. We'll go through and answer any questions y'all have about them. But as I pull up these questions, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like only about 50% of y'all have dropped a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. I mean, we are going to go through and live stream every single day until 2024. Have not missed a day since April. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, right now my favorite pick'em is going to be Nico Collins for more than 58.5 receiving yards. You can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, with promo code FLOCK for tomorrow's game, you're going to be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em more than less than half a total yard. That is if you are new to Underdog. But if you are signed up for Underdog last week, 2 years ago, today, tomorrow, the next day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you've signed up to Underdog at any point ever with promo code FLOCK, you'll be getting a Justin Herbert special pick'em more than less than half a total yard next week coming out of the bye week. Super happy that I'm able to get y'all that. So please make sure you are on Underdog Good Flock before next week rolls around. But I think we should be good to go to dive into our first question. Coming out from Alfonso, my man, thank you so much for being a member of the Flock, saying, what's up, Mason? I'm 4-0. I'm in a 10-team full BBR format. Who should we start? We have Mahomes, CMC, Jacobs, Ayuk, Kirk, Hawkinson. At the flex, Devon Achane. And then on the bench, we have Jonathan Taylor, DJ Moore, and Brian Robinson. So it is a very good matchup for DJ Moore. If you wanted to play DJ Moore over Christian Kirk, I would not fault you for that. And outside of that, I think we're going to be keeping this lineup as is. Congrats on being 4-0, my friend. I think that we would go ahead and play Jonathan Taylor if Jonathan Taylor plays. Of course, right now it's a little bit up in the air, but I mean, Jonathan Taylor did get in a full practice this Wednesday. We would play him in at the flex if he were to be good to go. But Max coming out says 2-2, full point BBR, 3 receivers in a flex. Should we trade Jonathan Taylor for Travis Etienne and Michael Pittman? Our running backs are Taylor, Achane, Javonte, Gus, Charbonnet, and Tank. Receivers are Chase, DJ Moore, JSN, and Jordan Addison. So if this was going to be a league where you start, say, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, only a 10-team format where we are absolutely loaded and depth wouldn't really matter for us, I'd say, you know what, man, probably keep the player that has the higher ceiling. But hell no. I mean, if this is a league where you're 2-2 and right now we're having to project out to start Jordan Addison or Jackson Smith and Jigba as our wide receiver 3, I think this is a completely fair price point. I think ETN has a much lower ceiling than Jonathan Taylor, but has a much higher floor. I think you can go ahead and you can pull the trigger there. Now, Rocky and the Rockies coming out saying 12-team happy BR format. We have Watson for Richardson. Wait, what? Yeah, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Anthony Richardson here, my man. And I love Christian Watson. And Puka, Achane, Khalil for Austin Eckler. Khalil Herbert in this format with one flex will not move the needle for us. We are sitting with Austin Eckler currently at wide receiver. We're going to have Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think you could look to trade away Anthony Richardson in the long term once Joe Burrow is fully healthy. But until Burrow's fully healthy, my man, you have to hold on to Anthony Richardson. Please don't sell Anthony Richardson. He looks like a borderline top 5 QB. And then in the case of Austin Eckler, essentially for Puka and Achane, it really is close. It really is up to you. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather have rest of season? Would you rather have would you rather have Austin Eckler or Puka Nacua and Devon Achane? Please let me know in the live chat. Spam it. And then Diego says, do we have a Saquon update? Saquon did get in a limited practice today, which definitely is encouraging that he's practicing as early as Wednesday. And at the same time, we had they practicing 3 days last week. We got Eckler, Puka, Eckler. Okay, so y'all know, I mean, I probably would rather have Eckler. I just wanted to not be the bad guy and say anything but the Puka side. I mean, I know a lot of people want to go ahead and take Puka. I'm not going to fault you for it. Puka's looked phenomenal. But Eckler's in a very good spot with Mike Williams injured long term. Sir Barkley says, Mason, my man, we own Pitts. We need a tight end too. Are we going to go Kincaid or Kmet? This week, Kmet, long term Kincaid. G6 says, got offered Achane, Gibbs, Chase for Adams and Swift. Adams to Chase. Lateral move, short-term downgrade, possibly long-term upgrade. Swift to Achane, downgrade. We get Gibbs for the long-term as well. Very fair deal. If you were sitting at 1-3, 0-4, you needed production right now, we go Adams. If you're 4-0, 3-1, I wouldn't fault you for going for the long-term side. Remy says, 12-team 4-0, happy BR. We have Dak, Diggs, Smith, Ramondre, Breece, Wilson, Kelsey. On the bench, we have Ford, JSN, Watson, Wilson, Watson. We need a running back upgrade. Just traded Evans and Alexander Madison for Stephon Diggs last week. Love that deal. We had both Alexander Madison and Mike Evans as sell guys last week. Getting Stephon Diggs for him is an absolute no-brainer. I agree. Running back's going to be tough with Ramondre Stevenson sitting there in our starting lineup. But based off the report that we got saying that Breece Hall will no longer be on a snap count, if I'm going to be honest with you, I think we honestly chill where we're at, see what we get from Jerome Ford coming out of the bye week. If you wanted to drop Michael Wilson and pick up another running back off the waiver wire and see if we can solve the position there in the long term, we would do it. But ultimately, I mean, I really like the setup of this team. And on a 4-0 roster, you don't need to panic and go trade for someone right now. Dang Shoot says, 10-team PPR Dynasty, trade Puka for Waddle. Dynasty, it's Waddle, and I'm not thinking twice. Fall says, would you go Pierce for Breece Hall? I think you want Breece Hall easily over Dameon Pierce at this point. Now, Dr. Balzan Cider says, 12-team PPR single flex. We have Lamb, Wilson, Higgins, and at running back, we have CMC Kyron. My bench sucks. Should we hold Wilson and T. Higgins? I mean, if you wanted to go through and sell them, you could try. The issue is I just simply don't know what you're actually going to get, my friend. You're probably going to be in a spot where you're having to hold on to them. You can throw them on the trade block and see if anything comes your way. But the issue is I don't foresee too many people wanting to trade for Garrett Wilson or T. Higgins. Now, Frank says 10-team PPR single flex. Herbert, Anthony Richardson, CMC, Jacobs, Keenan, Smith, Hawkinson, Moore, Dell, Judy, McGoughlin, Michael Wilson, Jalen Warren. Got offered Jefferson and Flowers for Herbert, Jacobs, and Moore. I'm 2-2. Hell yes. As soon as you showed us this team, I was going to say, okay, yeah, we're looking to trade one of these quarterbacks. Richardson and Herbert are both studs. Let's even go send one of them for an upgrade elsewhere. Sending Justin Herbert, Josh Jacobs, and Moore for Justin Jefferson, Zay Flowers is an absolute no-brainer if we have Anthony Richardson on that team. Bonk says, how much fab to pick up George Pickens? I am very sorry, my friend. I cannot answer fab questions unless you tell me the amount of teams that are in your league and the player that you're going to be dropping. Without that information, literally, it could be 10% if you're playing in an 8-team format and you're dropping Zay Flowers, or it could be 100% if you're playing in a 16-team format and you're dropping Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Logan says, hey, Mason, running backs are Ford and Pierce. We lost Nick Chubb. Should I trade St. Brown and Dobbs for Etienne and Sutton? Dobbs to Sutton, who cares? Would I rather have St. Brown or ETN? I'd rather have St. Brown in a full PPR format. Even at PPR league where we're 1-3. I think you keep St. Brown. You know I'm a big ETN guy, but you're just not getting good enough price here. Sam says full PPR trade Mostert for Ridley rest of season. It is really going to be up to you. I would really like to see if we get any news regarding Jeff Wilson Jr. anytime soon. As of now, I just haven't seen anything. If you think Jeff Wilson Jr. comes in and turns into a 3-man running back by committee, it'll be tough. Hudson says trade Ford for Breece. Hell yes. We had Ford as a sell-high candidate last week. If you're able to go get Breece Hall for him, makes a lot of sense. The Noctorious One says, should we trade Puka for Aaron Jones? We have Kupp and Jonathan Taylor. Nope. If you're going to sell Puka, you need a significant upgrade over this. I don't think Aaron Jones does it. Sean says, should I trade Puka to get Olave? This is something that I've covered a ton. I have been wrong about Puka every step of the way. Coming into the season, I didn't even think this was someone that you should roster. I didn't see where the inherent upside was. I was saying to sell for Chris Olave last week. Puka comes out and has another week where he absolutely crushes it. Olave comes out and gives you an absolute goose egg. So keep in mind, I have been laughably, horribly, disgustingly wrong about Puka every step of the way this year. I would rather have Olave over him, but I'm an idiot. Now, Nitin says, 12-team PPR, should I trade Kamara and Garrett Wilson for Puka and Breece or for Puka and Achane? We have Jacobs, Etienne, and Javonte. Hell yes, we would do this. I'd rather have, Breece, Wilson, up to you. I'd easily rather have Puka over Kamara. Let's go ahead and let's make that first deal there, my friend. David coming out says 10-team happy BR 3-1. Double flex was offered DK for Connor. My other running backs are Henry, Stevenson, Sanders, Moss, Herbert. Wide receivers are Keenan and Olave. Double flex format, I am okay in doing this. I do think that DK Metcalf is an interesting sell high candidate. Right now, can y'all take a guess? Because obviously Jackson Smith and Jigba has been very bad. I would love to hear what y'all have to say in the live chat. Can y'all guess in the chat right now, how many more targets do you think DK Metcalf has over Jackson Smith and Jigba this season? Please spam the chat. Let me know how many more targets you think Metcalf has over JSN. Very interested to hear what y'all have to say. 8, 21, 8, 25, 12, 5, 10, tons, 13, 12. The man has 3 more targets than JSN. It's off the top of my head, so please don't hold my feet to the fire if maybe we're wrong by 1 or 2 here. But I believe DK Metcalf sitting at 23 targets this season. Jackson Smith and Jigba sitting at 20. Tyler Lockett leading the team in targets here. So I don't necessarily think that JSN is someone that we can come out. DK Metcalf, someone that we can come out and pencil in as a top end wide receiver 1 rest of season by any means. I do think that honestly he's maybe been a little bit lucky with the efficiency he's had so far. I don't want to say lucky. That may not be the right word because obviously the man's a stud, but still. Skins for the Win says, all I have to say is I'm glad I didn't listen to you earlier when you were telling us to dump Breece Hall. Yeah, what an idiot, right? I said to trade Breece Hall for Travis Etienne. I said the New York Jets were going to be the worst offense in the NFL with Zach Wilson, and don't fall for the Zach Wilson Hard Knocks hype. And after week 1, I told a lot of people, and a lot of people successfully traded Breece Hall for Travis Etienne. Sue me. My man, he was way higher in price than he is now. We freaking nailed that call to sell in week 1 for Etienne. I would way rather have Travis Etienne over Breece Hall right now. Okay. So I actually have to go ahead and pull up the super chats on the other page. Just give me 1 second to do this. And as I do this, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK is going to get you a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And ladies and gentlemen, you'll get a Justin Fields special pick'em for tomorrow night, more than less than half a total yard if you're new to Underdog Fantasy. And it doesn't matter if you're new to Underdog or if you've been on Underdog forever now. We actually are getting everybody hooked up as well with a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard coming out of the bye week next week as well. Super happy that we were able to get everybody that, and my mouse just died, so y'all are going to have to bear with me and look at that for a little bit. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Myth, who says 10-team full BBR format. We have Burrows, St. Brown, Ridley, Pollard, Achane, Hockenson, Watson. The bench we have Gibbs, Stroud. Ooh, interesting spot. Javonte, Elijah. Any trade ideas? I don't necessarily think we need to be making a trade with this team. This team looks pretty damn young, and it looks like it will continue to get better as the season goes forward. What I will say is we probably want to be in a spot where, I don't know. I mean, it would be advantageous if in the long term, once Joe Burrow is fully healthy, we go ahead and we see if we can get something for CJ Stroud that we really like. But for as you stand right now, I think this is a really good team, but please play Stroud this week. Yoda Pilt says, Burrow, Stafford, or Sam out this week. I think we go Matthew Stafford. Very interesting to see if we actually have Cooper Kupp playing here. But let me skip ahead. I know this isn't going to go up to our other screen. Marker where it says, since 1987, only 13 rookies ran for 200 plus yards in a game. Of them, only one player had more yards per carry than Achane did. It wasn't Jonathan Taylor. It wasn't Adrian Peterson. Any guess? Okay, I have no idea. Can y'all take a guess in the live chat right now? I'll repeat it one more time. Take a guess. Since 1987, only 13 rookies ran for 200 yards in a game. And of them, only one player had more yards per carry than Devon Achane. It wasn't JT. It wasn't Adrian Peterson. Who do you think it was? Mark, we actually got you sent out all the flock merch and stuff for the moderators yesterday. We got LT. It definitely was not CMC, my man. It wasn't close. CMC wasn't close. Gore, Jamal Lewis, LT. Zeke, Jim Brown was way before then. I don't know if you're trolling. Larry Johnson, Kareem, Chris Johnson, LT, Barkley. Mark, can you let us know in the live chat who was it? Definitely was not Najee Harris, I'll tell you that much. I don't know if Najee Harris has ever had a game of 200 yards. I mean, high school, college, I don't know if it's ever happened. But Mark, please let us know. And our next question coming out from Alan says, should we trade Puka for T. Higgins? We have Cooper Kupp. Hell no. You cannot do that. It was Bo Jackson. A little before my time, but still, thanks for the call out, my man. Thanks for the call out. Now, I believe our next question coming out from D. Larso says, Dynasty Superflex not tight end premium got offered Kincaid, Nico, Drake London, and a late second for Dotson and a mid third. Let me just tell, for Andrews, Dotson, and a mid third. Okay, so that actually does change the equation here a bit. Obviously, give me Andrews over Kincaid. Give me Nico Collins over Dotson. Give me London over pick. I think this is a very simple deal. If you're rebuilding, you definitely want the Kincaid, London, Collins side. If you're contending, I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to go with the Mark Andrews side. In reality, I think it's a fair trade, my friend. Okay. Israel coming out says, need a starter receiver. Dobbs, Tank, or Mike Wilson. I'm going to go with Romeo Dobbs here, my man. We're going to go Dobbs, even with Christian Watson being good to go. Dimmy says, trade Achane, Sky Moore for Hopkins, Jameer in a PPR format. Sky Moore to Hopkins, upgrade. Achane to Gibbs, downgrade. I'd say if you're just thinking long-term, then maybe. Probably not. Fall says 10-team BBR 3-1. We have Hurts, Hill, Smith, Jacobs, Kyron, Kittle, Robinson. And then on the bench, we have Pierce, Dotson, London, Pitts, Dobbs, Jameson. What trades should we look at for the long term? 3-1, definitely want to begin thinking long term here. I mean, if we could go through and take someone like Romeo Dobbs in this format, I honestly not too excited about him. I would see if we could go through and pivot elsewhere. If we could send, say, Romeo Dobbs and maybe like Brian Robinson to get an upgrade in that flex spot, I think that'd be very interesting before you have Christian Watson coming back. Okay. Now, Emily says, Henry and Gibbs or Aaron Jones and Breece, PPR 4-0. Breece over Gibbs, Henry over Aaron Jones. I think it is a very fair deal. I would not fault you if you want to do it in a PPR league. Up to you. Now, low-key coming out saying, just traded Montgomery, Addison for Godwin Stevenson. How do we do? Other running backs were Amon-Ra St. Brown, Amari, Dell, Wandale. Other running backs were Bijan, Achane, Javonte. Now added those two. Addison to Godwin, an upgrade in the short term. Long term, maybe they're about the same. Montgomery to Stevenson, a definite downgrade. If it's a non-PPR format, it's a horrible trade. Full PPR league, it's up to you. Okay, Niner Rick says A.J. Brown, Madison, Hunter Henry for Jacobs, James Cook, Breece Hall. Yes or no? A.J. Brown to Chris Olave, downgrade. Alexander Madison to James Cook, upgrade. Hunter Henry to Breece Hall, upgrade. Fair deal. I think you probably pulled the trigger. Jonathan coming out says 4-0 in 5 out of my 7 leagues. Hell yes, my man. Appreciate the advice. A full BBR we have. Breece, Bijan, Mostert, Etienne, and Connor. Which 3 should we start? Obviously Bijan. Obviously Etienne. Between Mostert, Breece, Connor, I still probably go Mostert if you have no Jeff Wilson. If Jeff Wilson plays, we probably pivot to Breece Hall, considering the fact that, I mean, obviously it's a really nice year. He's not going to be on snap count, and he's going to be going up against the Broncos. Now, 2 Swift coming out says, hey, Flock, love the channel. We have Barkley, Godwin, DJ Moore. Someone is offering me Achane and Sam Laporta for Barkley and Godwin. What do you think? Barkley over Achane, Godwin, Laporta, kind of up to you. Fair deal. I'd probably go Barkley, but I mean, obviously the Giants offense is terrifying. Now, Pipeman Power says 12-team PBR 4-0. We have Lamar, Walker, Swift, Diggs, AJ Kincaid, Zay Ramadre, London, Thomas, Elijah Mitchell, Zach Charbonnet. Should we trade for a tight ends? Pray for Kincaid as the late season breakout. Since we're 4-0, I'm fine just waiting for the late season breakout. I mean, if you wanted to see if we could send Ramadre if Kincaid doesn't do much this week and go get a tight end that you feel fine with, like if you could sell Ramadre and go get Hawkinson, go get Andrews, then it would be a no-brainer, especially since we have Lamar. I just doubt that we'd be able to pull that deal off. And the reason I'm not going to be panicking is because when we are 4-0, obviously, we have a considerable amount of flexibility. And the amount of tight ends that we can confidently rely on the rest of the season, extremely short list. Now, Dante coming out says 12-team full PBR, where we have Jalen Hurts, Gibbs, Mostert, Hill, Amon-Ra, Henry, Hunter, Lockett, Watson, Taylor, Ertz. Do I trade Amon-Ra and Henry for Debo and Montgomery? I'm 3-1. Okay. Amon-Ra for Debo, clear downgrade. Derrick Henry to David Montgomery, probably a slight downgrade, kind of up to you. I would hold on to Amon-Ra St. Brown and Derrick Henry, my friend. Now, KJ says, much love from Ireland. Hell yeah, my man. Happy to have you out. Trade Ridley and Achane for Lamb and White. 3-1 double flex format. We have Lawrence, Bijan, Jacobs, Watson, Ingram, Swift, Achane. And then on the bench, we have Gabe Davis, Elijah, Algier, Hunt, Mitchell, Johnson. Ridley to Lamb, massive upgrade. Achane for White, probably give me Achane, but it's not super, super far off. I'd probably go with the best player in this deal. I'd probably go CeeDee Lamb. Now, Mellow Mind says Debo and Algier for Gibbs and London. Algier, London, kind of up to you. Tomato, tomato. Debo, Gibbs. If you're like 4-0, 3-1 in a full PBR format, I'd probably go Gibbs. Whereas if you need a win now, I'd probably go Debo. Will says 12-team PBR 1 flex. Just send an offer for Ramadre. I'm giving up Holland, London. Am I going to regret it? Can everybody spam the chat? At this point, who would you rather have rest of season? Would you rather have Breece Hall or Ramadre Stevenson? Can everybody please go to the live chat and spam what you are taking right now? Okay. Let's see what they're saying in the chat, my friend. Hall. Ramadre, Hall. Ramadre. Literally almost every single person here going with Breece Hall here, my man. Almost every single person going with Breece. If you were going to make an argument, Mason, I really love Ramondre Stevenson. I'm really worried about this Jets offense bubble. You can do it. You just can't add something to Breece Hall to go get Ramondre. Matthew says 2 wide receivers, 2 running back, 2 flex. Team is 3-1. We have Hill, AJ, and St. Brown. Olave with Breece, Javonte possibly, or JT running back. Trade Hill, Javonte, and Khalil Herbert for Bijan, White, and Amari. Javonte to White upgrade. Khalil Herbert to Amari upgrade. Tyreek Hill to Bijan downgrade. Personally, I would say, you know what? Probably want to keep the best player. Probably want to keep Tyreek Hill. It's a very, very fair deal. But, I know I would go get Bijan Robinson at that price. But also, Holcomb Morris, we're winning the Natty this year. I'm the most biased person you could ask. Now, Frank coming out says, offered Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown for Devon Achane and Puka. Should we take this? 100%. I'd rather have A.J. Brown over Puka. I'd rather have Jalen Hurts over Achane. Go get that deal. No brainer there, my friend. Love to see it. Okay. Now, next switch coming out from It's Music says, Anthony Richardson, Justin Fields, Breece, Gibbs, Kyron, Javonte, Ridley, Wilson, Watson, Hollywood, Jameson, Hawkinson. Great team. I would say if we could take, say, Justin Fields and one of these running backs and go get a stud RB in return when we have Anthony Richardson, we could start every single week. That would be very interesting. Obviously, Fields was great this past week, but he did go up against the worst defense in the NFL. I will say as a side note, if instead you wanted to wait until after Thursday, where Washington's also been a bottom 5 team in the NFL in terms of points allowed, you could look to wait until after Thursday, see if you can get a little bit more. But Jim Bean coming out says, who would you start in a PBR format? Goff, Stroud, or Richardson? Richardson, not close, my friend. And would you trade Chase for Etienne and Kyron? I'd get 2 running backs. Thanks for appreciate you, my man. If you are desperate at running back and you need points now, sure, we would go ahead and make this deal. If you are desperate, I'd probably go Chase if we can afford to keep him, but just please make sure you're taking Anthony Richardson there. Josh says 18 BBR 2-2. Traded Kamara, Walker, Cortland Sutton for Barkley, JT McLaurin. Was this a good move? 8-team league. We want the players with extremely high ceilings. Cortland Sutton, Terry McLaurin don't matter in an 8-team league. Would I rather have Kamara, Kenneth Walker, or Barkley, JT? Definitely Barkley, JT. I think they have a lower floor but a higher ceiling. That's what matters in a 8-team format. Now, B coming out says 2-2 double flex where we have Saquon, Walker, Gibbs, Moss, Charbonnet, Roshan, CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Ayuk, Watson, London, MT, Elijah Moore, Tank Dell. Andrew, should we trade Kenneth Walker, Michael Thomas, Zach Moss for Pierce and Jamar Chase? Walker to Chase, clear upgrade. Michael Thomas and Zach Moss to Pierce, clear downgrade. I personally would go get Jamar Chase because I personally am expecting that Jonathan Taylor plays this season. If you think that JT is not going to be back, or if you think the only way JT plays is if the Indianapolis Colts trade him, then obviously Zach Moss does have a tremendous amount of value in that instance. Now, next is coming out from Jacob, says 10-team full BBR 3-1. We have Herbert, Pacheco, Achane, Lamb, A.J. Brown, Kelsey, Pittman. And then on the bench, we have Herbert on the bye, Breece, Ramondre, Watson, Sutton, Mostert, Frymuth. I've been offered Waddle for Pittman and Breece. Should we accept? Not going to lie to you, before we had the report today saying that Breece Hall was going to be off the snap count, I think it would be interesting. But now that we have Breece Hall off the snap count, especially with him going up against Denver, where if you know Breece Hall has a massive game, then at that point, you could potentially be looking at a spot where, you actually maybe have a much higher price that we can sell if you really wanted to. I don't know. I think that you are giving up too much. Pittman and Waddle, the points per game rest of season are going to be too close. I think you have to honestly kind of hold as is unless we're going to be getting a tier above at wide receiver. If you can sell like Pittman and Breece Hall and go get like Devontae Adams, then that's a no-brainer. But this price, I think we can't. Now, next question coming up from Tommy says 2-2, 10-team BBR, double flex. Should we trade Wilson, Brian Robinson, Kyron for Andrews and JSN or more? Okay, so Wilson, let's go Kyron to Andrews, up to you, depending on your roster. Brian Robinson and Garrett Wilson to DJ Moore. Give me Brian Robinson, Garrett Wilson. I'd probably go Kyron Williams unless you're like really worried that Jonathan Taylor's getting traded to LA. We have Stroud, Burrow, Etienne, Montgomery, Chase, Puka, Kincaid, and Njoku, Wilson, Kyron, Bijan, Gibbs, Pittman, Watson. Any other ideas? I would say no ideas from here. I understand it a double flex format. If it's only a 10-team league, depth's not going to be super, super important since it's a 10-team format. But I still think we hold on to the pieces that we have. I think you still hold on to Wilson, still hold on to Brian Robinson, still hold on to Kyron Williams, my friend. Now, Tabahu coming out says, PBR 10-team league, 3 receivers, 2 flex. Would you trade Puka for Bijan in a heartbeat, even in this format? Currently have Kupp, Lamb, AJ Waddle, Puka, Pollard, Mixon. I would trade any player on this team for Bijan Robinson, my friend. Now, Muhammad coming out saying, 8-team BBR sitting at 2-2. We have Mahomes, Eckler, Montgomery, Gibbs, Herbert, Lamb, Puka, DK, Hollywood. Jacoby Myers, Joshua Palmer, Evan Ingram, Hunter Henry. Any trades or players we should go for? Eight-team league, obviously it's always advantageous to get an upgrade at that tight end position. So if we could trade like Puka and Evan Ingram, or David Montgomery and Evan Ingram to try to go get Travis Kelce, or maybe even like CeeDee Lamb and Evan Ingram to go get Kelce. I think Lamb would be the last guy I would offer, but I would love the Kelce Mahomes stack in an 8-team league in particular. Okay. Now, Thomas has traded Puka to receive Olave. I would rather have Olave, but I also am an idiot. I am it. So McGoughlin's pronounced McGoughlin. The announcers of the Denver game, I listened closely to see how that they were announcing him. They were saying McGoughlin. Is it McGoughlin? Can y'all let me know? And yes, we do answer all super chats. That's what we're doing. We're going in order right now, answering all super chats. So please don't think I'm going to miss yours. And yeah, we'll turn them back on in a second. I just don't want to make anybody wait too long. Okay, so Lakers says Dynasty 10-team Superflex. At BBR start 8. We have Mahomes, Tua, Gibbs, Najee, Kamara, Henry, Lamb, Chase, Debo, Nico, Pitts. Should we trade Nico and Alvin Kamara for Jalen Waddle? I think that this is a team, this is a move that probably hurts us in the short term. But if we're 1-3, we should be thinking long-term in Dynasty and long-term in Dynasty. Yes, let's go ahead and let's go get Jalen Waddle. Now, Hoop Supply says 12-team at BBR single flex. Breece or Waddle this week? I'm going to go Waddle this week, but obviously Breece is a phenomenal matchup. Clutchbox says 14-team league, PBR, 4-point passing touchdown. We have Richardson, Etienne, Hall, Amon-Ra, Chase, Hollywood, and Luke Musgrave. My bench is Dylan, Godwin, Tank, and Drake London. Any moves? 14-team format, depth's going to matter a little bit more. So be hesitant. Actually, like Hollywood Brown actually makes a difference in this kind of league. Great news that we get with Breece Hall for today. Hell, we have Anthony Richardson looking like he's crushing it as well. I think it's a really nice team. I think if Luke Musgrave is our best tight ends, we probably want to roster 2 tight ends, go pick up someone off the waiver wire. Not super confident with Musgrave, with Watson and Aaron Jones fully healthy, but still, I think it's a solid team in a 14-team league. Lou says, McGoughlin's pronounced McLaughlin. McLaughlin. Can we have some people confirm? Because the announcers in the Denver game were McGoughlin. McLaughlin. Okay. So Tommy says, CJ Love or Lawrence. If you're looking at my rankings this week, I'm going to have all these guys extremely close. I have CJ Stroud at 10. I have Lawrence at 11, and I have Jordan Love at 12. Really up to you. We were offered Etienne and Ridley for Devon Achane. Yes, trade Achane for Ridley and Etienne easily. Okay. McLaughlin. Okay. This is going to take me a little bit of time. Please excuse me. Connor says 12 team, 1 quarterback, single flex PBR league. Should I trade away Achane and Kittle for Kelsey? We're 0-4. We still have 3 running backs we can start every week, especially Breece Hall's getting this step up. Yes, trade Achane and Kittle for Kelsey in a heartbeat. I'd love that move, my friend. Okay. Now the Wizard coming out says full BBR 2-2. Should I trade Ridley and Dell for St. Brown and Jerome Ford? My other receivers are Jefferson, Watson. Running backs are Kamara, Achane, and Javonte. Ridley and Dell for St. Brown and Ford. Yes, I think I'd rather have Ford over Dell. I mean, I was the guy saying to sell Ford last week. And then I'd easily rather have St. Brown over Ridley. Yes, let's make that deal. Jack coming out says, traded Puka, Kyron Smith for Kupp, Mostert, AJ, and Ayuk. Did I win the deal? I also have the Burrow Chase stack and I'm 0-4 in a full BBR dynasty. Would you trade the stack for something? Hell to the no, my man. If you're 0-4 in a dynasty league, it's time to pack it in. You want to be holding on to the Chase Burrow stack for the long term, and your time to compete will be in 2024 when he is fully healthy. So honestly, I think you won the deal in terms of overall value. I don't think this deal made sense for you though, because if you're 0-4 in dynasty, especially with an injured Joe Burrow, you want to go through, you want to burn this down, and you want to see if we can trade for 2024 picks. Now Bones says, just traded Ayuk, Mostert, Wilson for Eckler. Teams now Purdy, Eckler, Connor, Diggs, Jefferson, Laporta, no flex. Michael Wilson, 0 value, barely worth the roster spot. I mean, there are going to be a lot of other players in the waiver wire that are similar, right? Not a big loss. Ayuk and Mostert versus Eckler. Give me Eckler by a mile, my man. Love it. Now, Attilo says, A-team at BBR, we're 3-1. We have Amon-Ra, Smith, Puka, CMC, Jacobs, Kyron, Pittman. And then on the bench, we have Nico, Myers, Watson, White, Moss. Do I trade White and Jacoby and Nico for Jonathan Taylor? 8-team league, yes, we are taking on a little bit of risk here, but 8-team league, you have to take on the risk. You have to go through and make that move, my friend. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from the name I can never pronounce. Appreciate you, my friend, saying Lamar, Diggs, Judy, Sutton, Gibbs, Andrews, Reed, Achane. What are your thoughts? Any trade moves? Would like to break up the Broncos stack. We're 2-2. If you wanted to see if you could trade, say, Sutton and, I don't know. If it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, if you can trade Sutton and Judy together and go get an upgrade at wide receiver, then send it. Just in reality, you're probably not going to be able to. Like in reality, you're probably stuck with that team as is. Okay. SVG, I'm very sorry about that saying. Traded Mostert, Gabe Davis for Gibbs, Ridley, full PPR. We have Eckler, Kenneth Walker, Najee, Amon-Ra, Puka, Judy. Is this a bad deal? Gabe Davis to Ridley is an undoubted upgrade. Mostert to Gibbs, short-term loss, a long-term upgrade. If you're going long-term, I like the move, my friend. Now, Avery coming out saying, 14-team full BBR 1-3. 8-team league, we have Russell Wilson, Kamara, Brian Robinson, Puka, Waddle, Ferguson. 14-team league, okay, 14-team league, not an 8-team league. Got mixed up for a little bit, but no, this is a 14-team format. Okay, thank God. If this is an 8-team league, I was about to roast you, my man. The bench, we have JT, Kupp, Burrow, Downs, and Edwards. Put in a waiver for Purdy over Russ. Love that move. Yes, definitely go out there and get Brock Purdy. If 8 teams make the playoff, you're kind of chilling. Especially, I mean, if you're 1-3 and you add Jonathan Taylor, you add Cooper Kupp, what were you expecting? Like in a 14-team format, if you draft Kupp and Jonathan Taylor, to be 1-3 is pretty much like best case scenario at this point. I think you'd be happy about that, my friend. Dave says, Herbert on bye, Stroud, Lawrence, Richardson, or Justin Fields. Oh, we're going to go Richardson. Not close. Richardson, not close. Jacob says, start Khalil Herbert or Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor plays, you go Jonathan Taylor. Colby says, should we trade Ramondre and Swift for Tony Pollard? Hell yes. 12-team full BBR. We have Tyreek, Breece, Achane. Especially if we have this depth, go get Tony Pollard, my friend. Now, Jordan says, full BBR lineups now. Purdy, Barkley, Achane, Ayuk, Pittman. And then for the flex, Josh Jacobs, Tyden, Ferguson. On the bench, we have Breida, Hollywood, Kirk, Addison, Kincaid, Watson. What are your thoughts? Should we hit the waiver wire for a quarterback like Stafford, Dak, or Dobbs? I would definitely roster another quarterback here. I think you can go through and drop Matt Breida and pick up Dak Prescott with, how bad the offensive line looks in New York and the fact that Barkley's probably back this week. And outside of that, great team. I think it's a very well-balanced team where we have a couple of these players down there at the bottom end that can continue to expand their roles as the season goes on. Really do like that setup, my friend. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Johnny says, Kamara for Addison and Flowers, then Ayuk for ETN. I would rather have ETN over Ayuk. So basically, Kamara, Ayuk, or ETN, Addison, and Flowers. They need depth with Javonte hurt. Give me ETN and then the Kamara versus Addison and Flowers. If you need production now, you probably go Kamara. Long term, you probably go with the rookies. Now, James says, 10-team at BBR. We have Hurts, Chase, Keenan, Jacobs, Walker, Brian Robinson, Achane, Zach Moss, Ford, Breece, Michael Thomas, Kyle Pitts. Should we trade Pitts and Achane for Goddard and Jalen Waddle or sit on Achane? Achane to Waddle, kind of up to you. Pitts to Goddard, kind of up to you. I think it's a very fair deal. I think fundamentally it is up to you, my friend. I'm a big Waddle guy, so I may do it. Says PBR Olave or Waddle rest of season. We are going to go ahead. We will take Olave there. Caleb says, who to start in a PBR league with 3 receivers, 1 flex? We have CMC, Kyron, JT, Ramondre, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Lamb, Dobbs, Atwell, Laporta, Evan, Ingram. We're going to be starting CMC, Kyron at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with St. Brown, Lamb, and Romeo Dobbs. For the flex, we're going to go Jonathan Taylor if he plays, or Ramondre Stevenson if he doesn't, and we will go Laporta over Evan Ingram. Chris says, Dynasty 1 quarterback, trade Josh Allen and Jerome Ford for Anthony Richardson and Breece Hall. 1 quarterback format, yes. Superflex, no. Hearsay says, trade Mixon and Amon-Ra for CJ and 2 future firsts in a 2 QB. Oh, hell yes. In a 2 quarterback dynasty league, I'd rather have CJ Stroud over Amon-Ra St. Brown, the 2 future firsts easily over Mixon. Sad to let Amon-Ra go. You have to make that deal. That is an absolute no-brainer, my friend. That is an absolute no-brainer. But yeah, we have, yes, I know Super Chat's off. We just turned Super Chat back on. We should be, I believe, all caught up with the questions now, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, we had one more coming out from Lester. Says, hey, Mason, I'm in a 10-team PBR, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. Record is 2-2. We have Richardson, Bijan, Swift, Ridley, Olave, Kelsey, Ayuk. And then on the bench, we have Hall, Watson, Thielen, Najee, Dobbs, and Jonathan Taylor. I would love to get Taylor in this lineup. I would play him over Brandon Ayuk in the flex if he does play. Outside of that, phenomenal team. You're so loaded here that if you really wanted to send, say, Breece Hall and Brandon Ayuk and get a true Devontae Adams level wide receiver, you could even look to do that just because how damn good we are with that team. But ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We are about 20 likes away from 600 likes on this stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We're going to be live streaming every single day until 2024. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, my favorite pick'em for the time being is going to be the Nico Collins, more than 58.5 receiving yards. But if you use promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. You're going to be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em if you are new to Underdog and use promo code FLOCK for the Thursday night game. And if you're new to Underdog or if you've been on Underdog for a while, as long as you use promo code FLOCK, doesn't matter if you use code FLOCK 2 years ago, a year ago, last week, today, or tomorrow, next week, coming back from the bye week, you're also going to be getting a Justin Herbert special pick'em. Work my butt off to get y'all this. Really, really hope y'all take advantage and super happy that I'm able to get it for y'all. More than less than half a total yard for next week for Herbert. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Simon, who says, trade Puka or Ridley for Breece. 1 and 3. If you really wanted to trade Ridley for him, you can, but it's up to you. Brutus says, hey Mason, answer tweet earlier. Me, I'm the reason for the Keaton Mitchell hype. Need your opinion. Finalize the trade today. James Cook, Deontay Johnson for Ridley and Stevenson. What are your thoughts? James Cook, Ridley, kind of up to you. Deontay versus Stevenson. Definitely take Stevenson here. I mean, I don't want to go out there and tell people to trade for Stevenson by any means. Obviously, Stevenson looks gross. But I will say, to be fair to Ramondre Stevenson, this is a running back. This is an offense that's had the worst matchups in the NFL, going up against the toughest defenses. I mean, for the past month now. I mean, they've just been facing brutal defense after brutal defense after brutal defense. And yeah, I don't get the Keaton Mitchell hype, my man. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't get it. But Rawlings, always happy to see you, my man. Says, 1-3, 12-team PBR. Do we trade Eckler and Dell for Walker, Richardson, and Pittman? Dell to Pittman is an undoubted upgrade. Going from Eckler to Kenneth Walker and Anthony Richardson, massive downgrade. I would say no. Now is probably going to be the worst time to trade away Austin Eckler, where he will be fully healthy coming out of the bye week. And at the same time, I mean, you have no Mike Williams, so he has the guaranteed target volume. Fall says, who do I target in exchange for Brian Robinson and Romeo Doubs? If you could get up to like James Cook, if you could get to that area, or maybe you want to go get Breece Hall now, I think that could be interesting. Ethan says, choose two, Hall, Barkley, and DeAndre Swift. We're going to be going with Barkley and Swift if Barkley plays. And then at the flex, do we start Collins, Dell, or one of the running backs up above? We're going to go Nico Collins. Breece Hall is definitely way more appealing based off the report that we got today. I don't think all of a sudden we start Breece Hall over Barkley, though. Misa says start Christian Watson, Gibbs, or Judy in the flex spot. Ooh, brutal spot. Judy, really tough matchup against the Jets, right? Probably, oh my gosh. I'm honestly, I don't know. Since none of these guys go on Thursday, I feel like we don't need to answer this right now, my friend. I'm super sorry. Give me some time to think about it. Give me some time to look at projections, and we'll get this updated flex rankings out for you on Friday. I'm sorry, my man. You know I appreciate you. Blake coming out says, 8-team at BBR standard. We have Richardson, Mixon, Ramondre, Kamara, Connor, Sanders, Jefferson, Evans, Kirk, Judy. Got offered Ayuk for James Conner. What are your thoughts? 8-team league, wide receiver depth's not going to matter too much. I mean, here, that's not typically the trade that I'm looking to do. I would rather go through, and if you were going to trade James Conner, I'd rather send James Conner and Christian Kirk, or James Conner and Mike Evans in a package and go get a stud wide receiver. I mean, I think it's a fair deal where I think Ayuk has more value than James Conner. I just don't know if like a 1-for-1 deal is what we want to do there. Jeremy says, 1-3, 10-team full BBR format, super flex. We have Stroud, Tyreek, Puka, Brian Robinson, Achane, Ferguson. For the flex, we have Mostert. Super flex, Breece on the bench, Daniel Jones, Ridley, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Zay Flowers, Javonte, Jeff Wilson. Good team in the long term when Joe Burrow's fully healthy. Obviously, in the short term, it sucks with how bad Daniel Jones and this Giants offense has been. Would be really nice if we had Burrow fully healthy to play in that super flex with CJ Stroud. I'd probably go Daniel Jones over Burrow for now. And if it's a full BBR format, I honestly may not even fault you for going Calvin Ridley in that flex spot over Mostert. Stealthy says pick 3 of Swift, Etienne, Saquon, and Achane if Saquon plays. We would go with Saquon, Swift, and Etienne. I do want to see what the backfield looks like in Miami this week. Interesting spot, though, and they're 11-point favorites. The largest spread of the week will be between the Dolphins and Giants. Now, Tony coming out, thank you, my man, says 12-team 1-3, where we have Mahomes, Jefferson, Ridley, James, Kamara, Pitts, Watson. On the bench, we have Breece, Robinson, Hollywood, Wandale. Got offered to trade for Kelsey Gibbs. Sending Kamara, Brian Robinson, Pitts. Being 1-3, is this a good deal? Obviously, 1-3, we're a little less excited to go through and trade for Jahmyr Gibbs, my man. But I'll say Brian Robinson, Gibbs, rest of season. Probably give me Gibbs in a full PBR format, if I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, it's close, though, right? You can make an argument, Brian Robinson, make an argument, Gibbs, if you're 1-3, either way. I mean, Kamara and Pitts versus Travis Kelce. I think I go Kelce. And this is just a dumb side note. This just kind of bringing it to my attention. I remember thinking that the Rams' new logo and like the Rams' new uniforms and stuff looks so much better than the old ones when they first initially came out. But now looking at the old Rams logo again, that looks pretty damn clean. Like, honestly, I think maybe the old one looks a little bit better now. Now, Tyler says 12-team PPR double flex. Would you trade Herbert, Amon-Ra for Tua, Ridley, White? Probably not. Herbert to Tua, probably a downgrade. Amon-Ra versus Ridley and White. Probably want Amon-Ra even in a double flex format. Where we have Mixon, Montgomery. Yeah, you have a great team, my man. We're about to get Deontay back. We're 3-1. I think you keep the best players. I think you keep Justin Herbert and Amon-Ra St. Brown. But let me make you a moderator on the channel, my man. I know you are always out here. You never have to do anything if you don't want to. If you're a moderator, I mean, just gives you some street cred in the live chat. And of course, if you ever see anybody spamming the chat over and over again with a copied and pasted question, you can tell them, hey, knock it out. And if they don't, or knock it off. If they don't, you can put user in timeout. I'll mute them for like 5 minutes. Now, Patrick coming out. Thank you, my man. Says 10-team half PPR league where we have Allen, Walker, Achane, Breece, Ramondre, Pierce, Moss, Charbonnet, Amon-Ra, Ayuk, Olave, Gabe, London, Kelsey. Should I try for an elite guy like Pollard? 10-team league, I would love to do so. I mean, it's going to be difficult to come out with an exact trade. If you could send, say, like Ramondre Stevenson and Brandon Ayuk and go get Tony Pollard, I think that would be an absolute no-brainer. Or maybe if you wanted to package together 2 running backs, like you can go Ramondre, Pierce. If you could somehow pull that off, I would. Probably Ayuk would be the guy you have to sell. You have to sell someone that people obviously want. Now, Brandon coming out says 2-2, 12-team at PBR. Trade Kamara in London for Devontae Adams. We're going to go Devontae Adams. Now we have Lamar, CMC, Kyron, Olave, Adams, Andrews. The flex, Zach Moss, Judy, Dell, or Dotson. And what moves can we make to fill the hole that we have at flex? Honestly, we're chilling. I mean, these guys are viable to get us through, right? We're going to go with Zach Moss. If Jonathan Taylor does not play, if Jonathan Taylor does play, we'll go Jerry Jeudy. And the flex position is going to be the last thing I'm worried about. This is an elite starting lineup. You don't have to roster a backup quarterback. You don't have to roster a backup tight end when we have Lamar and Andrews. We can roster as many running backs and wide receivers off this waiver wire and figure it out in the long run, my friend. Connor says trade Kelsey and Ramondre for Bijan and Evan Ingram in a half PPR format. Okay. Kelsey to Bijan is an upgrade. Ramondre to Evan Ingram downgrade. Very fair deal. Very fair deal, and it will be up to you. You know I'm a Texas fan, so I probably go through and I probably do it, but I'm probably not the best guy to ask. Now, Robert says we have Barkley, Kyron, and Montgomery. Should we trade JT for the Dallas defense? Hell no. I understand the Dallas defense has been phenomenal. You can make an argument that the Dallas defense is the best defense in the NFL, yada, yada, yada. In reality, my man, I mean, defensive production like that is going to be really hard to project going forward. You want the elite running back. You want JT. Now, Zach says, have BBR need a flex from Pittman, Ramondre, Breece, Nico, Brian Robinson. Probably going to go Nico Collins, even though Breece does look very appealing. And are any of the running backs worth starting over Devon Achane? No, not yet. I mean, I really want to see what Breece does this week. Obviously, it's a beautiful matchup going up against Denver, not going to be on a snap count. I still think you have to play Nico Collins here no matter what, just based off of what the volume we've seen this year. Little Isaiah, always happy to see my man. Says, would you trade Jacobs for ETN and Breece Hall? It's an 8-team league. 8-team format, I'll be a little bit less excited about doing it because I still think that Jacobs is the best player in the deal. With that being said, it is a very fair trade where if this was like a 12-team format, I'd probably do it easily. It's just harder specifically because this is that 8-team format. Lager Niners says 14-team quarter point PBR. Start 2. James Cook, Kamara, and Breece. We're going to be going with James Cook. Play James Cook for sure. If it was a full PPR format, I'd still be going Alvin Kamara for sure over Breece Hall. But since it's a quarter point PPR league, honestly, it's up to you on that other spot. Just please play James Cook. Wama Jama, happy to see you, says, would you trade James Cook, Nico, Kincaid for Kelsey, JSN, and Javonte? So I think I do this easily. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where depth doesn't matter as much. We have Stroud, CMC, Cook, JT, especially if we're getting JT back, then that does make someone like James Cook a little bit expendable, where we're going to be able to go through and start, say, we're going to be able to start CMC, Jonathan Taylor, and then throw, Travis Kelce in there at tight end. Yes, I would go ahead and make this move, even with Nico Collins obviously looking like a dominant force at this point. Sloan Dog Millionaire says, HN or Connor and Lawrence or Stroud. Thank you. Appreciate you, my man. I believe we have Stroud ranked 1 slot out of Lawrence this week, and we are going to go HN over James Conner. Now, SOS Kobe coming out saying, full BBR 8-team league. We have Richardson, Pollard, Etienne, Jefferson, Kupp, Andrews, Kyron in the flex. On the bench, we have Moore, Pittman, and Jacoby Myers. Who are we going to look to start? Okay, so if we're going to get someone from the bench into the starting lineup, it would be Michael Pittman Jr. I think that he would be the most interesting guy. Can I start Michael Pittman Jr. over Justin Jefferson? No, I cannot. Can I start him over Cooper Kupp? Not if Cooper Kupp plays. And I cannot start him over Kyron Williams for the flex spot either. This is why it will always be in your best interest if it's going to be an 8-team league to make 2-for-1 deals to get an upgrade in the starting lineup and to sell some of this depth, because this team has so much depth and we're still not able to get in the lineup. Phenomenal team. I think you keep it as is. Christian coming out. Happy to see him, my man. Says 10-team BBR single flex. 3-1 may trade with the 1-3 team. My team is Jalen Hurts, CMC, Josh Jacobs, Smith, Puka, Ingram, Achane, Amari, Terry, Laporta, Moss, Drake. They have Lamar, Eckler, Etienne, Adams, Ayuk, Debo, Kittle, Dalvin. They want a new tight ends. I think I go for Adams, but what do you think? Okay, you're saying that maybe we actually want a new tight end. Right now, our tight end, Sam Laporta. Right, just confirming. We have Sam Laporta at tight ends. They have George Kittle at tight ends. Unless I'm missing something. I don't think we're going to be trading for the tight end, because I think we would rather have Sam Laporta over Dalton Kincaid at this point. And trust me, it is painful for me to say that out loud. We have a dominant team here. Dominant team. Actually, we have Evan Ingram as well. Never mind. So we are trading a tight end. I would love to go try to get Avonte Adams by sending either Sam Laporta or Evan Ingram when we have both of these guys. If we could send, say, Puka and Evan Ingram, or Puka and Sam Laporta, and go get Davante Adams, be an absolute no-brainer. If you could send Evan Ingram or Sam Laporta with Josh Jacobs to get to Austin Eckler, would be an absolute no-brainer. Especially with Eckler on bye, they may be so scared about going through and falling to 1-4 that may be a move that we're actually able to pull off. So yeah, I really like the idea. Trade one of the tight ends with either Puka or Amari. I'm assuming you'll have to be Puka, though. He's who gets people excited. For Davante Adams, or trade one of those tight ends with a player like Jacobs and go ahead and try to get Austin Eckler. Would love that. Now, Zach coming out saying 10-team non-BBR 2-2. Should we trade Chase and Connor for Amon-Ra, Ridley, Collins, White? And who should we pick between Nico and Ridley? Okay. Chase to Amon-Ra, downgrade, especially in a non-PPR. Connor to White, non-PPR format lateral move. We're picking up Nico Collins to do it. If it is a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, I keep Jamar Chase. The only spot I would make this deal is if it's like a 3 wide receiver league, 2 flex, like where depth actually matters, but it's a 10-team non-PPR format. Like, we never want to be picking up the extra depth wide receiver in a 10-team non-PPR league, unless it's like a crazy starting lineup requirement. Now, Alexander says we lost Chubb. We have Walker and JT. We got offered Aaron Jones and Gus for Kenneth Walker. We have Tua, Keenan, Hill, Waddle, Terry, Amari. Do you accept the trade? It's a 10-team BBR, 2 wide receiver, 2 running back, 1 flex, 3-1, and any other ideas? Okay. I like Aaron Jones as a buy low guy, especially in a PBR format, but in a 10-team league with only 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, especially full PBR, Gus Edwards literally does 0 for us. So fundamentally, it comes down to who would I rather have, Aaron Jones or Kenneth Walker? In drafts, I was taking Kenneth Walker out of Aaron Jones. Everything we've seen this season should tell us we want Kenneth Walker still over Aaron Jones. I think we are not going to make the deal, my friend. If you really wanted to sell something, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, if you wanted to send, like, say, Terry McLaurin or Amari Cooper and Gus Edwards for Aaron Jones, we would go for that. Zach says, do I trade Jefferson, Stafford, and Myers for Mahomes, Lamb, and Andrews? It's a 4-0 10-team double flex format. We have Smith, Etienne, Kyron, Kittle, Nico, Pacheco, Dobbs, and Javonte. So Myers, so essentially Stafford, 0 value. Myers, barely any value either. Would we rather have Jefferson or Lamb, Mahomes, and Andrews. 99.99% of the time, I'm telling people to go keep the best player, keep Justin Jefferson here. Him and Christian McCaffrey are in a tier by themselves in fantasy. This is a very fair trade on the other hand, and I actually probably do go get Lamb, Mahomes, and Andrews, even if it pains me. Two Shots says Walker for Hawkinson and White in a single flex format. I'd probably rather have Hawkinson and White, my friend. Nathaniel says, should we trade Higgins for Sanders and or Dell? Probably not. Definitely not Dell. I mean, you definitely would rather have T. Higgins over Tank Dell. Sanders kind of up to you. Both guys are injured. A little frustrating. But Brooklyn Reptiles coming out. Thank you, my friend. Saying 2-2, 12-team PPR format. Single flex. Traded AJ Walker for Eckler Waddle. The team is JK, Puka, Godwin, Charbonnet, Fields, Kelsey, Jameson, JSN, Warren, Javonte, Stevenson, Tank. Can I upgrade Waddle or somewhere else? Great team. Great trade. The only thing I would look to do is now when we have this wide receiver depth, if you really wanted to send like Chris Godwin and Justin Fields, see if we can get an elite level quarterback, see if we can get a top 3 guy, see if someone's willing to buy Justin Fields off the best game of his career and go send him for Mahomes, go send him for Hurts, go send him for Allen, maybe even Lamar. And a deal like that in a single flex format, I would like that. But outside of there, I don't think we're doing anything, my man. I don't think we're doing anything. Okay. Let me swing this back over to the other screen. Just give me 1 second to do this. And probably going to turn off Super Chats for a bit as well. And as I do this, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. If you are new to Underdog, you'll be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against the Commanders tomorrow night. And also, it doesn't matter if you're new to Underdog. It doesn't matter if you've been on Underdog for 2 years. As long as you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, it doesn't matter if it's 2 years ago, last year, today, tomorrow, the next day. You will get a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard next week coming out of the bye week. Super happy that I'm able to get you all that. So please, please, please make sure you are taking advantage. But our next question coming out from Evan, who says, 10-team BBR, 1 quarterback and 1 flex. We're a 2-2 team. We have Stroud, Henry, Achane, Chase, Waddle, Ridley, Laporta. The bench is Evans and Brian Robinson. Any advice or any trades? Don't necessarily have much if it's a 10-team league with only 1 flex. I mean, quarterback's going to be incredibly important. Obviously, you have, CJ Stroud looking great, but still, if we could go through and if we could potentially package together, say, CJ Stroud and Mike Evans and go get a long-term upgrade at quarterback, I think that would be very interesting. Jacob says, should we trade Pierce for Rashad White? I personally would, yes. Brian says, 1-3, 10-team full BBR league, single quarterback double flex, was offered the Saints DST, ETN, and Hayden Hurst for Ford, Christian Kirk, Cowboys DST. Should we make this deal? Thank you for your work. No, thank you so much, my man. Cowboys DST over Saints DST, obviously, that's not a big deal, though. I would way rather have ETN over Ford and Christian Kirk. Hayden Hurst is a little non-factor. I would do this, but typically I stream defenses. If you're going to say, Mason, come on, man, the Cowboys defense is a top 5 player for me, then obviously you don't. But now Peg Birdman says 4-point passing touchdown. Should we start Fields, Love, or Goff this week? We will go ahead. We will take Justin Fields. Good matchup against Washington. Jake says 3-1 PBR, Richardson, Bijan, Swift, Diggs, Ridley, Laporta, Watson. And then on the bench, Stevenson, Higgins, Michael Thomas. What do you think? I want Breece. What should we offer? If you could sell Ramondre Stevenson for Breece Hall, I think that'd make a lot of sense. And I think, yeah, this is a great team, especially at the very top. Definitely down there on the bench, we have some of these guys that have longer term upside that we're not excited about right now. So I think we'll be in a good spot. Now, Eddie says, who to flex, Jalen Waddle or James Cook? Probably James Cook. We're going to have to think about it a little bit more, though. We're going to have to think about it a little more. Jerry says, hey, Mason, just joined the flock. Happy to have you, my man. I'm currently 4-0 in a 10-team full BBR league. Starters are Herbert, Chase, Brown, Kamara, Kyron, Goddard, Pittman. Bench is Russ, Sutton, Breece, Javonte, Ford, Jameson, and Dobbs. Any moves? If we have this much wide receiver depth down there on the bench, I would love to see if we could take, say, like Romeo Dobbs and Dallas Goedert and go get an upgraded tight end. If we could somehow swindle ourselves into like TJ Hawkinson, that'd be an absolute no-brainer. But outside of that, very well-balanced format. Very well-balanced team. We're 4-0 for a reason. Yeah, I really like the squad, my man. Okay. Now, Matt says, which three to start? Breece, Montgomery, Amon-Ra, Kyron. Who are we going to sit? We're going to sit Breece Hall out of this list, even though obviously Breece Hall is exciting, at least way more exciting than he was. Manuel, always happy to see you, says, we have Pollard, Montgomery, Gibbs, Algier, Tyreek, Devonta Smith, Nico Collins, Higgins, DJ, Dobbs, Kmet, Fields. Trade Kmet and DJ for TJ Hawkinson. Hell yes. Trade away Montgomery for Breece and another piece. I think that we would love to do the TJ Hawkinson trade, especially if this is a single flex league. I think getting out of that Chicago Bears offense does make a lot of sense. However, trading away Montgomery for Breece, if it's a full BBR format and you're just thinking long-term, I'm fine with it, but probably need a significant piece on top. Isaiah says just traded Olave and Etienne and Pickens for Kenneth Walker and Chase. Etienne, Walker, honestly, Etienne, but it's a little close. Olave, Pickens, it's Chase, and it's not close. Good deal. Way to get the best player. I think we want Jamar Chase there. Roy says HN and Sanders for Walker and Amari, PPR format. We're going to go Walker and Amari. Obviously, HN looks so good, but Kenneth Walker, I'm just no concerns rest of season, right? Where we know this Miami coaching staff, if Jeff Wilson Jr. starts popping off, we could see a little bit of usage there. Now, Sam coming out saying 10-team full BBR format where we have Purdy, CMC, Jacobs, Swift, Wilson, Flowers, Waller, Brian Robinson getting offered to trade CMC for Anthony Richardson, Bijan Robinson, and Jamar Chase. So I want to be on record, 99% of Christian McCaffrey trades are the CMC side. It's not even close. CMC is tiers ahead of Bijan Robinson, even if Bijan Robinson is my RB2 in fantasy. But with that being said, we would go ahead and we would take the Bijan Robinson, Jamar Chase, and Anthony Richardson side. That is just a package that you can't pass up on. Joe says 10-team PBR 2-2. We want Olave. Who should I offer? Kupp, DK, Watson, Sutton, Hollywood. And how are we feeling about Kupp? Traded Adams, James Cook for CMC and Hall last week. Oh my gosh, no brainer there, my man. With Kupp, they did activate him where he can go back to practice. They did come out and say that the injury was not as serious as they thought, and they are feeling like they're hopeful that he plays this week. In my mind, those are positives for Cooper Kupp, and I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but if Kupp does play, he will be in my starting lineup. Okay. Now, Gary says full BBR start 3. We have Montgomery, Etienne, Wilson, Dobbs, Watson, Addison. Already have Tyreek, Nico, Jacobs in the lineup. Are we going to go Lawrence or Stroud? We're going to go Stroud over Lawrence. We do have him ranked back to back, though. And then we're going to go Montgomery, Etienne as must-start players. Between Addison, Watson, Dobbs, Wilson. Probably will go with Garrett Wilson, given the good matchup that he has, but it's not an absolute no-brainer. Now, Nicholas coming out saying, 12-team full BBR league, 1 flex. Would you trade Pacheco, Dameon Pierce for Etienne? I personally would, especially in a 1 flex league. Other running backs are Bijan, Mostert, McKinnon, and McLaughlin, even though we're mispronouncing it. Yes, I think we go ahead and get Etienne. Maybe if it was a multi-flex league, then no. Rudy says 1 quarterback. What are you paying for Stroud? 1 quarterback dynasty league. Honestly, I don't think Stroud's a buy. You're going to have to pay up a significant amount in 1 quarterback league. I'd want someone with a little more rushing upside. Now, Eddie says start 2. Gibbs, Hall, Moss, Javonte, Khalil. We're going to be going with Moss if JT doesn't play and Breece Hall. If JT does play, we'll go Breece Hall and I guess Jahmyr Gibbs because Javonte's probably not playing. I mean, Javonte didn't practice today. Now, Hayden says non-BBR Mixon or A.J. Brown rest of season and why. We will go with A.J. Brown because A.J. Brown will score more fantasy points, my friend. I hope that was a good enough explanation. Spencer says 12-team BBR. We have Cousins, Russ, White, Madison, Spears, Hunt, Charbonnet, Diggs, Olave, Allen, Judy. Should I trade Charbonnet for Chuba Hubbard? I need a running back this week and also a DST between Pittsburgh and Washington. Definitely going to go with Washington. They're 5.5, 6-point favorites over Chicago at this point. And then, I mean, Pittsburgh's a dog against Baltimore. You're not playing the Pittsburgh defense. Go Washington. Okay. And then I would honestly hold on to Zach Charbonnet. I understand, yeah, it's a spot where Zach Charbonnet's on bye. Nothing can really happen this week, but still, nonetheless, if you are looking at Zach Charbonnet, Kenneth Walker goes down. Charbonnet's a league winner. Patrick coming out saying 14-team at BBR 1 and 3. We have Hurts, Breece, Jacobs, Moss, McLaughlin, Algier, Chase, Judy, Gabe, Dell, Reed, Waller, Musgrave. Am I okay with the depth? Should we make a move? Obviously, 14-team format, depth is going to be a little bit more important than it otherwise would be. Running back's going to be nice now that we have Breece no longer on the snap count. Wide receiver depth's maybe a little bit questionable. Would be really nice if we could sell a tight end and get a nice return, but in reality, nobody's going to be trading for these tight ends right now. We probably have to hold them. So honestly, I think you're in a good spot. I don't think you have to make any moves. Nemesis says, my team is Hurts, Adams, Amari, CMC, JT, Pierce, Komet, Puka, Godwin, McLaurin. We need two flex spots. Do we trade JT for TJ Hawkinson? I personally would not. Obviously, with JT, incredibly low floor, but I mean, the ceiling, I think, is just much further away than anything Hawkinson can come close to. Now, Robert coming out says 12-team PBR, triple flex. I'm now 2-2 after a rough 0-2 start. Trade away JT, Moss, Puka for Eckler and Alvin Kamara. Ooh, interesting. We have Fields, Flowers, Moore, Keenan, Jacobs, Henry, Ferguson, JT, Moss, Puka, Stafford. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have the Indy running backs with Puka Nacua or Austin Eckler and Alvin Kamara? Spam the chat. Are you going to go with the Indianapolis running backs and Puka, or are you going to go Austin Eckler and Alvin Kamara? Full BBR format, triple flex league. Indy, Puka, or Eckler? Indy, Eckler. Eckler, Eckler, Eckler. Eckler, Eckler, Eckler. Eckler, Puka, Eckler, Eckler. Puka. So it looks like most people are saying Eckler. Okay. I'm allowed to say Eckler here. Just didn't want to have to go out and be the only person saying not to go with Puka. Just, y'all know I've gotten Puka wrong time and time again. Making sure that I was not the only guy saying this. So yeah, go get Eckler. Juicebox says 3-0, 10-team BBR. Cup, Barkley, or Pollard, Watson, and Dell. Okay. Ten-team league, Dell, Watson don't make too big of a difference. I probably swing for the fences with Cup and Barkley. Chris says Brian Robinson or JT for the flex. If JT plays, you play JT. Have BBR, Bijan, Pollard, Ridley, Puka are starters. If JT plays, you play JT. Anthony says 10-team BBR. We have Jones, Kyron, JT, Ford, Gibbs for Waddle. What? If it's just Gibbs for Waddle, give me Waddle. If it's the entire thing, we're going to go with the entire thing. Now, John Mrs. coming out says Damian Pierce, Deontay, Devon for Bijan and Algier. It's Bijan, not close. Bijan, not close, my man. Julius coming out and says, should we trade Debo, Jerome Ford for Hawkinson and Terry? Maybe Olave. 2-2. Other receivers are Adams and Cup. Running backs are Henry, Brian Robinson. If we could get Hawkinson and Olave, it's a no-brainer. If it's Hawkinson and McLaurin, it's up to you. Chris says, 12-team PPR double flex, 3-1. Trade away Bijan, Flowers, Higbee for Eckler, Andrews, Hopkins. Thanks for everything, Mason. Cheers. And thank you, my friend, for being a member of the flock. Bijan to Eckler, lateral move. And I loved Eckler coming into the season. I'd probably rather have Eckler. I love Bijan coming into the season. I'd probably still rather have Bijan over Eckler. But Flowers and Higbee for Andrews is a massive upgrade. So we will go with the Eckler side, especially with the Mike Williams injury now. And he will be healthy coming out of the bye. Okay. M says 10-team PPR records 2-2. Would you trade Puka and Swift for Moss, Taylor, and Olave? Swift versus Taylor. Probably give me Taylor. If we have Zach Moss, go with them. Give me the Indy running backs over Swift. Puka versus Olave. I'm an idiot, so I'll take Olave. But yeah, so I would make that deal, but I'm an idiot. Daniel says 10-team full PPR, 5 flex spots, so that matters. We have Allen, Kyron, Kamara, Diggs, Adams. Then in the flexes, we have St. Brown, Lamb, Gibbs, Dell, Dobbs. Then Mims, Zay Jones. Is trading Lamb and Dobbs and Zay Jones for Kupp and Olave a good idea? Just traded Moss and James Cook for Eckler. That is a phenomenal trade. Love the Eckler deal. I think Lamb is the best player in this trade. But ultimately in a league where you have 5 flex spots, I think it does make a lot of sense for you to go out there, my friend, and honestly, pull the trigger. I think that you probably want to get the combination of both Chris Olave as well as Cooper Kupp, because here you do want 2 startable players. Now, Caden says 10-team PPR 1-3. We have Bijan, Achane, Amon-Ra, Kirk, Henry, Saquon. On the bench, we have Taylor, Watson, Hall, Rashad White, Joshua Palmer, Deontay Johnson. Any trade advice for the receivers? I would be looking to sell high Christian Kirk if Zay Jones is going to come back in. So if you really wanted to take like Rashad White, Christian Kirk, and go get a stud wide receiver, then sure, let's do it. Especially when we have this kind of running back depth where we have JT coming back and then Breece Hall now looks startable. Josh says 12-team PPR where we have Hurts, Jacobs, Montgomery, DK, Kirk, Waller, and Brian Robinson Jr. Should I trade Tyreek and Laporta for Justin Jefferson? Hell yes. Should I target a tight end up with Waller playing awful? I mean, tight end is such a dumpster fire anyway that if you're looking at the raw expected points per game you're getting from the position, it's so damn low. I think that if you can go get Justin Jefferson, I'm going to go get Justin Jefferson. Matt coming out says 1-3 in full panic mode in the 10-team PPR single flex league. We have Mahomes, CMC, Pollard, Spears, Najee, Olave, Judy, Amari, Addison, Palmer, Johnston, Downs, Deontay. Any trades and who starts? We're going to go CMC, Pollard at running back. Receiver, we're going to be going with Olave, and I guess Amari's unbiased, so probably Judy. And then for the flex, I mean, we need an upgrade. I'd say if you're 1-3, what you probably want to do is you probably want to take these pieces that have long-term value but not short-term production, such as, say, Jordan Addison, and see if we can package like Jordan Addison and Deontay Johnson and go get a stud wide receiver we're excited about for the flex right now. Crispy Bacon says, Breece over Aaron Jones, Kyron, or Mixon this week. Not over these players, but he is still very appealing. Now, Louis coming out says 8-team PPR, double flex. We have Tua Fields, CMC, Bijan, Gibbs, Amon-Ra, Olave, Smith, Ingram. On the bench, we have Moss, Judy, Watson, Dell, JT. Any trades? We want a stud wide receiver or a tight end. We can't get Kelsey. Okay, well, if you can't get Kelsey, then we're looking at Hawkinson. Then we're looking at Andrews. If you could send Fields with Ingram and go get Hawkinson or Andrews, that's a no-brainer. And I think we would be willing to throw in someone like Jerry Jeudy, throw in someone like Christian Watson, Tank Dell, Zach Moss, really any of those names in an 8-team league to get it done, my friend. Now, Chase says, try to trade Jacobs or Kyron for Pollard or ETN. I would trade either Jacobs or Kyron Williams for Tony Pollard in a heartbeat. If you wanted to trade Kyron for ETN, I may be a little bit hesitant with how good Kyron Williams has been. Klubo coming out says, who to start in my 2 flex spots? Watson, Achane, Pittman, or Debo? Probably going to go ahead, play Devon Achane in one of these. Michael Pittman, Debo Samuel, and the other one will be a little bit tougher. I mean, obviously, Debo should be better going forward. We have Debo at wide receiver 18. We have Michael Pittman Jr. at wide receiver 16 this week. I mean, Michael Pittman does have a very good matchup going up against the Titans. Probably go Pittman. Adrian says 1-3 single flex with Lawrence, Pollard, Madison, Sanders, Tyreek, Ridley, Hollywood, Michael Thomas. We traded Pollard, Ridley, Hollywood, Sanders for CMC, Higgins, and Jackson Smith and Jigba. Don't love trading for Higgins. Don't love trading for JSN on a 1-3 roster where we're more so focused in on getting players in right now. But at the same time, I mean, getting CMC there is a no-brainer. Girl Dad says, traded Waddle and Kyron for Austin Eckler. What do you think? Oh, yeah, give me Austin Eckler there. And I didn't even like Eckler coming into this season. Now, Harsh coming out says, rate the team, 12-team Superflex League. We have Dobbs, Kyler, Stroud, Saquon, Eckler, Jefferson, Ridley, Pittman, Thielen, Judy, Watson, Jameson, Ingram. Phenomenal team. 4-0. Obviously, the team could use an improvement at quarterback. I think we can definitely go all the way. And then I don't think we need to be aggressive on McGoughlin this week. If you wanted to go through and bid some fab, I mean, keep in mind, we are not desperate at all. We're 4-0. If you wanted to go like 20% of what's left of your fab budget, if you wanted to go like $10, then sure, let's do it. But yeah, great team, very well-balanced roster, and obviously wanting Kyler Murray back for the long-term upside in Superflex. Now, Calico says 12-team at BBR single flex, 3-1 roster. We have Allen, Aaron Jones, Swift, Adams, Wilson, Kelsey, Addison, Pirine, Gibson, and Gabe Davis. Thoughts and some start-sit advice. We're going to be starting Adams and Garrett Wilson against the Denver defense. We're going to go Swift and Aaron Jones. Flex, we're probably going your call between Jordan Addison and Gabe Davis. I think it is a strong team. Let's roster as many running backs and wide receivers down on the bench that have upside as possible. And outside of that, we're chilling. And yes, Super Chat is turned off. We'll turn Super Chats back on in just 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Just catching up on all the questions that we have before we turn them back on. And real quick, we are about 4 likes now away from 800 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Help us out. We've live streamed every single day since April. Not going to miss a single day until 2024. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description. You can find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK. You're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you're going to be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em more than less than half a total yard. You're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And it doesn't matter if you are new to Underdog, old to Underdog. If you use promo code FLOCK, whether that was 2 years ago, today, yesterday, tomorrow, you'll be getting a Justin Herbert special pick'em more than less than half a passing yard coming out of the bye week next week against Dallas. It's going to be a FLOCK exclusive. Super happy we were able to get y'all hooked up with that. So please make sure you are taking advantage in the live chat, comment section, description. You can find that link. But Sawyer says, hey, bud, Olave for Sanders and DJ. I'm going to go with Olave. 2-2. We have Taylor, Walker, Mostert, Cup, Olave, Hopkins, Dillon, Kittle. Yeah, I think honestly you want to keep Chris Olave here. I know DJ Moore is great this past week. Maybe good this week in a good matchup against a horrible Washington defense, but still. Nick says, hey, Mason, 4-0 got an offer for Moore in either Flowers or Ridley for CeeDee Lamb. Is this a good trade, and who would you part with? No, it is not. 4-0. We're just thinking long-term upside. Please keep Calvin Ridley and CeeDee Lamb here, my man. You're in a great spot. Justin says 10-team BBR 1-3. We have Herbert, Henry, Montgomery, Sanders, Lamb, Tyreek, Gabe, Hunter Henry. On the bench, we have Roshan, Javonte, Dotson, Rasheed, Michael Wilson, Pitts, Anthony Richardson. What type of trade should we be looking for? Thanks. We're doing nothing right now. When Justin Herbert's on his bye week, we're going to be holding on to both these quarterbacks. But once we get Justin Herbert through the bye, and then at that point, we have both Anthony Richardson and Justin Herbert good to go. If you wanted to take one of these quarterbacks and go approach, say, the I don't know, approach the Joe Burrow team and go, hey man, I know you need a quarterback. I have 2 top 5 QBs. What will you give me for him? And see what kind of price that we could get. I think that would be very, very interesting if you wanted to make a move like that, my friend. But you're going to have to wait until after we get past the bye. Nobody says Dobbs or Lawrence week 5. We'll still go Trevor Lawrence over Joshua Dobbs. I mean, we did rank Joshua Dobbs in our rankings this week, though. Country Connected, happy to see you, says Debo Godwin for Cup and Connor. Definitely Cup and Connor, 0-4. We have Purdy, Henry, Khalil, Debo, Godwin, Sutton, Davis, Ford. The time to trade away Cup was 2 weeks ago if you were 0-2 to get points in the lineup right now. To trade away Cup right before he comes back, we don't want to do this. You want to keep Cooper Kupp now, my friend. Angel says 2-2, who to start in any trades, single flex league. We're going to be starting Bijan and Breece Hall if Jonathan Taylor sits. Actually, no, we're going to go Bijan and the starting running back for Indy, whether that's JT or Zach Moss at RB2. Wide receiver, you'll be playing Michael Pittman and Cooper Kupp if Cooper Kupp's good to go. Michael Pittman, Calvin Ridley if Cooper Kupp does not play. Then obviously our next go-to is Breece Hall in the flex if we have JT going, if we have Kupp going. Overall, no real trades that I'm looking to make with this team. Phenomenal spot. Just need to see if we get Kupp and JT back in. Obviously, we need to pick up a quarterback for the bye week with Justin Herbert. The guy that we'd be looking to drop to pick up a QB would be DJ Chark there, my friend. Now, the guy coming out saying, would you trade Nico Collins and Mixon for CeeDee Lamb? Yes, I would. If not, what should we look for in an A-Chain and Nico package and a 10-team BBR? Love you, Flock. Thanks. So appreciate you, my friend. But like a 10-team league, depth's not really going to matter. I mean, in a 10-team format, you're more so going to want to go for the locked-in stud. You're going to want to go get someone that can make a difference on a week-to-week perspective. I understand that CeeDee Lamb has been a little disappointing just because obviously this Dallas Cowboys defense has been so great. This Cowboys offense hasn't had to throw the ball in the second half. But yeah, no, I think you hold on to CeeDee Lamb here, my friend. Or you go get Lamb. Now, Tone Bear says Bijan and Kupp for Saquon, DK, Sanders, Gabe. I'm going to go Bijan and Kupp, not close. Don't be trading $2 for $1.75. Chinyo coming out saying 10-team PBR 3-1. We have Hurts, Connor, Pacheco, Hill, St. Brown, Waller, Stevenson, Hollywood, Nico, Stroud, Palmer, Quentin, Ferguson. Should we trade Jalen Hurts and Nico Collins for Tony Pollard or Jalen Hurts and Puka for Pollard and Watson? I mean, obviously we like having Stroud. Stroud is someone we have ranked as a top 10 quarterback this week. I do think it would be nice to have another quarterback with upside on this team as well. I don't think we do either deal as it's laid out for us. If you wanted to trade Jalen Hurts and Nico Collins for Tony Pollard and Deshaun Watson, I think we could look to do that, though. I think you can do that. Okay. Loso coming out saying 12-team full BBR. We have Watson, James Cook, Breida, Diggs, St. Brown, Watson, Atwell, Andrews, Zay, Laporta, Javonte. Do we trade Laporta for Rashad White or Andrews for ETN? Very interesting trade. Obviously, we want to be trading one of these guys. Can I ask everybody in the live chat? Can everybody in the chat come out and let me know? What would you do here? Would you rather trade Sam Laporta for Rashad White or Mark Andrews for Travis Etienne? Spam the chat. Which tight end do you trade? Trade Andrews for Etienne or trade Sam Laporta for Rashad White? We got Andrews. Everybody's saying to trade away Mark Andrews here, my man. Everybody's saying to trade away Mark Andrews. Now, Colby says 12-team at BBR traded away Ramondre, Anthony Richardson, Terry for DK and Josh Jacobs. Terry to DK upgrade, Ramondre to Jacobs, massive upgrade. We have Josh Allen, a quarterback. Great move. Good move, and honestly, after we do that, we're probably going to be chilling on our hands. Now, D's Nuts coming out saying, have BBR single flex 10-team league. We have Watson, Tyreek, Devonta, Henry, Swift, Mostert, Hawkinson, Gibbs, Moore, Pickens, Christian Watson. Should I trade Olave for Mostert and DJ Moore? 10-team league, one flex. I probably don't, but you can if you want. Ian says, I have Bijan and traded Jacobs and Hall for Austin Eckler. Love it. Great deal. I think Eckler is a screaming buy right now. Eddie says, start one running back in one flex. We have Montgomery, Achane, James Cook, Swift, Olave, and Ayuk. We're going to go with Swift at running back. And for the flex full PBR format, I probably go Chris Olave, but I'm an idiot. So, Raw, I'm happy to see you, my man, saying 1-3, 12-team PBR, shallow format. We have Hurts, Hall, Javonte, Achane, Hunt, Gainwell, Dalvin, A.J. Brown, Hopkins, Gabe, JSN, Jameson, Kelsey. We got a trade of Tutu and Gibbs for Hall and Dalvin. Considering Hall will get more snaps now, is this a bad deal? Hall over Gibbs. Dalvin is a non-factor, but Tutu's a non-factor. I think especially on a 1-3 roster, you want to keep Breece Hall over Gibbs. Locke says, should we start Hall over Kyron Swift or Devon Achane? And have BBR format. No, we will still bench Breece Hall for those guys. Obviously, Breece Hall is very exciting in this matchup, though. Now, our next question coming out from Nate says, 12-team, 2 wide receivers, 2 flex. We have Mahomes, CMC, Kyron, Lockett, Mahomes, Komet, Najee, Brian Robinson. Obviously, we need receivers. We traded Higgins and Pacheco for Brian Robinson and Kyron Williams. We got offered Thomas and Brian Robinson for Zay and more. What do you think? Appreciate you, my man. Here going from, say, Zay Flowers to Michael Thomas, slight downgrade. DJ Moore for Brian Robinson. 2 wide receivers, 2 flex, double flex format. Honestly, kind of up to you. I think I go ahead and I think I take the long-term upside of Zay Flowers and DJ Moore. Tough spot to be in, though. Now, Jay says, my Stroud for Dallas Goedert. We have Lamar at QB, Tyler Higbee at tight ends. I think you get more for Stroud if you're going to sell Stroud. And I dropped it a lot of Dallas Goedert. I wish I didn't. Trust me, but yeah. I mean, I don't know if we can be telling people to trade for Goedert right now. Eric coming out says 10-team full BBR. We have Fields, Bijan, Kyron, Lamb, Ridley, Mark, DJ. On the bench, we have Montgomery, Sanders, Warren, Godwin, JSN, Ferguson. Looking to trade Montgomery. Any ideas to improve? Full BBR format, completely fine trading Montgomery. If you wanted to send Montgomery and say like DJ Moore and go get a Devontae Adams level player for your starting lineup, I think it would make a lot of sense in a 10-team league, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. Now, Ibrahim coming out says 0-4 at BBR. Thoughts? Traded Amon-Ra and Rashad for Kyron, Amari, and Montgomery. Team is Tua, Etienne, Walker, Jamar, Amon-Ra, St. Brown, Kittle, Rashad White, Brian Robinson, Dobbs, Pickens, MT. Amon-Ra versus Amari and Montgomery. Probably going to be Amon-Ra. Rashad White versus Kyron. Definitely going to be Kyron. I think it was a very fair deal. And if you thought that Amon-Ra St. Brown was possibly going to miss time and needed a win right now, sure, go ahead and make it. But we are all caught up with the questions, so I'll turn Super Chats back on. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are about 12 likes away from hitting 900 likes on this live stream. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Help us hit 900. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy this week, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description. You can find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And you'll be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. If, and I repeat, if you are new to Underdog Fantasy. But even if you've been on Underdog for a while, or if you're new to Underdog, no matter what, as long as you use promo code FLOCK, hooked y'all up with a special pick'em for Justin Herbert, more than less than half a total yard in week 6 coming out of the bye week. Super happy that we were able to get y'all that. So please make sure you are taking advantage with the link in the live chat. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Matt, who says, 4-0, 16-team at BBR. Do I trade away some of these assets? We have Cousins, James Cook, Pacheco, Saquon, Kupp, Puka, Ridley, Ford, Higbee, Elijah. I want Hawkinson or an elite level quarterback, thinking of moving away Calvin Ridley. 16-team format will be very difficult to go out there and do that. I actually think that I am typically going to be holding on to deeper wide receivers in that 16-team league, and this would be something I'm a little bit less excited about. Definitely don't want to be upgrading at quarterback. I think an elite level quarterback is a necessity in a 10-team league. In a 16-team league, it's going to be a luxury. If you wanted to make a move, if you could sell, say, Calvin Ridley and Tyler Higbee and go get maybe Travis Kelce, then yes, we for sure do it. I don't even know if we go do it for, say, the other stud tight ends like Hawkinson or Andrews. I think you're in a phenomenal spot. I think that you have a great team. I think that we're honestly kind of just sitting with our hands, my man. Sitting on our hands. I think you're in a really good situation. Now, Ryan coming out says 8-team, 1 flex. We have Mahomes, Montgomery, Swift, AJ, Myers, Puka, Kelce, Hall, Ayuk, Gibbs, Ridley, Moss, Dobbs. Who do we start and do we bench Hall? So we're going to be starting Mahomes at quarterback. Running back, we're going to go Montgomery, Swift. Wide receiver, we're going to go AJ and Puka. For the flex, it's going to be down between Hall, Ayuk, Ridley, Moss, and Myers. I think if Jonathan Taylor does not play, you have to play Zach Moss. If Jonathan Taylor does play and it's a full PPR format, I still maybe bench Breece Hall, even if it's a great matchup, even if obviously we've had great news. I think we probably go ahead and play. I think we have to bench Breece Hall. It sucks. We're not wanting to, of course, but we may have to. Now, Andy the Fork says 3-1, 10-team at BBR redraft. Trade Puka, Kyron Flowers for Diggs and Achane. We have CMC and Lamb. Kyron to Achane, downgrade. Puka to Diggs, upgrade. We're paying Flowers to get it done. I would go with the best player in the deal. I'd go Diggs here, my friend. I think we'd go Diggs. Very interesting trade, though. Very interesting. Okay. So now our next is coming out from Joe says, 10-team PBR, 3 wide receivers. We have Tua, CMC, Eckler, Brown, Waddle, Pickens, Kmet, Mixon. And then on the bench, we have Breece, Achane, Dobbs, Davis. What do I do with the running back depth to get a better wide receiver 3? If you wanted to send Achane and George Pickens and go get a stud wide receiver, I think we could look to go ahead and do that. George Pickens was a buy low guy for us way back, I want to say week 1. He has been good since then, but going forward, we're about to get Deontay Johnson back in. I think it would be an interesting spot to go ahead and sell, to be honest with you, my friend. I think we would sell. Aiden says trade Jacobs, Brian Robinson for Austin Eckler. Hell yes, that'd be an absolute no-brainer. Jabber Joshua says, how BBR need 2? Puka, Wilson, Watson, and McLaurin. We're going to go with Puka and... We're going to go Puka and Garrett Wilson since Garrett Wilson has such a good matchup. Carlos says 8-team full BBR. We have Burrow, Richardson, Pollard, Hall, Kyron, Pierce, Herbert. Receivers are Amon-Ra, Chase, Collins, Hollywood, Addison. I'm being offered Eckler for Chase, especially in an 8-team league where wide receiver is not going to matter as much here, my friend. I think that you have to go ahead and make this move. That is an absolute no-brainer. Go get Austin Eckler. We'll be fully healthy coming out of the bye week. You'll be in a really good spot overall. Okay. Joe says, would he go with Ridley or Waddle rest of season? I'm going to go Waddle rest of season. Easy Eddie says, hey, Mason, 2-2, 12-team double flex format. We have Keenan, Mike Evans, Deontay, Mims, Elijah. Only Marvin Mims is active. Traded Elijah Moore for Jordan Addison. Great deal. Cut Justice Hill for any other. Cut Justice Hill for anybody else. And then start Mims, Michael Wilson, Gallup, Reed, Barrios. We need 1. Brutal spot, my friend. Definitely make that Addison trade. Then obviously if we can start Addison, it'd be a no-brainer. If we had to start one of these guys, I guess we'll go Michael Wilson and send up a prayer. I think we're going to go Michael Wilson and send up a prayer, my man. Now, Marine Mike coming out saying, 12-team PPR, Mostert, Kelsey for Mixon and Chase. Kelsey to Chase, give me Kelsey. Mostert to Mixon, give me Mixon. Very fair deal. Depends on what you think with the long-term injury for Joe Burrow in this Bengals offense. Ben's Mafia says 14-team full PPR league. We have Tua, Aaron Jones, Pierce, Diggs, Adams, Pitts, Debo, and then on the bench, Sutton, Hall, Love, Burks. What are your thoughts? We just traded Debo, Breece, and Pitts for Ingram and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Okay. Pitts to Ingram upgrade. Debo and Breece Hall to Amon-Ra St. Brown. I would like it a little bit more if it wasn't for a 14-team league. Looks like our team is very deep and our team is very strong. But typically in that 14-team format, I am trying to charge a little bit more of a premium here if we are selling the depth. Clark is coming out saying 3-1 in a 14-team league. One flex. I like my team. We have Herbert, James Cook, White, Javonte Jefferson, Ridley, Olave, Nico, Puka, Pitts, Ertz. Should I appreciate depth or upgrade? I'm assuming can we accumulate depth? So right now we have James Cook, Rashad White at running back. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Ridley, Olave in the flex, the Nico and Puka down there on the bench. Like we were just saying, the team previous to this, if you are going to go through and sell some of this depth, typically you are wanting to charge a premium, just given the fact that, I mean, it's a 14-team format where a team that lost Nick Chubb, a team that lost, say, J.K. Dobbins, a team that lost Mike Williams is going to have a hard time fielding an entire starting lineup. So I think we probably sell a little bit of the depth because we have so much ourselves, but we are wanting to charge a premium when we do so. Jacob says trade Pierce for Rashad White and Pierce or Gibbs for Breece Hall. I would trade Pierce for Hall in a heartbeat. You go get Breece Hall. I think with the report we had today, Breece Hall is the guy you want. Christian says 10-team PPR, would you rather have A-Chain or Jacobs rest of season? Jacobs in my mind. Would be able to trade Ingram, A-Chain, and Terry for Eckler. Oh, definitely go get Austin Eckler. I mean, I think if it's a 10-team format, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, get the plus player. Go get Eckler there. Cheap Burp says, where are you ranking Barkley if he plays? Do you think he's actually ready? I mean, I think he's ready because he did get 3 practices in last week. He's obviously practicing on Wednesday already this week as well. So it is a very interesting spot. I would go through and rank Saquon Barkley as a high-end running back 2, low-end RB 2. Now, Bob says, I have Eckler, Lamb for Puka Jacobs. In case anyone wants to know Puka's trade value, love the breakdowns. Flock Fantasy, thank you. No, thank you, my man. So, yes, if you can sell Puka for Lamb, it's a no-brainer. And selling Jacobs for Eckler is a no-brainer. Phenomenal, phenomenal trade. If you do have Puka, even though I've learned my lesson, even though we are telling people you probably don't want to be selling Puka, this is where you probably end up having to do it, right? I think you may have to. You may have to. Okay. Now, JVN coming out says, 10-team full BBR format, 1 flex. We have Hurts, Kyron, McGoughlin, Hollywood, Adams, Schultz, Adam Thielen. And then on the bench, we have Dobbs, Tutu, Musgrave, Zach Moss. Feel like we need a better running back, but who are we going to trade for? We are 2-2. I mean, 2-2, it's not like we are desperate for a win right now. The thing is, like, down there on the bench, who is anybody buying? If you could sell if you could sell Romeo Dobbs and go send it with McGoughlin and go get just any running back, go get someone like Rashad White, then hell yeah, let's do it. But frankly, my man, this isn't a team that has a lot of depth value where I feel like it's going to be easy to make a deal like that. I'd agree. We want a better running back too. I just don't know how we can do it realistically. Embry says, 12-team BBR double flex. Do we trade Kelsey and ETN for Pollard, Hawkinson, and DK? ETN to Hawkinson, probably give me ETN's close. Kelsey to Pollard, probably, honestly, kind of up to you. DK Metcalf, picking up DK Metcalf for free. I think we would go ahead and go Pollard, Hawkinson, and DK, specifically because it's a 12-team double flex format. If it was a 10-team single flex, we'd probably go Kelsey. Daniel says 3-1, 12-team BBR single flex. We have Allen, Olave, Davis, CMC, Kamara, Kittle, Mostert, Algier, Hall, Palmer, Wilson. When an upgrade at wide receiver is Kamara and Olave for Chase, too much to give up. Single flex, 12-team league. We're 3-1 where we're thinking long-term. So, I mean, we can eventually see you get back Joe Burrow at 100% health. That is a possibility. So yeah, I think we go ahead and we make this move, my man. Let's go get Jamar Chase. I think that makes a lot of sense. Now, Colton coming out says, we have Jalen Hurts, Rashad, Breece, St. Brown, Nico, Watson, Sutton, Roshan, Gainwell, Andrews. Should we trade Kupp for Kamara and Higgins? We need a running back for the bye. Honestly, no. You're not getting enough in return here, my man. I mean, I'm not going to be too concerned about filling in for a bye week. I mean, ultimately, we're thinking long term. Corey says, 12-team Matt BBR super flex. Do we trade Daniel Jones and Alexander Madison for Carr and Breece Hall? Carr, Daniel Jones, up to you. If we have two guys we can start right now, Madison or Breece Hall, clear upgrade. If you think that Derek Carr will be healthy, then go ahead and pull the trigger. Ethan says, full BBR, should I trade Saquon and Waddle for CMC? Yes, let's go ahead and let's get CMC. Michael says, Breece breakout game incoming. 122 touchdowns. Let's go. Looking at your Jets jersey in your profile pic seems like a little bit of a biased take, my man, but nonetheless, love to hear the excitement. Jake says, traded Montgomery and Thielen for Josh Jacobs. Was this a bad deal? No, I think it's a strong deal. Diva receiver 0-4 and want to shake things up. Full BBR format, let's send it. Non-BBR league, maybe a little bit tougher. Non-BBR format, definitely no. Full BBR league, I like it. Alex has traded Bijan, Kupp, Garrett Wilson, Henry for Tyreek and Mark Andrews. Bijan to Tyreek, lateral move, slight upgrade. I mean, Wilson and Henry for Andrews, massive upgrade. We're 1-3. We need points in right now, but we will be much better getting Jonathan Taylor back in. Love it, my friend. Love it. Frank says, sent Herbert, Jacob Smith for Jefferson and Flowers. Told you about it earlier in the stream. We still have Anthony Richardson, CMC, Keenan, Hogginson, Moore, Flowers, McGoughlin, running back 2 and some bench pieces. What are your thoughts? I mean, yeah, if we have Anthony Richardson, it's a no-brainer, my man. Yeah, we definitely already looked at this. I mean, if we were looking at a team that has Anthony Richardson and Justin Herbert, the first thing that we are looking to do is go ahead and see if we can take one of these QBs, package him, and go get an upgrade somewhere else in the starting lineup. Looks like that's exactly what we did. Looks like we're in a great spot going forward. Yeah, really like it. Really like it, my friend. Now, our next question coming out from Bobbert says, 12-team double flex PPR 3-1. We have Burrow, Goff, Saquon, Etienne, Montgomery, Kyron, St. Brown, T, Watson, Puka, Godwin, Moore, Jonnu. Worry on the Saquon with Giants outlook. Any other thoughts? Yeah, I mean, obviously the Giants look horrendous. I think you're right to feel scared about Saquon. In reality, I mean, good luck trying to sell Saquon. Everybody is scared about him. I think this is a team that has a lot of running back depth once we get Barkley good to go. And honestly, we probably just want to be sitting on our hands in the long term. Maybe we can afford to go trade for a better tight ends. But in the short term, in a 12-team double flex format, probably want to keep the depth that we have with some of these injuries through the lineup. John says 12-team BBR team is Stafford, Watson, Henry, Swift, Hall, Pierce, Jefferson, JT, Laporta, St. Brown, Addison, Watson, and Joshua Palmer. Great team, ton of running backs, ton of receivers. Now that Jonathan Taylor's back in, now that Breece Hall at the same time looks like he is going to be seeing a larger workload, we can definitely afford to go out there and send, like, say, DeAndre Swift and Deshaun Watson and go get Jalen Hurts, go get Patrick Mahomes, go get Josh Allen. Okay. So I think perfect. We can keep bringing these up. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Michael, who says, 2-2, 12-team Superflex, looking to make trades. We have Burrow, Daniel Jones, Baker, Kyron, Saquon, Pierce, AJ, Nico, Kirk, London, Zay, Downs, Jameson, and Jaden Reed. The big issue that you have with this team, unless this is a league where, say, we start like 3 wide receivers and multiple flexes, is, my friend, sitting with all these wide receivers on your team. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 receivers in comparison to 3 running backs. You need to go through. You need to take a couple of these deeper wide receivers. Take Christian Kirk and Dameon Pierce. Go try to get an upgrade at running back. Take Christian Kirk and Daniel Jones. Go try to get an upgrade at quarterback. And with the open up roster spot, you're going to be picking up another running back off the waiver wire. I mean, these guys are not going to, a lot of those wide receivers at the bottom end are never going to do anything for you. They're just going to clog a roster spot. But Creed P. Fit coming out saying, full BBR 3 flex, tight end bonus, 2-2. We have Richardson, Bijan, James Cook, Kenneth Walker, Puka, Amon-Ra, AJ Brown, Michael Thomas, Khalil, Kenneth Walker, and Zach Charbonnet. Any moves? Triple flex format, wide receiver depth is actually going to matter a little bit more in this league. The depth that this team has is phenomenal. I mean, we're completely fine punting a tight end in this format as well. If we could do something nuts like sell Puka for CeeDee Lamb, then sure, let's do it. But outside of that, assuming that you can't rip off any of your league mates here, I mean, I think it's a phenomenal team specifically for the format that you're in. I mean, we have a lot of these younger players here that are going to continue to get better as the season goes on. So honestly, I think we're just kind of chilling, and I think we're going to get naturally better. The team seems way better than 2-2. Isaiah says 2-2, 18 full BBR single flex. We have Cousins, Mixon, Henry, Kyron, Gibbs, Walker, Ridley, Pittman, Olave, Cup, Dobbs, Waller, Ertz, Hunter, Henry. Who do we start? We're going to be starting out running back Derrick Henry, Kyron Williams. Wide receiver, we're going to be starting Chris Olave, Cooper Kupp, if Cooper Kupp plays. If Kupp does not play, we're going to be going with Michael Pittman. I'm sorry, we're going to go Chris Olave and Michael Pittman. And then for the flex, we are going to be going ahead and we're going to be playing Calvin Ridley, assuming if we have to go that deep. And then at tight end, we will be going most likely. I mean, if you're looking at our tight end rankings, all these guys are pretty much back to back to back. Tight end, I have Zach Ertz at 12. I have Darren Waller at 9. And I have Hunter Henry at 13. So we'll go Darren Waller this week, but it is getting real close, my man. Jake says, I think you missed me. Let me go ahead and double check that, my friends. Give me a second to find Jake's question, ladies and gentlemen. And as I do this, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description. You can find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $500 if you're new to Underdog Fantasy. If you're new, you're also going to be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, it doesn't matter if you're new to Underdog, old to Underdog, but as long as you use promo code FLOCK, I got everybody hooked up with an exclusive Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. Coming back out of the bye week next week. Super happy to get you all that. So please make sure you are taking advantage. But Jake's question is, traded Montgomery and Thielen for Jacobs. Oh, no, we are actually, no, different Jake. Sorry. We already looked at that one. This one was 3-1 PBR. We have Richardson, Bijan, Swift, Diggs, Ridley, Laporta, Watson. The bench, we have Stevenson, Higgins, Michael Thomas. What do you think? I want Breece. Well, we actually did look at this for you, my man. What we were saying is, let's go through and let's try to sell Ramondre Stevenson for Breece. If you can get out of Ramondre, I mean, another running back that's in a horrendous offense, I think that makes a lot of sense. And real quick, we are 1 like away from hitting 1,000 likes on that stream. So hit that like button, be our 1,000th like of the live stream. Brandon coming out says 10-team double flex, full PBR. We have Tua, Burrow, Chase, Kupp, Wilson, Debo, Smith, Godwin, Barkley, Achane, Walker, Pacheco. Traded Bijan for Kelsey. Any other moves? Don't love this, if I'm going to be honest with you. At this point, I think that we want to go ahead and we probably want to be sitting on our hands. I mean, it's a 10-team double flex format, so depth matters a little bit more. Obviously, if Burrow gets fully healthy and then both these quarterbacks begin to produce, then at that point, we could look to go through and see if we could sell one or the other. But Ryan coming out says 18 BBR single flex. We have Love, Robinson, Bijan, Jefferson, Puka, Wilson, Andrews, Sanders, DK, Walker, Myers, Waddle, Kupp. Edit the lineup for week 5. Thanks a lot, Mason. Appreciate you, my man. Hopefully, these later on weeks are going to treat you a little bit better than the early ones did. Okay, so if we're looking at the bottom of this bench, trying to get guys into this lineup, I would play Jalen Waddle over Garrett Wilson for your flex spot. Obviously, we have Walker on bye. We have DK on bye. The other thing that I would look to do is I would just say, I think we keep lineup as is, the lineup as is, assuming we're starting Love at quarterback, then running back Bijan and Brian Robinson, wide receiver Jefferson, Puka, flex Wilson. We keep the majority of it as is. We put Waddle in over Wilson if Cooper Kupp does not play. But if Cooper Kupp does play, then I will go Cooper Kupp over Garrett Wilson in that flex spot. Really, it would just be that final flex. Now, Difflow coming out says 12-team at BBR single flex. We have Fields, AJ, Ridley, Kyron, Swift, Higbee, Saquon. On the bench, we have Achane, Warren, Charbonnet, Watson. Should we trade for Anthony Richardson? The owner wants a running back. I mean, if we could send a small running, if you can go send Jalen Warren and Justin Fields for Anthony Richardson, then hell yeah, let's do it. But like, we're definitely not going to send like Justin Fields and DeAndre Swift for Anthony Richardson, or we're not going to send Saquon Barkley for Anthony Richardson. If you go like Jalen Warren and Justin Fields for Richardson, go for it. Sebastian says full BBR starter, running back, receiver, and a flex. I mean, we have Waddle, Etienne, Hall, Debo. So essentially we have to bench one guy. Also, would you prefer the Miami DST or Washington? Love from Ecuador, my man. Really appreciate you. We are going to go with the Miami DST. They actually are the largest favorites this week as 11-point favorites over the New York Giants. Here at our running back slot, we're going to go Travis Etienne. At our wide receiver slot, we're going to go with Jalen Waddle. For your flex, it's going to be up to you between Breece Hall or Debo Samuel. I mean, I think it will be nice if we can read the Debo Samuel reports later in this week. Really up to you. I mean, once we get some more reports coming out about Debo tomorrow, I will go ahead and get you an updated flex rankings list, my friend. Okay. So now our next question coming out from Justin, who says 12-team full BBR, single flex, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers. We have Lamar, AJ, Keenan, Pollard, Cooks, Amari, Sanders, Addison, Laporta, and Wilson. 3-1. Any changes? Have to sit Allen and Amari this week. Put Michael Wilson over or Miles Sanders in the flex. We're going to go Miles Sanders in there at the flex spot. I mean, if we were going to look to get Wilson in over like Addison. Oh, this is tough. So quarterback, we're going Lamar. Wide receiver, we're going to go A.J. Brown and Jordan Addison. Running back, we're going to be going Tony Pollard. Who are you playing outside of Miles Sanders at running back? I see our running back says Tony Pollard, Miles Sanders. I don't see anybody else at RB. So you may be in a position where you have to play Michael Wilson in the flex. Unless you forgot to include something here. Unless I'm losing my mind and I just can't open my eyes. So it's an interesting spot for sure. If I'm picking between Michael Wilson or Miles Sanders, I'll go Miles Sanders, though. I'll say that for sure. Now, Jack coming out says 10-team BBR, single flex, 2-2. We have Stroud, Eckler, Hall, Waddle, Pitts, Thomas. Just traded Cubb and Madison for Smith, Montgomery, and Ingram. Do I win this trade? Cubb to Smith, up to you. Madison to Montgomery, massive upgrade. Yes, I think you win this deal. I think that you probably sell a little bit of your ceiling, but you get a little bit of a higher floor. I think that does make a lot of sense. Now, Rob Touchdownsky says 14-team BBR, where we have Mahomes, Kelsey, Taylor, Warren, Javonte, Ayuk, Watson, Flowers, Tank Dell, 1-3 so far due to injuries. Should we trade for Breece or should we hold? Obviously, I mean, a league that you have Jonathan Taylor and you're not expecting to start off super hot. So it is very understandable, our record here. I mean, if you wanted to go through, if you wanted to trade for Breece Hall, if you could send like Javonte Williams and Tank Dell, then let's do it. But obviously, it'd be very difficult to make a trade for Breece Hall whenever you are, I mean, in a 14-team league in particular. Okay. Now, Deeb says 12-team, 3 wide receivers PBR format. Trade Brian Robinson and Rachaad White for Travis Etienne. Okay. We have Ramondre, Brian Robinson, White, Ford, and then Hill, Amon-Ra, Nico, Gabe. I am fine with it if you feel comfortable with your ability to backfill off the waiver wire. If you feel comfortable with that, let's do it. AJ says Ridley, Pitts for Breece, Addison. Which side? Full BBR 1-3 format. Honestly, it's up to you. I want to say Ridley, but obviously if Breece Hall's not going to be on snap count, I'm not going to fault anybody for going that direction. LeBron says trade Madison, Addison for Elijah Moore and Jacobs. Hell yes, let's go ahead and let's get Josh Jacobs here. I mean, leading the running back position right now in receiving yards. Joe says 8-team at BBR single flex. We have Allen, Adams, Higgins, Jacobs, Kyron, Kelsey, Keenan. On the bench, we have Robinson, Achane, Hall, Cousins, Taylor. Trading for A.J. Brown and Stevenson. Giving Hall, Achane, and Higgins. What are your thoughts? 8-team league, we want the best player in the deal. If we are looking at this, going from, say, Hall to Stevenson is a downgrade. Achane and Higgins to A.J. Brown is an upgrade. I think that if you were going to be looking at this style trade and maybe like a 12-team format, 2 flexes, I'd probably want the package of 3 guys. But if it's specifically an 8-team league with only 1 flex, give me the best player. Give me A.J. Brown. Caleb says 12-team full BBR. We have Goff, Burrow, Kyron, Achane, Mixon, Tyreek, Hollywood, Hopkins, Michael Thomas, Dobbs, Jameson, Palmer. Tight end, we have Ertz and Goddard. Who are we starting, and are there any moves to make? We're going to go Goff at quarterback. Running back, we're going to be going with Kyron and Achane. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with Tyreek and I don't know. Like, let me pull up my wide receiver rankings. I really have no idea what wide receiver we would want to go with here. I mean, all these guys are pretty damn close for us. We have Michael Thomas at 33. We have Dobbs at 28. We have Jameson at 34. Hollywood at 26. Probably Hollywood. I believe they're only 3-point dogs against the Bengals. Tight end, we're going to be going with, between Dallas Goedert and Zach Ertz, they are neck and neck in our rankings as well. This is tough, my man. We pull this up at tight end. I have Goddard at 11, Ertz at 12. I would like to make our life a little bit easier. So I think we say start Hollywood and Dobbs at wide receiver. Start Goddard at tight end, even though it's the most disgusting thing ever. Go Goff at quarterback. Play all 3 running backs and throw one in the flex. And if we can make our life a little bit easier by selling a depth receiver, going 2 depth wide receivers together and getting an upgrade at the wide receiver position, that'd make a lot of sense. Now, 420 says 12-team, full BBR, and 1 point per rushing first down. We have Hurts. Beautiful in this format to have Jalen Hurts. Kamara, Swift, Tyreek, Hollywood, Montgomery with Najee, Ford, Michael Thomas, Quentin Johnson, Roshan Spears on the bench. Would you move some depth or holds? I think we hold as is, my man. I like the depth pieces that we have because I do think that they have a considerable amount of upside. But in reality, if we were to go through and try to make a 2-for-1 deal involving some of this depth that we have on the bottom end of this team, is anybody trading for Roshan? No. Nobody's trading for Johnson. Nobody's trading for Michael Thomas. Nobody's trading for Najee Harris. So I think we've done a good job optimizing for our format, especially if you look at the point per rushing first down, having Jalen Hurts in here. I think we do want to hold as is, though. Scott says, Doug, will Garrett Wilson ever be good to go? I am sad. I think if you're ever going to start Garrett Wilson, it's this week against the Broncos. If it's ever going to happen, it's this week, my man. Joey says we have Allen, JT, Ramondre, Adams, Diggs, Andrews, Puka. It's a 10-team full BBR league, currently 1-3. What are your thoughts? Do I write it out with JT and Ramondre? Thanks, Gino. Thank you, my man. I think we write it out. If we could upgrade at running back over Ramondre, if you could sell Ramondre for Breece Hall right now, I think that'd be a very interesting play just with how bad this offense has been and with how inefficient Ramondre's been overall. Now, Abstrike, you says, thank you for everything. No, thank you so much, my dude. Full BBR, 0.2 points per rush. So, if you're any kind of point per carry, we want that running back. Are we going to trade a future 4th, 2nd, 6th? Kirk and Elijah Moore. If this is dynasty, those picks are useless. They're meaningless. The only thing that matters is the 2025 second. So a 2nd, Kirk and Elijah for Pittman and a 1st. Hell yes, go get Pittman and a 1st. If this is a dynasty format, I'd rather have the 1st round pick over the entire other side probably. Getting Pittman on, it's a no-brainer. Saldi says trade Puka and Ramondre for Chase and Pacheco. Yes, I would. Go get Jamar Chase. I know I'm one of those idiots that would still rather have Jamar Chase over Puka, but I'm an old man stuck in my ways. Now, Brendan says 12-team, a full BBR double flex. 3 receivers. We have Tua, Jacobs, Ramondre, Kyron, Diggs, Chase, Lockett, Myers, Andrews. Any upgrades recommended? Currently 4-0. Phenomenal squad, my friend. Phenomenal team. Double flex format. Depth's going to matter a little bit more, especially if you start 3 wide receivers. So I think if this was one of those leagues where you had, like, say, 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I would definitely say, yeah, let's go out there and let's go get an upgrade. Let's send, say, Tyler Lockett and Ramondre Stevenson and get a better RB. In reality, we probably want to be sitting on our hands here. In reality, I think that you are in a much better spot to just roll with the depth that you have, especially as we approach the bye weeks in a league where we start up to 5 wide receivers. Now, Dylan says 12-team PPR single flex. We have Goff, Montgomery, Jacobs, AJ Cup, Ingram, Hollywood. And then on the bench, we have Lawrence, Jameson, Palmer, Spears, Roshan, Hopkins. Thoughts? We traded Mixon, Swift, Burrow for Cup, Lawrence, and Hopkins. Burrow to Lawrence. Give me Lawrence. Swift to Cup. Give me Cup. Mixon to Hopkins. Give me Hopkins. Interesting deal. I think it's honestly pretty fair and up to you. I don't necessarily think that there are any trades to make right now. The only thing we're looking to do is obviously continue to monitor Trevor Lawrence. And as soon as Trevor Lawrence actually looks like he is performing, as he is good to go, then at that point we pivot over and play Trevor Lawrence instead of, Jared Goff. It's just tough. You have to play Goff over Lawrence now, though. Gabe says Lockett, Walker, Rashad for Cup and Thielen. So Lockett at Thielen downgrade, Walker and Rashad wide to Cooper Cup. We have Kyron and Achane. I don't know. We are taking on a lot of risk. Obviously, we're taking on a lot of upside as well. If you're fine with that, then yes. I would like it a little more in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where just the upside is really the only thing that matters. Nabil says 2-2 in a 12-team at BBR format. We have Herbert, Watson, Flowers, Bijan, Eckler, Kamara. On the bench, we have Gibbs, Addison, Thomas, Quentin. Should we trade Kamara for Waddle or keep as is? Half BBR format, I actually think that Kamara is a little less appealing. If Jamal Williams, we got a report saying that he's going to be back in 3 weeks, then I'd say, yes, let's go ahead and let's do this. However, in a single flex format, I'm going to be a little bit less excited about it. We definitely can if you want, because we are weak at wide receiver. We can if you want, definitely. Malik says 10-team full BBR format, double flex. We have Hurts, CMC, JT, Puka, Smith, Andrews, Kyron, Achane, Watson. Should we trade Achane and Devonta for Cooper Cup? Double flex league, I would say probably not. I like the upside. Like, if we knew Cooper Cup was 100% Cooper Cup of old, then we do this in a heartbeat. But it's really hard to know if that's the case or not. So I would say we actually probably want to be holding on to him as is, my friend. I think we probably want to hold on to Smith and Achane. Now, Alfonso says PBR double flex. Need to take JT and Cup off the IR. We have Lamb, Olave, Ridley, Judy, London, Godwin, Barkley, Pierce, White, Herbert, Gibbs, Ferguson, Laporta. We have to take out 2 guys wanting to package in a trade. Obviously, plan A is we go ahead and we send Dameon Pierce and Drake London, or Dameon Pierce and Chris Godwin, and get the best player we can. That's plan A, not even remotely close. Now, plan B, if we really had to cut guys, we had first cut the second tight end. We would cut Jake Ferguson here. And then our second cut would most likely be a wide receiver that maybe has a little bit of a cap ceiling. Someone like Drake London. Now, Carlos Shoesmaker coming out saying, 14-team league, 2-2, full BBR. We have Hurts, Gibbs, Sanders, Adams, Cooks, Musgrave. The flex, we have Pickens. On the bench, we have Lockett, Ford, Jameson, Jeff Wilson Jr. Any moves? Ford was the sellout guy for us last week. Probably be a lot harder to sell him for anything now. Double flex, 14-team league. We were definitely wanting to prioritize depth a little bit more than we otherwise would. It would be really nice to get Jameson Williams back in. So honestly, no. I don't think we make any moves. I think you have a great team for a 14-team league in particular. Alex says 10-team league, trade Montgomery and DJ for Pollard. Hell yes, go get Tony Pollard. I love it, my man. Guacho says have BBR, Etienne for Breece and Brian Robinson. Up to you. Kind of depends on your team and format. Steno says 3-1, 12-team BBR. Talked about my JT trade yesterday. Richardson, Goff, Bijan, JT, Moss, Charbonnet, Diggs, Metcalf, Amari, Mims, Wilson, Musgrave. Any moves? So we have Bijan, JT holding us down at running back. We have Diggs, Metcalf at wide receiver. We need a wide receiver to start in the short term, of course. So outside of just going to the waiver wire and seeing if we have a viable wide receiver we can pick up there, we probably sit on our hands. I mean, what we could do as well is if we wanted to go to the Joe Burrow team and see if we could possibly send, say, Jared Goff and get like any viable wide receiver for this week. That could be interesting as well. But that's just because obviously we have Rich Sanu can start every week. J Baby says 1-3, 12-team PBR single flex. We have Hurts, Olave, Watson, Pollard, Pacheco, Ferguson, Gabe Davis. And then on the bench, we have Waller, T, Ford, Tank Dell, London. What are your thoughts? We need a win now. If we need a win now, I mean, we don't really have a ton of players down there on the bench that have long-term upside, but not much in the short term. If you really wanted to send like Drake London and Gabe Davis, Darren Waller and Gabe Davis, or T. Higgins and Isaiah Pacheco, and go get an upgrade for the starting lineup in the short term, you can try it. Just in reality, I don't think any of those players on the bench that we'd try to sell their long-term upside for short-term production, people would be excited to trade for. Now, Rated R Savior coming out saying, who do you like rest of season, Hall or Achane? Probably Devon Achane, to be honest with you. My other running backs are JT, Bijan. Should I move Jerry Jeudy and Breece Hall or Achane for Waddle? There, you're probably paying up a little bit too much. Also have a long shot to get Jefferson for JT and a wide receiver. I would love to do that. I'm very interested in by this trade, my man. Can everybody please spam the chat right now? Who would y'all rather have rest of season? Would you rather have Devon Achane or Breece Hall? And also, it looks like we are about 2 likes away from 1,100 likes on this live stream. So if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like on this stream. Help us out. I'm going to have to pull this up on the other one. Yes, I still read the ones that are no longer pinned. I'm very sorry, my friend. We have to go in order, though. I am behind. It's going to take us some time. I will get to every single one. Don't worry. Hall, Achane, Hall. Achane, Hall, Achane. Teresa, I don't know if Jeep Guys sent the message in the league chat, but we were able to get all the Flock Mod merch out yesterday. Very sorry about the wait. Hall, Achane. Hall, Achane. It does look like it's split about 50-50, my man. I'd probably go Achane, but it is pretty close. It is close. But let me turn off super chats and then go pull them up on the other page. And we're going to be, don't worry if you super chat, I promise you I'm going to get to your question. Just give me a little bit of time. We are behind here. And as I pull these up, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We're going to be live streaming every single day until 2024. I've not had a single day missing a live stream since, I want to say, April. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match to up to $500 with a new account. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And you'll be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against Washington tomorrow night. If you're new to Underdog, and it doesn't matter if you're new or old to Underdog, everybody's going to get it that has used promo code FLOCK. We have a Flock exclusive special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for Justin Herbert as well. Super pumped that we are able to get y'all that. So please make sure you are taking advantage. Now, Troy coming out says 0-4. Double PPR, double flex. We have Love, Daniel Jones, Aaron Jones, Achane, Hall, Akers, Jefferson, Waddle, London, Cooks, Palmer. Just traded Ramondre, Christian Watson, Kittle for Kelsey and Elijah. Any other moves? This is the deal that we needed to make. We sold our depth. We got points in the lineup right now. We sold the long-term upside for short-term production. Once we make this, we're chilling. Once we make this, we really don't have to do anything. But phenomenal move. Phenomenal move there, my friend. Now, next switch coming out from Joey says 14-team PBR single flex. Should we trade Puka, Pierce, and Fields for Etienne and Olave? Puka to Olave, up to you. I'd probably rather have Puka. Most people would rather have Olave. Pierce and Fields for Etienne, where we're trading for Stroud. I think we would rather go ahead and we would rather have Etienne. So, yes, I personally probably go ahead and do this, but also I've been wrong about Puka the entire way. So I'm an idiot and you don't want to listen to me. Ichigo says full BBR trade Hawkinson for Montgomery and Musgrave. Trade Jacobs for Swift and Anthony Richardson. My current running backs are Jacobs, Mostert with no bench depth currently. Trade Jacobs for Swift and Anthony Richardson. Yes, we would go get Swift and Anthony Richardson if you're telling us that we have no bench depth. Hawkinson for Montgomery and Musgrave's more so up to you. I think you make the Jacobs deal, the Hawkinson one. I will be a little bit hesitant if it's a full PPR format. Now, Parallel Perspective says 12-team PPR. Should we trade Jacobs and Calvin Ridley for Saquon and CeeDee Lamb? Calvin Ridley versus Lamb. Give me Lamb by a mile. Jacobs versus Saquon, up to you. So yes, we'll go with the CeeDee Lamb side. Love it, my friend. Louis says 14-team at BBR format standard league. We have Tua, Jacobs, Ramadre, Hill, AJ Brown, Ingram, Algier, London, Gainwell, Gibson, Akers. I feel like you need a better flex option. Also worried about Ramadre. Any suggestions? Thanks, man. No, thank you so much, my dude. I honestly don't think there's much that we can do with this team in a 14-team format. I understand we need a better flex option, but it's going to be really hard to make a trade for one with how this team's currently situated. If you could go through and sell, say, Ramadre Stevenson for Breece Hall, if you're worried about Ramadre, I do think that makes a lot of sense. I think it makes a lot of sense if you can pull it off, my friend. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Thomas says, Puka and Goddard for Kelsey. 8-team league, go get Kelsey by a mile. Kelsey by a mile. Now, Jacob says 2-2, 12-team full BBR format, single flex. We have Fields, Adams, Allen, Barkley, Swift, the flex, Gabe, tight end, Goddard. Should we trade Gibbs and Ford? Who should we trade for? Great team. I mean, Ford was a sell-high guy for us last week. If we could still take like Ford and Justin Fields, with Justin Fields coming off his best career game, and possibly go out there and make a move for like, say, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, that's a no-brainer. I just think it's going to be much, much harder to make that deal than it would have been last week. I'm in certain terms of getting value for Jerome Ford. Now, Blind says 2-2, 10-team league. Start 8, double flex. We have Bijan, Montgomery, Javonte. Wide receivers are Puka, Devonta Smith, Olave, DJ Moore, Kirk, Jameson. Tight end, we have Musgrave. Who do we upgrade with these pieces, or do we try to stay put? I mean, I would love to get a better tight end, especially in a 10-team league. If you could send like Jameson Williams and Luke Musgrave and go get a tight end like Sam Laporta, I think that'd make a lot of sense. I mean, Jameson Williams is someone I'm excited about from a real-life perspective, but the issue may end up being that this is more so a field-stretching wide receiver that provides value to the other guys in this Detroit Lions offense rather than himself. Now, Big Body Bird's coming out saying 4-0. We have Herbert, Devontae, Olave, Ayuk, James Cook, Bijan, Kyron. Trade Olave for Keenan. Yes, we would. If it takes Devontae or Kyron, would you do that? I would not trade Devontae Adams for Keenan Allen. I would trade Chris Olave for him. And Kyron Williams is interesting. Kyron Williams is like a true bell cow at this point. Now, Jared says trade Andrews and Damian Pierce for Eckler. Hell yes, go get Eckler, my man. Syndrome Mood says full BBR sent Mostert, Pollard, Ridley, Lockett, Breece for Puka, Godwin, Connor, Kamara, Richardson. I have Achane, Robinson, Barkley, Olave, Dobbs, Love, and Laporta. So going from Pollard, the best piece in the first side, to Puka, the best piece in the second side, clear downgrade. Going from Ridley, the best piece in the second best piece in the first side, to Richardson / Kamara. I don't know which one you would say is better. Kind of a lateral move. Mostert to Connor, lateral move. Lockett to Godwin, lateral move. Honestly, I think you overpaid. I think you should have kept the best player in the deal. I think you should have kept Tony Pollard. Now, Aeroside coming out says 3-1, happy BR. Have to roll with Fields because the trade will not go through by Thursday. And we lost in the CJ Stroud waiver claim. I mean, this is a great matchup for Justin Fields this week, my man. We have Diggs, DJ, Higgins, Watson, Bijan, Etienne, Swift, Pierce, Andrews. Who do you start at wide receiver 2, running back 2 in the flex? Thank you so much. Really appreciate you, my man. I mean, if we're looking at this, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to go DJ Moore, wide receiver 2 with the banged up Higgins. Good matchup as well. We're going to go Etienne or DeAndre Swift, RB2 in the flex. So go with Diggs, DJ, wide receiver, Bijan, Etienne, running back, and then DeAndre Swift there in the flex. Joseph says 4-0, 12-team, happy BR format. Give Puka Stroud for Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jared Goff. Yes, we would do this. I'd much prefer Amon-Ra St. Brown over Puka. We have Lamar, Keenan, Evans. Yes, let's go ahead and let's do this, especially if we have Goff, where the move from, Stroud to Goff. If we have Lamar, where the move to Stroud to Goff doesn't really matter too much for us. Okay. So now our next question coming out from, I believe, Thune, who says 12-team PBR format, where we have Richardson, CMC, Bijan, Chase, Diggs, Goddard, Puka. On the bench, we have Christian Watson, Spears, Warren, London, Dell, Jameson. Thoughts on Puka, Goddard, Warren for Kittle, Nico, and any other moves if not? Okay, so Goddard to Kittle, upgrade, but it's not like Kittle's doing great. Puka to Nico, downgrade. We're paying Warren to get it done. I don't think we do that. If you're looking to sell Puka, my man, I think you need to go through and you need to look at like the CD Lamb range. I think you need to look at like the Amon-Ra St. Brown range. Now, Call Me Vilek says, Mason and I just traded away Burrow and Chase for Zach Wilson and Lazard because I wanted the stack. What do you think? Really funny, my man. Really love it. Love it. Great deal. 12-team PBR. Where we have Lawrence, AJ Brown. This is coming out from Suzuka Galaxy Gaming, always out here. Lawrence, AJ Brown, Hollywood, Kyron, Brian Robinson, Goddard, Dobbs. The bench is Howell, Edwards, Metcalf, Zay, Mitchell, Kyler. Trade AJ Brown and Metcalf for Justin Jefferson. Hell yes, I would do this, my man. I think that you actually have a clear spot to go through and say that. DK Metcalf's a sell-high player. He's had 23 targets in comparison to Tyler Lockett at 27. In comparison to, JSN at 20. No-brainer there. No-brainer. Ethan says got offered Puka for Devon, full BBR format. I think most people would rather have Puka over Devon Achane. Nathan says, hey, Mason, 3-1, 12-team BBR. We have Burrow, Montgomery, Pierce, Adams, Andrews, Collins. On the bench, we have Moss, Jaleel, Godwin, Judy, Goff. Any other moves? Should we possibly go for Eckler? I would say start Goff over Burrow in the short term. It would be really nice in a full BBR format if we could go for Eckler. If you could send like David Montgomery and Nico Collins and go get Austin Eckler in a full BBR league, I'd really like that. But start Goff over Burrow as well. Now, Duran says 12-team BBR 1 and 3. We have Lamar, Diggs, T, Jacobs, Moss, Andrews, Puka at the flex. And then on the bench, we have Flowers, Stafford, Burrow, Deontay. Any trades? We drafted Burrow, traded for Lamar. Nervous because we don't have a running back 2 when Taylor returns. Yeah, that is going to be a tough spot to be in, I would say, for that reason, especially if we're 1 and 3, where we can't really think about long-term upside, and instead we have to think about points in the starting lineup right now. If we could go through, if we could sell, say, the combination of like Deontay Johnson and Zach Moss to just get any running back, go get someone like, say, I don't know, James Cook, Rashad White. I think that'd be very interesting. Now, Adrian coming out saying, trade away Herbert and Chase. I get Kelsey, Saquon. I still have Cousins, Amon-Ra, Lamb, James Conner, and James Cook. Yes. Chase versus Kelsey. Give me Kelsey. Justin Herbert versus Saquon Barkley. We for sure want Saquon Barkley. Love the move. And Scott, I'm very sorry. Let me go ahead and find your question real quick. Just give me 1 second. Okay, this next question coming out from Scott. It says, Actually, no, we already got to that. Was the regarding the Garrett Wilson trade. You scared me a bit, my man. You scared me a bit. And oh my gosh, what is happening here? This thing is blowing up. Let's move this down. Appreciate you. And yeah, we didn't miss it. We did go through and we did look at the when we could start Garrett Wilson. I think if you were ever going to start Garrett Wilson, it would be this week, my friend. But Kyle coming out saying, we have Montgomery CMC. Oh, why is this moving around like this? I'm sorry. Montgomery CMC trade away Mixon, Amari for Ayuk and JT in a 10-team PBR format. Amari to Ayuk upgrade, Mixon to JT upgrade. Yes, let's do it, my friend. Let's do it. Now, Paulo says 10-team PBR. We have Hill, Ayuk, Wilson, Hall, Achane, Brian Robinson, Mostert, Joe Mixon. Single flex, who should we start? We're going to be starting Tyreek Hill, Brandon Ayuk, wide receiver. Running back, we're going to go Achane and Breece Hall. For the flex, we are most likely going to go ahead and we're going to be playing Joe Mixon. Obviously, it'd be nice if Burrow's at least a little healthy. Alex says, and everybody, I understand people going through saying, oh, I don't know, my question was answered. Your question will be answered. Just give me a second. We are going in order. We're behind with the questions. We're not going to miss any questions. I promise. Okay. So now our next question coming out from, I believe Alex says, full BBR trade Garrett and Swift for Justin Jefferson. Oh, hell yeah. Go get Justin Jefferson. I mean, can't overpay for Jefferson or CMC. It's almost impossible. Robert says trade Chase for Saquon and Garrett Wilson. I mean, if you really wanted to, you can. I don't necessarily know if we want to, though, just because, I mean, if you are looking at Saquon Barkley, you're dealing with the ankle and obviously a horrendous offensive line here in New York. Now, Keita says, how do you feel about Puka for ETN? We need running backs. I would be completely fine going ahead and getting ETN. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather have? If you need a running back, are you going to go Puka or ETN? Spam the chat and let me know what direction you are going in. Puka or ETN, ladies and gentlemen. Please let me know. Okay. We got 1 vote for Puka. 2 votes for Puka. Puka, ETN, ETN, ETN. Puka, Puka. ETN, Puka, Puka. Looks like most people are saying Puka over ETN at this point, my friend. I mean, maybe if you want to get, another wide receiver back. Now, Thomas says in a 12-team PBR with Mahomes, Mahomes, Sanders, Tyreek, Amon-Ra, Keenan, Addison, and Judy. We get running back 2 and tight end. We have Ferguson, Algier, Hunt. Thinking of either trading for Swift or ETN and Laporta for someone like Amon-Ra St. Brown. I would be fine with it. I would opt to see if we can get to the TJ Hawkinson tier. If you go like Hawkinson for someone like ETN and I get Hawkinson and ETN for Amon-Ra St. Brown, I think that would be very interesting. Especially when we're so damn strong at wide receiver here, right? We could also always go try to trade like Jordan Addison for Amon-Ra St. Brown straight up. Especially when we have the wide receiver depth. Now, Jira coming out saying, I have a problem. Amari's out this week. We have Judy, Watson, Dobbs, and Hollywood. What wide receiver would you run for 3? Okay, so, if you're looking at my wide receiver rankings for this week, we currently have Jerry Judy way low because he's going up against the Jets. We have Christian Watson at 29. I have Hollywood at 26. And we have Romeo Dobbs at 28. So I think you're going to go Hollywood as top dog and then your choice between the Packers guys. BT says, full BBR 12-team league. We're 1-3. Should we trade Chase for A.J. Brown and Damian Pierce? I would probably rather have Jamar Chase here. I know A.J. Brown's crushing him at this point, though. Lucas says, my man, having the issue of too many players and trades are scarce. Running backs, would you start Breece over any of these guys? James Cook, Montgomery, Kyron Mixon, Breece Hall in 3 leagues. If you wanted to start Breece Hall over Joe Mixon, I'm not going to fault you at all for that. You cannot start Breece Hall over Montgomery. You cannot start Breece Hall over Kyron Williams, though. But obviously, Breece Hall, phenomenal matchup this week. Now, Nathan coming out saying, 14-team BBR, we have Allen, Eckler, Stevenson, Spears, Akers, Kelly, Dalvin, Kirk, Watson, Gabe Davis, Palmer, Thielen, JSN, Waller. Tough injuries, though. 14-team league, dealing with injuries will be a tough spot. If you wanted to sell Ramondre Stevenson for Breece Hall, wouldn't fault you for that. And outside of that, I mean, I think you have a really strong squad. I mean, obviously, wide receiver depth's going to be a little bit harder to come by in a 14-team format. If all really goes wrong and like Christian Watson doesn't come back at 100% health or JSN never breaks out, we may end up having to sell like Josh Allen for like Anthony Richardson and another wide receiver that we can start. I don't know if we want to do it right now, though. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Brian says, 2-2, 6-point passing touchdown. Being offered Olave Cousins for Pollard and Goff. I'm going to go Pollard and Goff. And I love Olave. We have Goff, Watson, Pollard, Walker. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, you just have Tony Pollard as, in my mind, a top 6 to 7 asset in fantasy football right now. He's on a team that's going to run the ball consistently. He's hyper efficient. He's seeing targets out of the backfield as well. I think you honestly have to hold on to Pollard. Now, Bill coming out, happy to see you, my man, says, I'm 2-2 in a 10-team at BBR league with 1 flex spot. We currently have Burrow, Richardson, Aaron Jones, Montgomery, Sanders, Moss, Chase, St. Brown, Ridley, Addison. My league is super tight on trades. Any suggestions? So if your league's tight on trades, really, we're just looking to try to optimize the bottom end of our team versus like wide receiver, running back. Ultimately, I think that you do have a very well-balanced squad where we feel comfortable, obviously, at both RB and wide receiver. The only thing that I would say is, I mean, if somehow we could pull off a trade, once Joe Burrow is fully healthy, whether that's 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, I mean, if it ever happens, then at that point, obviously, one of Joe Burrow or Anthony Richardson would be expendable if we could package them together with another running back like Miles Sanders to get an elite level RB. That makes a lot of sense. I know you're saying that your league is strict with trades, though, so maybe a little bit tougher to go through and make that move for the time being. Maybe a little bit tougher to make that move right now. Now, Taya says, Ramondre or Kyron rest of season. We're going to go ahead and we will take Kyron Williams over Ramondre Stevenson rest of season. Not going to think about that one too much. Kyron's a monster. I mean, I never in a million years would have thought I would say that. Now, Scott says, Mixon and Amari for Cooper Kupp. We're taking on some risk, but I like the upside. I'll go Kupp. Octavio says 2-2 in a 10-team full BBR. We have Richardson, Hill, Amon-Ra, Ramondre, James Cook, Henry, Wilson. And then on the bench, we have Najee, Madison, London, Nico Flowers. Who are we going to start? So if we were going to get someone in the starting lineup from the bench, I think it would be Nico Collins. And yeah, I think I actually would put him in because I would start Nico Collins over Garrett Wilson, even though Garrett Wilson has the great matchup in the flex spot. And then, I mean, the other thing is if you really wanted to bench Ramondre, you could possibly look at Alexander Madison. Full BBR format, not going to fault you at all if you want to go over Ramondre and see if he gets just some cheap receptions. Now, Bodie coming out, happy to see you. My man says, did a massive trade today. I traded Etienne, Debo, Watson, Kamara, Higgins. Oh, this is going to give me a headache. For Eckler, Barkley, Olave, Jameson. Okay, so bringing this down piece by piece. Debo to Olave, upgrade. Etienne to Barkley, upgrade. Kamara and Higgins to Eckler, upgrade. Watson to Jameson, who the hell cares? You got like the best 3 players in the deal. Phenomenal trade, my man. We now have Mahomes, Eckler, Barkley, Brian Robinson, Charbonnet, Amon-Ra, Olave, Hopkins, Kelsey. No moves to make. We have the elite level quarterback. We have the elite level tight end. We are sitting also with 2 running back ones, 2 wide receiver ones. Phenomenal team, phenomenal trade. I love to see it. Thank you so much for always hanging out with us, my man. Now, Elijah says, is Ridley and Pickens for Waddle Palmer good? I would rather have Waddle over Ridley, but if you want it, I mean, up to you. I think it's a fair trade. Jovi says, Ayuk, Pickens, Breece. Is this an overpay for Amon-Ra St. Brown? We have Hill, Amari, Watson, Addison, Jameson, Mixon, Jacobs, Kyron, and Brian Robinson. If it is, I believe you play in an 8-team league. No, if this is your 8-team format, then let's go send it. If it's a 10-team league, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, then sure, up to you. Anything deeper, though, you probably can't do it. Anything deeper, no. Now, Austin says Waddle in Hollywood for Anthony Richardson. I'd probably rather have Waddle. Love Anthony Richardson, but give me Waddle. David says 10-team full BBR, 1 flex. We have Allen, JT, Tyreek, Madison, Collins, Jonnu, Judy, Keenan, Walker, London, Stroud, Ford, Chuba. I'm 2-2. Any suggestions for traits? So we're 2-2. Now we're getting JT back in. We have the Nico Collins massive breakout. Love the team. We even have, say, Kenneth Walker down there on the bench. Once we get confirmation that Jonathan Taylor is playing, then at that point, I would really look to go ahead and see if we can, say, package together Alexander Madison and one of these deeper wide receivers to see if we can go get an upgrade in the starting lineup. If we can do that, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Just because if you are looking at Alexander Madison, this is a running back that probably does have a cap ceiling if you are going to end up getting Cam Akers taking a role. And we're a great team. We have Jonathan Taylor coming back, so we don't really care about the floor of a running back. We only really care about their ceiling at this point. Now, next question coming out from Raymond says, hey, Mason got offered Puka, Evans, JT for Etienne, Devontae Adams. Or Ayuk, Connor, Pacheco for Etienne and Adams. Etienne over Connor easily. Adams over Ayuk and Pacheco. We definitely go Etienne and Adams there. The first deal, Etienne versus Puka. A lot of people in the chat said that they would rather have Puka. And then if we're looking at JT, Palmer, Evans versus Devontae Adams, I'd probably rather have Adams. So if you were going to do a deal, you do the Puka, Jonathan Taylor, Mike Evans trade. In reality, I personally probably keep Etienne and Devontae Adams. I think Adams is the best player in these deals. Now, Marvin says standard 12-team start 2 receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. We have Jacobs, Kyron, Swift, Taylor, Herbert, Warren, Olave, Waddle, Thomas, Jameson. We're going to be starting Jacobs, Kyron. No, we're going to go. Oh my gosh, tough. We go Olave, Waddle at wide receiver, and then running back in the flex. We're going to go Jacobs, Kyron, Swift. Great team. Now that we're getting Taylor back, I think Khalil Herbert is expendable. If you wanted to send Khalil Herbert and Michael Thomas to go get a stud wide receiver, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Now, Sierra coming out says Hurts, Kyron, HN, Nico, Puka, Andrews, Olave, Debo, Akers, Najee, Watson, Cousins. Any moves to make? If we have Kirk Cousins, I would love to send Cousins and another wide receiver like Nico or another running back like HN. Essentially send Kirk Cousins and one of these pieces to go get an upgrade in the starting lineup. When you have Jalen Hurts, you're starting Jalen Hurts every single week, regardless of matchup. And I think that we would be able to get a considerable amount of value if we were to go through and send Cousins to like the Joe Burrow team, right? The Deshaun Watson team, a team that needs a quarterback. Okay. Now our next question coming out from Wire in Leon says 12-team 0-4. We got offered Etienne or Waddle for Anthony Richardson. I'd probably go Etienne. Running back, we have Sanders, Ford, HN, Najee. Receiver, we have Chase, Wilson, Amon-Ra. Burrow's our quarterback. It depends. If you can go and pick up someone off the waiver wire, then let's send it. I love Richardson. I think that he is a borderline top 5 QB rest of season. But Etienne is one of those very few running backs that is actually getting a 3-down workload. Now, Dawson's Sheet Creek coming out saying 12-team at BBR. Full BBR for tight end only, so tight end premium. We have, and Superflex, we have Allen, Kirk, Sanders, Rashad, Khalil, Jefferson, Puka, Andrews. And then on the bench, we have Russ, Wilson, Algier, Hunt, Brandon Cooks, and Joshua Palmer. Any advice? So this isn't a team that has a lot of depth, but to be honest with you, in a team like this, I don't think we need a lot of depth. Now, I understand that this is a tight end premium format, and typically people go through and, based off my historical research, people typically overvalue tight ends just a bit in a tight end premium format. If this is a league where you don't have to start a tight end, then I actually see what we can get for Mark Andrews. If we could sell Andrews and go and get like someone like Devontae Adams and sell it to him, it's like, oh, look, it's a tight end premium, blah, blah, blah. Then that's a no-brainer. We go ahead and pull that trigger, especially if it's just a flex spot, because even in this premium format, you will have those elite level wide receivers outscoring Andrews, even if he's getting an additional half point per reception. Scott says, my man, sorry for being impatient. Give a look at my team, I guess. 3 receivers, tight ends, non-PBR. We have Lamar, Gibbs, Brian Robinson, Tyreek, Olave, Pittman, Wilson, Sanders, Lockett, Dobbs, and Thomas. Okay, yeah, so if this is a non-PBR format where you're saying that we really wanted to go through and start Garrett Wilson, would we already go through and put him over Olave, Pittman, or Tyreek Hill ever? And honestly, I think Jahmyr Gibbs in a full PBR league where you're looking for the long term, I actually kind of like Jahmyr Gibbs still, and I'd be willing to actually almost say in that kind of situation, go out there and buy him. However, specifically in this instance, if you're telling me that we're in the spot where it's a non-PBR format, I don't think Gibbs will really ever be that guy. So if we could sell Gibbs and maybe Garrett Wilson, if you're a little frustrated with Wilson, and instead want to go get that elite level wide receiver, then we can do it. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Matt says, rate the dynasty trade, Myers and Moore for Judy and Dotson. I like it. I'd rather the Judy and Dotson side in dynasty, that is. Brett says, love the show, Mason. Thank you, my dude. PBR, we have Kyron. Should we try to sell I? What should we go after? We also have JT coming off the IR. You have to drop one of these between Zay or Roshan. I'm 4-0 and stacked. We're going to drop Roshan over Zay Flowers. I think you probably have to keep Zay Flowers at this point. And I'm going to be honest with you. Last year, like Kyron Williams coming into the NFL, we said it in drafts last year. If people were drafting him highly this year, I would have said, oh, avoid this guy. This guy is nothing, blah, blah, blah. But we said in drafts last year when he was being drafted higher than this year that we didn't want anything to do with them. I didn't really see a high ceiling. He has gone out there and he has been better than I would ever imagine. He's one of the very few players in fantasy right now that getting a 3-down workload. So I think we actually need to go ahead and hold on to Kyron Williams, to be honest with you. I think you are going to be holding on to Kyron Williams here, my friend. Now, Isaiah says 12-team full BBR, 1 flex. We have Fields, Henry, Wilson, Puka, Komet, Hall, Pitts, Roshan, Tank, Zay, and Christian Watson. If we could somehow, some way send, say, like Garrett Wilson and Cole Kmet to go get to TJ Hawkinson, to go get to Mark Andrews, I think it'd make a lot of sense in a single flex format, my friend. Also, one other thing that could be interesting is if you could trade like, say, Zay Flowers and Justin Fields and go get Josh Allen, go get Jalen Hurts, go get Patrick Mahomes. I know, obviously, Justin Fields, the Chicago Bears offense looked great. Fields had his best game of his NFL career this past week, but still it's against the worst defense in the NFL. Now, Blank says 18 PBR 1-3. Just sent Kirk Palmer for Stroud and Olave. Oh, great deal. I would way rather have Olave over Kirk. Palmer versus Stroud. Give me Stroud. Team is Stroud, Bijan, JT, Brown, Kittle. This is great in an 8-team league. Obviously, we need to go through and we need to continuously churn this waiver wire for depth pieces. But honestly, we're going to be chilling our hands here in an 8-team league. I think being 1-3 is honestly not the worst thing in the world, considering the fact that we had no Jonathan Taylor at the beginning of the year. Now, Intersay says, hey, Mason, big fan. Anyways, 10-team full BBR format. we have Hurts, Etienne, Kyron, Diggs, CD, Goddard, Stevenson, Godwin. On the bench, we have Hunt, Hopkins, Tank, Ferguson, Jamison, Khalil Herbert. Got offered Rachaad White and Jordan Addison or Jacoby for Ramondre Stevenson. What do I do? We'd go Addison over Jacoby. I honestly, in a double flex format, would sell Ramondre Stevenson for Rachaad White and Jordan Addison. And then if these are the worst options on the team, you either cut Kareem Hunt or you cut Tank Dell. But Greg coming out says 12-team league. Single flex. We have Pollard, Kamara, Jones, Brian Robinson, Achane, Javonte, Diggs, Kupp, Hopkins, MT. Starters in a flex. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. Running back, we're going to be going with Tony Pollard and Aaron Jones. Actually, no. We're going to go Tony Pollard and maybe Devon Achane, to be honest. And then we're going to go Tony Pollard, Devon Achane at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to go Diggs and Kupp. If Kupp plays, if Kupp does not, we're going to go Michael. Oh, my gosh. I guess now Traylon Burks may miss. It's tough if Burks misses. Well, I'll actually go Hopkins. We're going to go ahead and we're going to be playing Kupp and Hopkins at wide receiver. And then for our running backs and flex, we're going to go Pollard, Achane, and Aaron Jones. Okay. But real quick, we have a few more questions. Let me refresh, see if we can keep on pulling these on the screen. So our next question coming out from Pop says, 10-team at BBR, 2-2. Traded Pacheco, Brian Robinson, Jordan Addison for Aaron Jones and Breece Hall. Team is Jalen Hurts, Barkley, Aaron Jones, Amon-Ra Smith, Hawkinson, Hall, Myers. Any moves to make Laporte on the bench? Great deal to go out there and get Aaron Jones and Breece Hall, my man. I mean, once we go ahead and do that, honestly, probably not going to be making too many moves afterwards. I mean, if we are going to do anything, I know, no, honestly, you're chilling on your hands. I mean, once Breece Hall pops this week, then maybe we can throw him on the trade block, see what we're going to get. But I think going trade for Breece Hall right now makes a lot of sense. Owen says, 10-team PBR format, 2 wide receivers, 2 flex. For 2-2, the starters are Hurts, Pollard, Stevenson, Jefferson, Olave, Kittle, Hall, Collins. On the bench, we have Herbert, Dobbs, Ferguson, Cooper, Michael Wilson, Kirk Cousins. Any moves that we should make? I mean, if we have Jalen Hurts and Kirk Cousins, my friend, you need to go ahead. You need to go to the Joe Burrow team and say, hey, man, I will send you Kirk Cousins and get me something back in return. I'm going to send you Kirk Cousins and George Kittle. Give me Mark Andrews. I'm going to send you Kirk Cousins and Ramondre Stevenson and give me Travis Etienne. I'm going to send you Kirk Cousins and Nico Collins. Give me CeeDee Lamb. Give me Amon-Ra St. Brown. But if you have Jalen Hurts, let's go extract some value out of Kirk Cousins. You're going to be starting Jalen Hurts every single week, regardless of matchup. Okay. Now, Connor coming out saying, Rom and Watson for Jacobs and Dell. Give me Jacobs and Dell. If we can sell Ramondre Stevenson for Jacobs, it's a no-brainer. Wire in Leon says 12-team BBR, Ford, Amon-Ra, Laporta for Mixon and Amari. Amon-Ra to Amari, massive downgrade. Ford, Laporta to Mixon, upgrade. I think you want to go ahead and you want to go on the Amon-Ra St. Brown side. I mean, Sam Laporta just has more value than that. But I think that should be it. Let me go ahead and let me turn back Super Chats on. And as I do this, please, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. I mean, last I checked, it looks like we are right now. Actually, we just hit 204,000 subscribers on the channel. Thank you so much, everybody, dropping that like and subscribing. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you will be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for the game tomorrow night. If you were new to Underdog Fantasy, and it doesn't matter if you signed up to Underdog 2 years ago, last year, yesterday, today, tomorrow, as long as you use promo code FLOCK, we got you hooked up with a Justin Herbert special pick'em next week when he's coming out of the bye, more than less than half a passing yard, which I am Very excited that we were able to get that for you, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you are taking advantage ASAP. But let's see if we have any questions in the chat. Anthony says, is Anthony Richardson a good stash if we have Mahomes? Yes, Anthony Richardson looks like a top 5 quarterback at this point, my friend. Stealthy says, is Saquon for Breece and Ayuk a fair trade? I would much prefer Saquon Barkley. I completely understand why you want it, though. Alex says, Jordan Love or Trevor Lawrence rest of season. I mean, I'm going to go Trevor Lawrence, obviously. Hennessy, I did answer your question, my friend. Obviously, if you are going to be looking at Trevor Lawrence, so he's been so disappointing. So disappointing. I mean, and what's actually surprising, too, is I think Jordan Love's sitting with like 6 passing touchdowns, 2 rushing touchdowns, and only 3 INTs. So, I mean, if you're looking at what you had, I mean, you've had a really good start of the season from Jordan Love. It's just like, I don't know if we can just completely ignore what we had from Trevor Lawrence last year. Brian says, Aaron Jones and David Montgomery for Kenneth Walker and Najee Harris. Aaron Jones versus Walker, give me Aaron Jones. Montgomery versus Najee, give me Montgomery by a mile. Sorry, Walker versus Jones, give me Walker. Montgomery versus Najee, give me Montgomery. I think it is kind of a fair deal. I think I'd rather have Aaron Jones and David Montgomery, my friend. Okay. Christopher says, start Stroud or Fields. We are going to go Justin Fields in a 4-point passing touchdown format, my friend. Sport says, trade Derrick Henry for Mark Andrews. We have Henry, Kamara, Montgomery, Brian Robinson, and only Zach Ertz at tight end. I like the idea, but you aren't getting enough value. You would rather have Derrick Henry here, my friend. Cole says, trade James Cook, Tyler Lockett, Khalil Herbert for Amon-Ra and Breece Hall. So James Cook to Breece Hall, slight downgrade. Lockett and Khalil Herbert for Amon-Ra St. Brown, massive upgrade. I think we would take the best player in the deal. I think we would go Amon-Ra St. Brown here, my friend. Okay. Now Logan says, Kittle and Godwin or Ferguson and Kirk, full PBR. Oh, interesting question. Honestly, if you look at our rankings, we're going to have these guys back-to-back. We have Ferguson, Kittle back-to-back in our rankings this week. When you get Zay back in here, we'll have Godwin and Kirk right in the same range. So ultimately, it is up to you. This is like the perfect example of just your personal preference. There's no winner. Okay. Now, Rex coming out saying 14-team BBR, Achane and Russ for Jalen Hurts, Kupp, and Alexander Madison. Okay, Achane to Hurts, give me Hurts. Russ to Kupp and Madison, give me Kupp by a mile. 100% you want Jalen Hurts and Cooper Kupp here, my friend. Alejandro coming out saying 10-team BBR. Do we trade Debo for Aaron Jones and Hollywood or Anthony Richardson for DeAndre Swift? We have Stevenson, White, Achane, and Herbert. It would be really nice to know who we had at quarterback. I'd probably trade Anthony Richardson for DeAndre Swift. And I'd probably trade Debo for Aaron Jones and Hollywood. So I'd probably do both deals. Really depends on who we have at quarterback. Like if you're sitting with like Josh Allen and Anthony Richardson, then we'd do the Anthony Richardson one. Now, MVS says start 2, Barkley, Rabadre, Khalil. We're going to go Barkley and Rabadre in a full PBR format. Renine says Dotson, Rice, or Michael Wilson at the flex this week. We will go Dotson, but it is pretty damn close. Good matchup against Chicago. Back 40 TV, always happy to have you. My friend, let me go ahead and let me make you a member. Let me make you a mod real quick, my friends. Obviously, you don't have to do anything if you don't want to, if you're a moderator. If you just see someone spamming the same chat with something over and over and over again, and tell them knock it off. And if they don't, they can go ahead and you can hit put user in timeout. You don't have to do anything if you don't want. But traded Puka, Watson, Kamara for CMC. Great deal. Especially in an 8-team league. 100% love to see it. Now we have Richardson, Diggs, Tyreek, Pollard, CMC, Andrews. Phenomenal team. Phenomenal trade. You'll love to see it. Trade the depth for the best player in that 8-team league. Stealthy says, is Warren and Sutton a fair price for Jahmyr Gibbs? I'm an idiot, so I'd probably rather have Jahmyr Gibbs if it's a full BBR format. Paulski coming out says 12-team BBR single flex. We have Allen, Mixon, Kyron, Diggs, Adams, Kelsey, Dobbs, and then on the bench we have DK, Roshan, Breida, Lockett, Quentin, and Tank Thoughts and traits. Single flex format, I'm always seeing if we can make a 2-for-1 deal when it comes to wide receivers. If you can go like Romeo Doubs and DK Metcalf, go sell them, get a stud wide receiver in the long term, go get someone like Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'd really like to go ahead and make that move, my friend. But ultimately, really good situation. You don't have to do anything there. Now, Bingwin says 1-3 PBR 10-team league. We have AJ, Amon-Ra for Breece Hall and Eckler. Eckler over AJ, Hall over Ramondre. So we will go with Austin Eckler here. My running backs are White, Ford, Jacobs. Receivers are Chase, T, Wilson. And we have the wide receiver depth. Let's go get the best running back. Let's go get Austin Eckler. Now, the GOAT says JT for Aaron Jones, Watson, Laporta. We have James Cook and CMC. Really depends on the amount of teams that are in your league. Really depends on the size of your format overall. I think if you're chasing the ceiling, you're going to go Jonathan Taylor. If you're chasing the floor, then you're going to go ahead and you're going to take the package. Really tough spot there, though. Curve Square Store, happy to have you as a member of the flock. GoPro Dude says PBR start 1. Kirk, Addison, Judy, Thielen, and Christian Watson. We will go with Christian Kirk this week. Tough matchup, though. Plus, you may have Zay Jones back in. Okay. Nelson says 10-team full BBR double flex league, 4-point passing. Should I trade Lockett and Kyron for Jahmyr Gibbs and Michael Pittman? Kyron Williams to Jahmyr Gibbs, downgrade. Lockett to Michael Pittman, slight upgrade. I think honestly, no, maybe later in the season we can. I don't mind trading for, I actually like trading for Jahmyr Gibbs on a 3-1 full BBR roster at a discount. You're just not getting nearly a good enough price here. Sean says trade Bijan for Devon and Puka. No, I'd way rather Bijan Robinson. Way rather Bijan. Omar says, I've been seeing Javonte might not play this weekend. Would you recommend playing Jaleel in his place? If you really wanted to, you can. It's a tough matchup going up against the Jets. And yeah, I'm assuming that Javonte doesn't play. Like, we didn't rank Javonte in our rankings this week. 20 says full BBR start 2, McLaurin, Breece, or James Cook. We're going to go with Breece and James Cook. Breece, great matchup going up against Denver. And James Cook, obviously, guaranteed workload in a great offense. Logan says Wilson, Brian Robinson for Higgins and ETN. I'd rather have, ETN over Brian Robinson relatively easily. Higgins, Wilson, kind of up to you. So yes, I'm going to go get ETN, the best player in this deal. Gabriel says, what's your favorite football team? I've told this story a lot, just in case you haven't heard it. So I got into the NFL in a very weird way. I did not watch NFL games. I did not like the NFL or even football in that matter before I found fantasy football. Like, I probably started playing fantasy football when I was like 9, 10, like around that range. My mom let me join her work league with her. And then I got obsessed with fantasy football. And then I started watching the NFL. So I was a fan of my fantasy football team before I was a fan of any NFL team. So it's kind of broken my brain in a way where I don't have a favorite NFL team. Maybe it'd be different if the city I lived in had an NFL team. But I lived in Tampa a couple of years ago and I tried rooting for the Bucks. But honestly, I'd just be watching the game and sitting there going, oh, how many targets does Chris Godwin have? Like, my brain's broken. I wish I had a favorite NFL team. I'm sure it would make the NFL season even that much more fun. But sadly, I do not have one. I got the Texas Longhorns, though. Hook 'em horns. Zach says, PBR been offered Lamb and Gibbs for Herbert. I'd way rather have Lamb and Gibbs. Or Brian Robinson Smith for Herbert. Which one do you like better? I'm going to go Lamb and Gibbs in a full PBR format. Lamb and Gibbs, relatively easy. Now, Jeffrey says 3-1, 10-team PBR. Single flex league. We have Lamar, CMC, Bijan, Cup, Lamb, Andrews, Jacobs. On the bench, we have Najee, Dak, Watson, Terry, Kirk, Judy. Is the team fine or any moves? The team's fine. If we get a spike from Dak, then we'll look to sell him. But honestly, we're not going to get anything for him right now. I mean, we have studs up there at the very top. The only thing I'd say is if we can sell like Najee and Christian Kirk and go get the best running back in return, that would be something that's advantageous for just a loaded team like this. Okay. Dylan coming out says 10-team BBR. Two quarterbacks, 2 flex. Need to start 3 to 4 receivers. We have AJ, Puka, Pittman, Judy, Dell, Cup coming back. Do we start Puka and Cup together? If Cup plays this week, yes, I will be starting Puka and Cup together. So I'd be going AJ Brown, Puka, and Cooper Cup. If Cup does not play, we're going to go Michael Pittman. And then you have a massive tier down to Jerry Judy, my friend. Now, Chris says 12-team PPR, we traded Hurts, Montgomery, Watson for Cook, St. Brown, Burrow. Hurts to St. Brown upgrade. Montgomery to James Cook, lateral move. Watson to Burrow, lateral move. CJ Stroud to start until... I think it can be a win. I don't want to come out here and act like, oh yeah, you robbed the man, my man. Great, great trade. In reality, seems like a fair deal. Yeah, I think that you can take it. Freddie says 12-team PPR. We need to pick 3 receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. From Jefferson, Olave, Puka, Ayuk, Watson, Mixon, Aaron Jones, Brian Robinson, Gibbs. Who are we plugging in? Jefferson, Olave, Puka, easily at wide receiver. Running back, we're to be going with Aaron Jones and Joe Mixon. And then the flex, we will go Brandon Ayuk, even if Deebo Samuel is back to 100%. Kevin says Tyreek and Gibbs for Anthony Richardson, Mixon, St. Brown, and Ridley. So 3 wide receiver league left with Lawrence, Gibbs, Ford, Tyreek, Devonta, Pittman, Kelsey, and then flex Gabe Davis. We're probably giving up a little bit too much with this. I like going out there and overpaying for Tyreek Hill. I would try to sell Trevor Lawrence, not Anthony Richardson, though. Cam Bam says trade Swift, Gabe Davis for Brian Robinson, Hollywood, and Achane. Gabe Davis to Hollywood, up to you. Swift for Brian Robinson and Achane. I think you probably go with the 2 running backs if it's a league where depth is important. Okay. Levi says 12-team Happy BR single flex 2 and 2. We have Hurts, Bijan, Pollard, Ayuk, Waddle, Lamb, Hawkinson. On the bench, we have Pierce, Stevenson, Deontay, Palmer, Hill, Jaleel. Just traded Montgomery for Pollard. Oh my gosh. Who should I try to get for Lamb or to keep him? Keep CeeDee Lamb. Phenomenal team. We've gone in on this Dallas Cowboys offense and made that consolidated bet. If you really wanted to send, like, say, Ramondre Stevenson for Breece Hall, I think that makes sense. But phenomenal team. Great trade. You'll love to see it, my man. Now, Arctic Chill says full BBR, 1 running back, 2 flex. We have Swift, Hall, Brian Robinson Jr., Wilson, and Zay. One running back will go Swift. 2 flex will go Breece Hall. And honestly, I think you can go Garrett Wilson if you want to, given how good this matchup is. Ray coming out says 12-team PPR. We have Hurts, CMC, Walker, Amon-Ra, Ayuk, Pitts, Hopkins, Khalil, Dillon, Hunt, JSN, Johnson, Charbonnet, Spears. Who should we trade for Kelsey, and what moves should we make? Thanks, love your content. No, thank you so much, my man. Phenomenal team. I mean, here we are very comfortable. If we could make a move, if we wanted to sell Amon-Ra St. Brown and Kyle Pitts, that would be the trade for Travis Kelsey. We have the long-term wide receiver upside down there in the bench to make that deal work. And once we make that trade, obviously, we're not rostering any backup quarterbacks or tight ends, just focusing on those long-term wide receiver upside shots and running back upside shots. I think you are completely fine to make that deal if you really wanted to, my friend. But Trevor says, been trying to go for running back, but it's been tough. Finally got some interest. Am I giving up too much? I give up Mahomes and Lamb to get Bijan and Ayuk. Ooh. Would still have Richardson. If you would still have Richardson, let's do it. Bijan's a couple tiers ahead of Mahomes. Lamb's a couple tiers ahead of Brandon Ayuk. It makes you feel uncomfortable because you have to say out loud, we're trading away Patrick Mahomes. And obviously, Patrick Mahomes is very good. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes has an incredible floor and ceiling combo. But ultimately, this is a trade that you probably have to make, right? You probably do. Now, Diego coming out. Happy to see my man says 10-team, Happy BR, 3 wide receivers, 2 and 2. We have Herbert, Diggs, Addison, Watson, Dobbs, Quentin Johnston, Rice, Deontay, CMC, Achane, Pollard, Javonte, Spears, Andrews. Should we trade Pollard for Breece Hall and Jalen Waddle? I do think that you have Tony Pollard a clear tier ahead of these other guys. If you really wanted to make the trade, I'm not going to fault you for it because you have this as a 3 wide receiver league. I think it is a fair deal in a league where you have to start 3 wide receivers, and it is up to you. It is up to you there. Pancake says 12-team Happy BR single flex league. Trade Kamara and Dameon Pierce for Mixon and Kirk Cousins. We have Fields, Saquon, Warren, Charbonnet. Love the content. Appreciate you, my friend. Kamara to Mixon, lateral move up to you. Dameon Pierce, Kirk Cousins. I would rather go like trade Kamara, Damian Pierce, and Justin Fields to get back Mixon in an elite level quarterback. Like getting Cousins in doesn't really do much because then we're just in the spot saying, oh yeah, great, I have another quarterback. And you're just going to be, having to pick between, say, Cousins and Justin Fields from a week-to-week perspective. Now, Just the Chill Gamer always out here with us saying, 8-team PPR league, I'm trading Thielen, no value in an 8-team league. Javonte, no value in an 8-team league. DJ Moore, little value in an 8-team league. For T. Higgins and Breece, yes, let's go ahead and let's do that, my man. 8-team format, we are chasing the highest ceiling possible. I think you would get that side. Go Pro Dudes coming out, says PPR start 2. Watson, Algier, Tutu, Michael Wilson, Robert Woods, and Wan'Dale Robinson. We're going to go ahead and we will start Christian Watson and Tyler Algier if Cooper Kupp plays. If Cooper Kupp sits, we will go Tutu Atwell over Tyler Algier. Now, Ant Nashio coming out says 4-0, 10-team at PPR. Tua, AJ Zay, Achan, Cook, Kelsey, Aaron Jones. The bench is Sutton, Davis, London, Amari, Lawrence. Got offered Mixon and Olave for Achan and Zay. What are your thoughts? Achan and Mixon, slight downgrade. Zay to Olave, massive upgrade. I am fine if you want to go ahead and pull the trigger with this deal. And hopefully we get a good week from Lawrence soon so we can sell Lawrence and possibly get an upgrade elsewhere. Love the elite level tight end though with Kelsey. Torrance says, what's up, Mason? 8-team league. We have Mahomes, Eckler, Swift, Diggs, Keenan, Waddle, Goddard. And then on the bench, you have Breece, Stevenson, Ridley, Judy, Pickens, Warren. Any moves to make? Thanks for your help as always. No, thank you so much, my man, for being a member of the flock. You know, I'm always happy to see you out here. So 8-team league, obviously we're doing everything that we can to get that elite level tight ends. If somehow, some way we can move like, say, we're not going to be able to do that. If we can go like Breece Hall, Calvin Ridley, Dallas Goedert, and go get Kelsey, then let's do it. I'm trying to come up with any way we can get Travis Kelsey here. Like if we have Mahomes, 8-team format, 1 flex. If you can send, say, like Keenan Allen and Dallas Goedert to go get Travis Kelsey, let's do it. Stevenson, Ridley, Goddard, and go get Kelsey. Let's do it. I mean, you don't really have to do anything, obviously, just in this format with this team, with how loaded we are. Every deal that we're looking to make is a 2-for-1 deal to get that upgrade in the starting lineup, especially if you're looking at the fact that, I mean, we have Mahomes. A Kelsey upgrade would be a no-brainer. Okay. Frank says, pick up Hunt or Hubbard, and what are your thoughts on them? I think both of them will be in the smaller portion of running back by committees and really are only viable if the guy in front of them goes officially down. I think we probably do go ahead and pick up Chuba Hubbard with Kareem Hunt on the bye and also with Miles Sanders already dealing with the groin injury. GoPro Dude says, start 2, Montgomery, Kyron, JT. In this range, we'll go Montgomery and Kyron Williams until we actually get to see JT on the field. Colton says Nico and Cortland for Montgomery and Garrett Wilson. Wilson over Sutton, Montgomery over Nico. Probably go Montgomery and Wilson. Brian says, do I trade Kyron and Keenan for Adams and Mostert? Keenan to Adams, slight upgrade. Kyron to Mostert, big time downgrade. Kind of up to you. If you wanted to, you can. I mean, Keenan Allen's just going to absolutely crush. And I repeat, absolutely crush when you have no Mike Williams in this offense. Dude Jazzy Jeff, always happy to see you, says 10-team at PBR, where we have Hurts, Keenan, Puka, Addison, CMC, Jacobs, Achan, Javonte, Herbert, Goddard, Jeff Wilson. Any moves? Thanks, and hook 'em. Hook 'em words, my friend. CMC, Keenan, Puka, Hurts. This is an obnoxiously talented team. I don't think that there's anything. I mean, Khalil Herbert could be an interesting sell-high player, especially if they go out there and they're actually effectively moving the ball down the field yet again in what will be another very good matchup. Going up against Washington, they got to play the worst defense in the NFL this past week. Washington's another top 5 defense in terms of overall points scored. So if we could sell Khalil Herbert and Dallas Goedert and get like a stud tight end, go get Hawkinson, we do it. But in reality, we probably can't. Abstract says, we own Freiermuth and Njoku. Conklin or Thomas, week 5. Oh, dear God. We will go Logan Thomas over Tyler Conklin, even if Conklin has a good matchup. Matt says, 10-team full BBR format. We have 1 QB, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and 2 flexes. Should we trade Bijan for Ayuk and James Cook? Hell no, my man. I mean, even in a league where you have 2 flexes where depth matters a little bit more, still it's a 10-team league. Please keep the best player in this. Please go ahead and keep Bijan Robinson here. Now, Owen coming out says 12-team PBR, double flex, 1 and 3. We have Herbert, Richardson, Breece, Rashad Achane, Javonte, Kupp, Waddle, Amari, Pittman, JSN, Kittle, Ferguson. Any trades or should we wait? I think we're going to wait, my man. I think you're in a really good spot in the long term. I think what we're going to look to do is wait until we get past the Justin Herbert buy. And then at that point, look to sell either Justin Herbert or Anthony Richardson with a running back like Rashad White, with a running back like Devon Achane for a straight up stud at that position in a 10-team format. But we are going to be waiting for the time being. We'll wait for the time being. Okay. Now, Daniel says this week start Howell, Dobbs, Stafford, or Jared Goff. We'll go Jared Goff. I mean, especially when you're getting, Jamison Williamson here to open up the overall offense. Now, Dylan says 18 BBR format single flex for 2 and 2. We have Tua, Aaron Jones, ETN, Adams, AJ Hawkinson, Kyron, then Burrow, Achane, Mostert, Connor, Jacoby, Michael Pittman. Thoughts on the team, any trades, and also who are we going to start? 8-team league. I mean, obviously, every deal we're looking to do is 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade in the starting lineup. If you could sell, say, Devon Achane and then go send him with Aaron Jones to get a Bijan Robinson level running back, an absolute no-brainer if we can. And then if we were going to switch anything around in the starting lineup, Achane would be the guy that we wanted to get in. And it would be, do you want Achane or do you want Aaron Jones? That would be the swap if you were going to make something in the lineup. Nate says use the number 3 waiver wire claim on Watson. We own Burrow Fields. Not if you weren't going to drop one. You use it if you're going to drop Joe Burrow. If you're going to pick him up and then roster 3 quarterbacks, then no, you can't, my friend. But let me refresh this so I can keep on pulling up these questions. And as I do this, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We just said 204,000 subs. We have live stream for about 159 days in a row, exactly 159 days in a row. Not going to miss a single day of live streaming until 2024. And of course, if y'all want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description. You can find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $500 if you have a new account on Underdog. Plus, new accounts, you're going to get a Justin Fields special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against Washington tomorrow night. And it doesn't matter if you were new to Underdog, doesn't matter if you were old to Underdog, doesn't matter if you used promo code FLOCK on Underdog 2 years ago, today, yesterday, or tomorrow. I got everybody hooked up with a Justin Herbert special pick'em for next week coming out of the bye week. Super happy that I'm able to get y'all that, so please make sure you are taking advantage. Now, next question coming out from Caleb says, 2 and 2, 10-team BBR, where we have Tua, CMC, Kamara, Watson, Wilson, Ingram, Saquon. On the bench, we have Higgins, Godwin, Pacheco, Moss, Henry, Achane, Mims. Who should we trade and for who? Ooh. So, I mean, this is a team that has a ton of depth. We have a ton of depth RB as well. If you wanted to send like Isaiah Pacheco, someone that may not hit the starting lineup, and Evan Ingram, you got to send Isaiah Pacheco, go get a wide receiver, right? Go send Isaiah Pacheco, Michael Wilson, and go get a wide receiver that's viable. Go get someone like Nico Collins. We have CMC, Kamara, Saquon, Pacheco, Achane, Henry, Moss, all on this team. We're loaded with running backs. Got to sell one of these guys that maybe has a little bit of a cap ceiling for an elite level, or not an elite level receiver, but a viable wide receiver at the minimum. Now, Super Noob says trade Ayuk for Mixon and Breece Hall. Yes, I would. My other running backs are Gibbs, Achane, and Ford. My other receivers are Chase, Wilson, and G. I think from a straight value perspective, you have to do this, my friend. You have to. Now, Jared says get Eckler, Waddle for Sutton, Devonta, Montgomery. Full BBR format, hell yes. Let's go ahead and let's get Austin Eckler. I mean, I'd way rather have Waddle over Sutton. I'd rather have Eckler over Smith and Montgomery to full BBR league. Appreciate you, my man, and congrats on that deal. Zach says a full BBR where we have Fields, Kyron, Jacobs, Mixon, JT, Jefferson, Thomas with Palmer, Johnson on the bench. Where should we look to trade for a better wide receiver too? Appreciate you. Appreciate you, my man. I mean, if we were going to do anything here, what are we trying to do? I actually think we sit on our hands. I mean, if you really wanted to go through and sell one of these running backs now that we have Jonathan Taylor back in, if you could send Jacobs for like Lamb, Amon-Ra St. Brown, then go ahead and do it. But I think Michael Thomas is okay to play in the short term. And I think Quentin Johnson does have a considerable amount of upside for the long term. Okay. Now, Biggity Bop says 10-team BBR, given Amon-Ra and Judy for Breece and Lamb, needing running backs. What are your thoughts? Amon-Ra versus Ridley, give me St. Brown. Judy versus Breece, give me Breece. If you really need a running back, I'm okay with it. I don't love giving up the best player, though. Logan says A.J. Brown, H.N. or DK, Kyron, Zay Flowers in a full PBR format. It depends. If this is a league where you have multiple flex spots, we probably go with the package. 12 or more teams, multiple flexes. Single flex or 10 or fewer teams. I think we want the best player, A.J. Brown. Batman Gaiman, always happy to see you, my man, says, would you trade Hill for DeAndre Swift, Amari, and Watson? I like the idea. We can't do it, though. We have Hill, Pittman, Moore, Zay, Judy, Palmer, Osborne, Marshall. Running backs are Mixon, Walker, Ramadre, Bumps. It's half PPR format. Like, I agree, Swift definitely makes this team better, the running back position, especially as we have to go through and, bench Walker this week on his bye. I like the long-term upside that we have of Christian Watson. But ultimately, Tyreek Hill is Tyreek Hill. I think you have to hold Tyreek here, my friend. Zane says 3-1, 10-team BBR single flex. We have Lamar, Eckler, James Cook, Achane, Ramadre, Breece, Olave, Nico Kittle, Kelsey. Owner wants Kittle, Achane. Do you try something else? 10-team league, one flex, we do it. If he wants Kittle, A-Chain. If it's a 10-team league with one flex for Travis Kelsey, you say, yes, sir, whatever you want, give me Travis Kelsey. Especially with this team. Noah says, trade Henry Debo for Saquon Collins. We get Saquon. Full BBR format, I think go Saquon. Non-PBR, I think go Henry. Logan says, Mostert, Hopkins, or Devonta Smith. Should I sell low on Waddle? Hell no, hold on to Waddle. I'm okay if you wanted to make the Smith trade. Just tough when Mostert, he scored so many points, just has no value. Max says 2-2, full point BBR. Trade Lawrence and Achane for David Montgomery or Kenneth Walker. I probably don't do it unless we get news saying that Jeff Wilson will be active and Jeff Wilson will explicitly have a large role. If they tell us that straight up, then maybe we can reevaluate. But until they say it, I don't think we can. Now, Daniel says start Herbert or Jalen Warren. Start Ramadre or Alexander Madison. We're going to go Khalil Herbert over Jalen Warren. Good matchup against Washington. Ramadre versus Madison. If you're looking at my rankings, we have Madison at 20. We have Ramadre at 23. It's obviously a tough spot. Expecting a lot of rushing volume, though, in Minnesota going up against KC. Now, Christopher says Jordan Love, Puka, Laporta, London for Jefferson and Andrews. Or Puka for Waddle and Rashad White. Full BBR rest of the team is Burrow, Jones, Hall, Ayuk, Wilson, Godwin, and Devon. Puka to Jefferson, massive upgrade. Laporta, London for Andrews, upgrade. We just paid Jordan Love to do it. 100%. Phenomenal trade. Gosen, Love, Puka, Laporta, London. Get Justin Jefferson and get Mark Andrews. Getting by far and away the best player in the deal. Darren says 10-team league, Puka for Breece. I think you're going to have to go ahead. You're going to have to take Puka still. JT says a future first and Quentin Johnston for Breece Hall. I'd rather have the future first and Quentin Johnston. However, I think in Dynasty, you should not be able to trade 2026 first round picks. So I would actually probably not trade it for 2026 first, because if your league's already trading for 2026 first, I'm worried that it's not going to be around, until 2027. It's 2023 right now. You have to get through 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027. It's 5 years. Like a team could get quickly ruined if they're trading away 2026 first round picks and stud dynasty wide receivers for running backs. So, I mean, if it was just like pure value and we don't have to think, okay, maybe the league doesn't last, sure, we do it. But I'd be worried that your league wouldn't last. Derulo says 2-2, 12-team at PBR double flex. We have Burrow, Purdy, Jacobs, Aaron Jones, Ford, Elijah Keaton, Ridley, Flowers, Dell, JSN, Michael Wilson, Laporta. Any moves that we can make? Start Purdy for the time being. I mean, Ford was the sell-high guy for us last week. Not going to get anything for him right now. We don't even have that much depth. Honestly, I think you have to sit on your hands, really hope that Joe Burrow's healthy and Joe Burrow comes back soon, my man. I mean, we would have sold Jerome Ford last week, but I mean, I just don't see like people actively excited to trade for Jerome Ford in the live streams anymore. So I don't know if you're going to be able to get anything for him. Landon says, someone offered me Gibbs, Kyron, Stevenson, and Puka for Austin Eckler, Swift, and Devon. So Devon to Gibbs, downgrade. Swift to Kyron, lateral move. Eckler for Stevenson and Puka, definitely give me Eckler. And especially, I mean, even if it's a double flex format, hold on to Eckler, my man. I mean, if you are looking at Eckler, what we've historically seen is games that Mike Williams misses in. Austin Eckler has a ridiculous target share, and he should be fully healthy coming out of the bye. Now, Agitate says 12-team at BBR format single flex. We're 4-0. We have Mahomes, Olave, Keenan, CMC, Achane, Komet, Christian Watson, Zay, Dotson, Javonte, Herbert, Chuba, Musgrave. Any advice? No, great spot to be in. I mean, I'm fine rostering 2 tight ends here if Cole Kmet's our first guy. And honestly, I really like the team. We're rostering a lot of these pieces down on the bench that have long-term upside on a 4-0 team. If you could sell like Khalil Herbert and go get a stud tight end, we do it, but I doubt that's possible. Gabriel says, are Jameson Williams and Jeff Wilson worth adding? 100%. I would definitely add Jameson Williams first, though. Jeff Wilson Jr. has some serious competition. Zane says, JT for Etienne and Stroud. I think a lot of it hinges on your team. I think it's a very fair trade. Eric says, PBR, 3 wide receivers and a flex. Would you trade Khalil and Dell for Breece Hall? Or how about Herbert and Amari for Hall and Watson? Okay. Herbert, I would rather do Herbert and Dell for Breece Hall, but just to be honest with you and let you know where I am coming from and where my mindset currently is I personally am not putting a lot of value to Tank Dell. I think Tank Dell is like exciting, an exciting story, yada, yada, yada. But do I think that Tank Dell is going to be a fundamental like driver in value in fantasy football leagues going forward? In reality, probably not, my man. So I would do it. I would go ahead and I would get Breece Hall, but just want to let you know like why I'm doing that deal. And if you disagree with me, you disagree with me. Okay. Batmax says Deshaun to be exact with my question. This was the one that wasn't close, right? Yeah, no, yeah, still keep Tyreek Hill. Still keep Tyreek Hill, my friend. Clay says, would you trade Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown for Josh Allen and Bijan? Allen, Jalen Hurts for me, tomato, really up to you. I mean, if we were going to be looking at what we have, say, between A.J. Brown, Bijan Robinson, not close, even if A.J. Brown's crushing it. So, yes, I would go get Josh Allen and Bijan. Now, King Shot says traded Ayuk and Gibbs for Cup. Was this a W? It looks good as of now. Obviously, it's tough to know exactly what the situation's going to be like, right? It's tough to know exactly. Now, our next question coming out from Asian Daddy says 18 BBR 4-0. Trade Gibbs and Puka for Chris Olave. No. I think you're definitely giving up too much. I understand 8-team league, generally 2-for-1 deals will be advantageous for us. But I mean, a lot of people would rather have Puka straight up over Olave. So to add to Olave to get to him is too much. Jackson says 12-team full BBR format. We have Lawrence, Love, Kyron, Spears, Pollard, Charbonnet, Puka, Chase, Higgins, Tank, Ridley, Williams, Kelsey. Any trades to make? I really like the team. I mean, obviously, it'd be nice if we could add a little bit more running back depth. But in reality, I think we're going to be sitting on our hands. I mean, hopefully Lawrence does turn the corner soon. Hopefully Lawrence begins to play a little bit better. And honestly, I think we sit on our hands, let our team get healthier, let our team progress. If you could do something crazy like trade Puka for Amon-Ra St. Brown or CeeDee Lamb, then of course. But just in that league, you're not going to be able to make that deal in every league, of course. Okay. So now our next question coming out from Twinny says, 12-team PPR, 2-2. We have Lawrence, Adams, A.J. Brown, Bijan, James Cook, Andrews, McLaurin in the flex. And then on the bench, we have Breece, Gabe, A.J. Dillon, Gibson, Quentin Johnson, and Wandale. How do we get an upgrade at quarterback? I understand Lawrence has been very bad, and we were looking at the team over there as well and saying like kind of the same thing, right? Kind of sucks if you are looking at Lawrence in that fashion and saying, oh, okay, well, I don't know if we can trust the guy. Ultimately, I don't know if we're going to want to go through and look to trade for a better quarterback right now. I definitely think we can pick up a quarterback off the waiver wire and kind of stream and play the matchups. I don't know if we can say for certain that Lawrence is so bad, however, that we want to go out of our way and we want to be trading for someone to solve this issue. So I think we actually probably just drop one of those players down there like Wan'Dale Robinson, pick up a quarterback off the waiver wire, and then just play the matchups. Now, Gotcho coming out says 2-2, 12-team at BBR, double flex. Etienne and Amari versus Eckler and Dotson. I love Etienne, but it's Eckler, not close. I mean, Eckler's an elite level RB, and I barely drafted him at all this year because I was worried about injury concerns given his age. And I was worried about what the target volume was going to look like when you had Mike Williams, Quentin Johnson, and Keenan Allen all in here. But, I mean, now you have no Mike Williams. Fire him up. Okay. So now our next question coming out from Ethan says, 12-team Happy BR double flex. We have Richardson, Henry, Javonte, Rashad White, Chase, Amon-Ra, Dell, Godwin, Ferguson. 0-4, what moves are we looking to make? Double flex format, depth's going to matter a little bit more. Really nice that we have Anthony Richardson in here. The only thing I'd say is if you're 0-4, I mean, obviously we are looking to get points in this lineup today, not later. So if you really wanted to go ahead and potentially say, sell Jamar Chase to go get some production for right now, like sell Jamar Chase for Devontae Adams with an injured Joe Burrow, where you're saying, yes, maybe Chase has more long-term upside, but I'm 0-4. I can't think about the long-term upside. I need to think about the points in this lineup today. If you wanted to make that move, I wouldn't fault you at all for it, my friend. Adrian says, Hoogamords, my friend. Happy BR, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, double flex. Pick my lineup. We have Bijan, Mixon, A-Chain, Swift, Diggs, Chase, Lamb, Watson, Javonte, Goddard, and Ertz. Thanks for all you do. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock here, my friend. So here, running back, we're going to be going with Bijan and Swift. Wide receiver, we'll go with Diggs and Chase. For one of the flex spots, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take CeeDee Lamb. For the other flex spot, we're probably going to want to pivot back over to a running back with either Mixon or A-Chain are our guys left over. If you look at my rankings this week, I have A-Chain at 14. I have Mixon at 16. We can kind of go back and forth. Probably want A-Chain. And then between Goddard and Zach Ertz, not going to lie to you, I legitimately have them ranked back-to-back in our rankings. I think you could go whichever way you want, my man. But Isaac Flo, happy to see you, my man. Long-time member of the flock, saying, I'm 2-2 in a full PPR format. I traded Cousins, Palmer for Breece and Deontay, and Warren Ingram for Gibbs. Quarterback now is Fields, tight ends Laporta. What are your thoughts? Palmer to Deontay upgrade, Cousins to Breece. You'll like it, especially if we have Fields. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. At least that deal. Jalen Ward, Evan Ingram for Jahmyr Gibbs. If we had Laporta, let's do it. If we didn't have another tight end, then I'd probably be questioning it a bit. But with our team, I think that does make a lot of sense. Daniel says start Fields or Love. We're going to go Fields in both instances if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format. I mean, Washington has a very bad defense as well. Jesse says, do I trade Puka and Waddle for Tyreek Hill? I would, but I'm an idiot. TCQ, I'm super sorry about that, my friend. Let me go ahead and see if we can find that for you right now. And as I search for this, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description. I mean, promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, if you're new to Underdog, We get a Justin Fields special pick of more than less than half a total yard going up against Washington. And I got everybody hooked up. Super pumped about this as well. Doesn't matter if you signed up to Underdog 2 years ago, code FLOCK, last year, code FLOCK, yesterday with code FLOCK, today, tomorrow with code FLOCK. You will have a Justin Herbert special pick of next week coming out of the bye week, more than less than half a passing yard, which I am super excited about getting y'all. So take advantage. But TCQ coming out saying, 10-team at BBR double flex 2-2. We have Hurts, Etienne, Kyron, Diggs, CD, Goddard, Stevenson, Godwin. On the bench, we have Hunt, Hopkins, Tank, Ferguson, Jameson, Khalil Herbert. Good offer, Rashad White, Jordan Addison. We actually did talk about this, my man. I would sell Ramondre Stevenson for Rashad White and Jordan Addison. I do want Jordan Addison for the long-term 2-2 team. We don't have to be overly thinking about what we are going to get right now. Yes, I'm sorry if you missed our answer. I promise you I did talk about this, my friend. But yeah, we will sell Ramondre Stevenson for Rashad White and Jordan Addison. And Ramondre just looks so damn bad at this point. Okay. Now, Aaron coming out saying, hey, Mason, 10-team at BBR format, 4-0, with the ability to start up to 5 wide receivers. We have Hurts, Jacobs, Chuba, Dillon, Chase, Tyreek, Pittman, Ferguson, Watson, Quentin Johnston, Evans, Downs, Tank, Jonnu. Got offered Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison for Mike Evans. What do you think? 4-0 team. We're thinking long-term here. This is a team where we can start up to 5 wide receivers from a week-to-week perspective. So we are highly incentivized to go out there and build around depth, not necessarily just the player at the very top. So I think that that is a no-brainer deal specifically for your team and specifically for your situation. Love the move, my man. Love it. Now, Max says 2-2, full point PBR. Trade Devon and DJ Moore for Bijan. What is up with y'all being able to get these kind of prices? Literally, no. How are you getting Bijan? I've seen multiple people do something like this today in this live stream. If you can get Bijan Robinson at this price, it is a no-brainer. You need to go ahead and you need to pull the trigger. Love to see it. Great move, my friends. Phenomenal trade. Running backs are Etienne, Achane, Javonte, Gus, Charbonnet, Tank. Wide receivers are Chase. Yeah. This team's going to be so damn strong going forward now because he did this. Love to see it. Love to see it. Okay. Now, JJ says start Zay or Christian Watson. I'm leaning towards Zay under the impression they'll have Watson on a snap count too to keep him healthy going into the bye week. So he's had 10 days rest. You know, I'm going to go. You can go with whoever you want. Like, if you look at my rankings, I mean, we do have Zay currently. Where did we rank Zay? 21. We have Watson 29. So we do have Zay ahead of Christian Watson. But it's not because I'm worried about Christian Watson being on a snap count. I mean, I would be disappointed if he was. Like, ultimately, you played him last week. He's had 10 days rest. If he's still on a snap count, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Rome says 12 team, full BBR. Who are we going to start? We need 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. We have Garrett, Ridley, Puka, Swift, Montgomery, Saquon, and Achane. Okay. We're going to go with Puka, wide receiver, with Waddle. And then at running back, we're going to go Swift, Montgomery, Saquon, if Saquon's healthy. And if not, we're going to go Swift, Montgomery, Achane. But definitely need to play running back in your flex. Clay says he would do it for A.J. Brown for Bijan if Jalen Hurts over Josh Allen. What? Oh, I see what you're saying. Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, your personal preference. 4-point passing touchdown format, I may go with Jalen Hurts with the rushing production. 6-point passing touchdown format, we may go Josh Allen with the passing volume. Now, Derek says trade Pittman Ridley for Warden. What do you think? Do you mean Warren? I'd rather have the receivers if you mean Jalen Warren. Cranebow says 12-team full BBR double flex, 1 and 3. We have Lamar, Henry, JT, Kyron, Pacheco, Wilson, London, Judy, Godwin, Lockett, Dell, Downs, Mims, Andrews, Laporta. Should we package a running back and a wide receiver for an elite level receiver? Got offered Watson for Laporta. We should not package a wide receiver with a running back for an elite level receiver. Instead, what we should look to do is we should look to go ahead and see if we can send Sam Laporta and a wide receiver together for an elite level receiver. I agree. I think we want to go ahead, and I think that we want to be selling Sam Laporta if we have Mark Andrews. I don't know if we want to be doing it straight up for Christian Watson, however. I think instead we would try to swing it a little bit of a different spot where we're going to go ahead and we are going to be getting back in return just a better wide receiver in a 2-for-1 deal. Now, Michael coming out saying 12-team PPR double flex dynasty keeper league. So if it's I'm going to operate on the assumption that is a full dynasty format. Big difference between dynasty and keeper. If it's a full dynasty format, then we know what we're doing here, my man. Keeper league obviously depends on, okay, well, how many guys are we going to be keeping? But nonetheless, Allen, Pierce, Kamara, Jefferson, Judy, Henry, Stevenson, London. Should we trade Kamara into first next year for ETN? No, you should not. I mean, ETN's still a running back on his rookie contract, so you do like the fact that, yes, I mean, ultimately, this is a running back that will have value going into 2024. But if you look at the points per game gap that you're going to be getting from Travis Etienne to Alvin Kamara, I don't know if it's large enough to justify us going through and trading away an additional 2024 first, if that makes sense. The Noctorious One says, should we trade James Conner, Derrick Henry for Austin Eckler? I would in a full PPR format. JJ says, start Watson or Wilson, given Wilson's playing Denver. Yes, because Garrett Wilson's playing Denver, my man, we will go ahead and we'll play Garrett Wilson. I almost kind of want to give a bump up as well. I know this sounds crazy. It's probably idiotic for me to say, but I kind of want to give a bump up to Garrett Wilson, considering the fact that they're going to be playing Breece Hall in a little bit of a larger role. And if that will be the case, I'm just going to operate on the assumption, okay, well, if they're playing Breece Hall in a larger role here, then maybe they can pick up more first downs and move the ball down the field more effectively. Now, Omega Les Paul, always happy to see you, my man, says, 10-team at BBR start 3. Kyron, Mostert, Pollard, JT, Breece Hall. We're going to go Kyron, Pollard as must-start guys. If JT plays, we'll go JT. If JT does not play, I will now pivot to Breece Hall. I mean, I wasn't initially planning on saying this, but I think you probably go Breece Hall now at this point. Okay. Now, Jay says, 1 and 3, should we trade Eckler for Mixon and Waddle/Love? No, I understand, like you're saying, Mason, come on, man, I'm 1 and 3. I need points right now. Austin Eckler's on bye. These other guys are going to have to, go on bye eventually as well, right? And we have the running back. We have the production to cover in the short term. Yeah, so I understand where you're coming from, but in a full PBR format, my man, you got to keep Austin Eckler, especially with the Mike Williams injury. VY coming out. Thank you, my man, for being a member of the flock and supporting the channel. Going to be happy to go through and check this out. You're saying full PBR league, 12-team, 4-0. We have 1 flex. We have Lamar, Love, Pacheco, Aaron Jones, Kyron, Singletary, Herbert, Higgins, Metcalf, Michael Thomas, Atwell, Bourne, Christian Watson, Hawkinson, and Miami's defense. Great team. Obviously, we're 4-0 for a reason. We have the wide receiver depth where if we could afford to sell like DK Metcalf and go get if we could go like DK Metcalf and Khalil Herbert and go get a stud wide receiver or running back in return when we have this kind of depth and we're more so focusing on that long-term upside, I think that make a lot of sense. I mean, the reason that we are looking to go ahead and sell Metcalf if we can is the man has been hyper productive, but at the same time, I mean, if you look at the actual target volume, Lockett has the majority of targets in this offense. JSN is right behind Metcalf. Metcalf has 23. JSN has 20. So I think actually going forward, these guys may be a lot closer than people actually think. So if we could sell Metcalf, get that massive upgrade at running back, I would. Theron says, Tim Team, can you name 5 or so running backs to target with Puka? Here's every running back I would trade Puka Nacua for. Obviously, the majority of these guys would be that people would reject you. CMC, Bijan, Pollard, Barkley, maybe Jacobs, maybe Taylor, maybe Swift, maybe Etienne, maybe Henry, depending on your team. Eric says, week 5 flex start, DJ Moore or Addison. We will go DJ Moore. Gabriel says, will we ever see a live stream without the blazer? If you go and look at the 24-hour live stream we did last year, my man, we didn't wear the blazer for 24 hours. Crypto Joe's mom says, 12-team full BBR, drop JSN and pick up Dotson in free agency. Nope, JSN is a rookie wide receiver. That was an elite prospect, had 20 targets. Not worried about JSN going forward. He will get better. Steve says, should we trade Debo and a running back for Waddle? Love the videos, man. Appreciate you. Honestly, I like the idea of trading for Waddle, but if you look at Waddle's price, I mean, he's not that far off at all from Debo Samuel. So if you were going to go through and make this move, you'd want it to be for a comparable player. I'm sorry, it would be a super, super low running back, considering the fact that Debo and Waddle are comparable players. Sorry for getting my words twisted up. We've almost been live for 4 hours. Twisted Folk says, full BBR, pick 3 this wide receivers this week. Chase, yes, please. Collins, yes, please. Pittman, yes, please. Bench, Thielen, and Dobbs. And then pick 2 from Gibbs, Stevenson, Achane. We're going to go Achane and Stevenson. Like Gibbs long-term, this week can't go, especially if you have the Detroit Lions favored by 9.5 points. And then should we trade T. Higgins for Hollywood Brown? Honestly, no. I understand that Higgins is frustrating with his rib injury and Burrow's rib injury. Honestly, it doesn't really matter because you weren't going to play him in the short term. I do think that he's a lot more long-term upside over Hollywood, though. Dylan says, 10-team full BBR format, 1 and 3. Fields, Etienne, Jones, Chase, Lamb, Kincaid, Brown. On the bench, we have White, Ford, London, Watson, Kmet. Any trades or drops, 1 and 3 is tough. 100% understand where you're coming from, my man. I agree, 1 and 3 is tough. I would say we're not really going to be going through and making any trades with this team, just waiting for these guys to get through the bye. I think you actually have a great squad. The only thing I'd say is, while I do probably rather have Dalton Kincaid over Cole Kmet for the long term, for this week, though, I think we do start Cole Kmet over Dalton Kincaid. Young Gun says, who wins, Hill, Higgins, Lockett, or Etienne Wilson? Oh, definitely the Tyreek Hill side. Not close. Definitely Tyreek Hill, my man. Mel Bailey says, trade, receive Debo Higgins, give DK Laporta. We have Kelsey, Olave, Watson. He has Lockett. 2. DK, Debo, up to you. Higgins, Laporta. Long-term upside, give me... I like the idea, if this is the best trade we could get, if we have Travis Kelsey and selling Sam Laporta, we may have to do it. Obviously, I mean, it would be nice if we could just let the rest of our league mates know, because everybody is dying for a tight end right now. Go, hey guys, heads up for everybody. I'm looking to sell Sam Laporta and see if we can get a better price. Ryan says, OU sucks. Hoogamorns. 10-team at BBR 4 bench. 2 and 2. We have Mahomes, Cousins, Cook, Montgomery, Kamara, Hall, Lamb, Flowers, London, Kelsey, Laporta. What is the move? No one is buying Cousins or Laporta. Okay, that sucks. Honestly, I think we sit on our hands then. We got great news regarding Breece Hall. Flowers going to keep on getting better in the long term. I mean, you know exactly where I'm going with this team. If we have the Mahomes Kelsey stack, we're looking to sell Laporta. We're looking to sell Cousins. And if we can't do that, honestly, probably just sitting on, our hands for the long term. Josh says, 12-team at BBR format. We are offered JT and Hopkins for Devontae Adams. Probably keep Adams. Rosters Lawrence, Howell, Hill, Adams, Ridley. Oh, our running backs are trash. We may have to do this. I'd probably rather try to trade like Devontae Adams or Tony Pollard, someone that just you have no concerns with whatsoever. But still, this is a tough spot to be in, my friend. Tough spot. Noah says, need a receiver and a flex. Happy BR. We have Nico, Puka, and Ridley. We're going to be going with Puka and Nico, wide receiver and a flex. Landon says traded Najee Waller-Myers for Andrews. Great move. Great move. We only have Ertz as a backup. Yeah, go get Mark Andrews. I mean, Najee's not startable. Darren Waller's not startable right now. Obviously, these guys have a tremendous amount of name appeal, but in terms of them actually impacting your team, they're not doing anything. Easy Breece coming out. Saying 2-2, 12-team auction league. Happy BR, Mahomes, Amari, Lockett, Gibbs, Kyron, Kelsey, Kirk, Tank, Tutu, Downs, Jameson, Rice, McKinnon. How can we upgrade? Love having Mahomes here. I mean, obviously, we have the Kelsey stack as well. We're all in on this Chiefs offense, which does look to be a pretty good spot as always, of course. We have depth at running back, wide receiver, but not much value at the top end. Honestly, I think you're doing exactly what we had once. In terms of going through and making a trade from here, my friend. I don't really know if we do anything. Like, we're rostering as many running backs, wide receivers as we possibly can. We have the elite quarterback, the elite tight end. I think this is fine. I mean, but when you set yourself up with Mahomes and Kelsey, you're more so just living the life of, okay, well, let's go ahead and let's keep on streaming and let's make sure we find guys that we like at running back and receiver. Now, getting Iggy with this team is 3-1 in a 12-team at BBR league. Thoughts on my James Conner, A.J. Brown, and Kittle for Breece, Andrews, and Cooper Kupp. A.J. Brown to Cooper Kupp, downgrade. Kittle to Andrews, upgrade. James Conner to Breece, upgrade. I think it's a fair deal. If you're not worried about Cooper Kupp, you can go ahead and you pull the trigger. Now, PVM Volt says, should we trade Gibbs, HN, and DJ Moore? I'm sorry. Gibbs, HN, DJ Moore, and Godwin. Wait, what? Oh, you don't have the exact deal. Should we sell these guys? If we were looking to sell one of these players, I mean, the guy we'd be looking to sell high on would be DJ Moore. The Bears are like an interesting case for a sell high because they obviously just went up against the worst defense in the NFL. But at the same time, I would say, well, they have another very bad matchup on Thursday night. So you could easily see Justin Fields going out there and looking really good this Thursday as well. So honestly, we probably don't. I mean, you could throw them on the trade block, but we don't need to sell them like under any circumstances, right? You're just selling if you get a great price. Now, Joe says 2-2 in a 10-team, 3-wide receiver league where we have Tua, CMC, Eckler, Brown, Waddle, Pickens, Mixon. And then on the bench, we have Achane, Breece, London, Davis. Do we trade Eckler and Hall for Walker, Collins, and Charbonnet? I mean, Hall to Walker is an upgrade. Hall to Collins is a downgrade. Or maybe a lateral move. Let's say Breece Hall and Nico Collins are similar going forward with the Breece Hall report that we just got. Would I rather have Austin Eckler or the Seattle backs? I would rather have Austin Eckler by a freaking mile in a full PBR format. Please keep Austin Eckler. Cade coming out says 12-team at PBR league, 1-3, need a running back 2. We have Richardson, Eckler, Madison, Lamb, Olave, Andrews, Moore, McLaurin, Laporta, Charbonnet, Dell, Jamal. I'm offered Etienne, Mike Evans, Amari for Andrews, Olave, TJ Watts. So we're going to move the IDP players out of this, my friend. I am very sorry I'm not going to be able to help you with IDP. Obviously, I know TJ Watt has an argument to be made, the best defensive player in the NFL. In reality, I don't know your IDP settings. I don't know the actual value that he has in trade. What I can say is going from Etienne to Andrews is a lateral move. Going from Mike Evans to Chris Olave is a massive upgrade. And then the 2 running backs that we need. Oh, you're saying you needed a running back too, which is why we're doing this. So if you wanted to go get ETN, I'm fine with it. I just don't understand. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know the true value that TJ Watt has in your league. I know TJ Watt, one of the best defensive players in the league. I know he plays for the Steelers, but in terms of his actual difference-making ability in IDP format, I don't know what it is. But Hennessy out against his 10-team full BBR, currently 1-3. Traded Tyreek Godwin for Hawkinson, Aaron Jones, Smith, and Pittman. We have Derrick Henry and Ayuk for the flex. You missed my question earlier. No hard feelings. I'm very sorry, my friend. I really thought I got to your question. I mean, going from Godwin to Michael Pittman, lateral move, we can take him out. Would I rather have Tyreek versus Hawkinson, Aaron Jones, Devonta Smith? 10-team league, if this is a 2-wide receiver, 1 flex, honestly, maybe you keep the stud with Tyreek. But if this is a multi-flex league, I'm completely fine with you going ahead and pulling the trigger. Just don't think, okay, this player's on bye. I'm 1-3. I need a win right now. I need to sell someone that's on a bye for some production immediately. That's something I don't want us doing. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Nick says, do I trade Cup and Jonathan Taylor for Jefferson? Oh, this is an interesting question. Can everybody go to the live chat and let me know what they think? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Cooper Kupp and Jonathan Taylor versus Justin Jefferson? Everybody spam the chat. What direction are you going in here? Jefferson. Every single person saying Jefferson here, my man. I mean, you got some JTs mixed in, but no. It looks like the majority of people are taking Jefferson. I mean, that's one of those questions that is so hard to know that I'm almost terrified to answer it. James says, would you trade Brian Robinson for Breece? Yes, I would, my friend. Kane says, 1-3 PBR 10-team league. We have Stroud, Jacobs, Montgomery, Chase, Lamb, Andrews. The flex is Smith. The bench is A-Chain, Ramondre, Warren, Dobbs, Spears, Addison, Trevor Lawrence. Any moves, and should we start Devon A-Chain? I wouldn't start him over Jacobs, Montgomery, or Smith in a full PBR format, so no. And honestly, if Ramondre Stevenson's like RB4 here, if we could take Ramondre Stevenson and CJ Stroud and go get an elite level quarterback like Lamar, I think that'd make a lot of sense, especially if we get the Lamar Andrews stack. Rawlings out against us, 12-team PBR 1-3. We need help at running back. Do we trade Kirk and Khalil for Madison and London? Probably not. I don't know if Madison's the guy that we want to be trading for, because ultimately at the end of the day with Alexander Madison, if he's splitting with Cam Akers, I don't know how exciting he actually is. Now, Jordan coming out saying 1-3 10-team PBR format. We have Nico off the waiver wire. We traded A-Chain Ayuk for Adams. We have Richardson, DJ, Bijan, Walker, Gibbs, Madison. The Cleveland backs, wide receiver, we have Diggs, Adams, Nico, Deontay, Judy, Johnson. Tight end, we have Waller. Thoughts rest of season. Are we worried about Kenneth Walker later on? I'm not necessarily. I know some people are worried about the matchup, yada, yada, yada. But, I mean, here, if we were looking at this team, I think you're in a very comfortable spot. You can even drop Daniel Jones if you wanted to pick up another running back off the waiver wire. Full BBR format, I'm probably holding on to Gibbs. We have a ton of depth. The only thing I would potentially say is if you could somehow trade like a couple depth wide receivers, like if you could send like Deontay Johnson and Darren Waller on a 1-3 roster and go ahead and get Hawkinson, go ahead and get Andrews, I would do it in a heartbeat. But in reality, you're probably not going to be able to. So I don't necessarily know if that helps you out too much. I think it's a strong team. I'm not going to be too worried about Kenneth Walker myself. It's a running back that's in a good offense. He's a great talent. He is getting involved somewhat as a pass catcher. And he is in year 2. I mean, this is someone you would naturally expect gets a little bit better, even if Zach Charbonnet has, a decent role with this team, of course. Now, Richard says, in an 8-team dynasty league with the Buds, we have Allen and Jalen Hurts. Buddy offered me Kyron for Josh. Does Kyron have more? Oh, hell, no. Give Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts. I mean, Kyron Williams maybe nothing in 2024. Zane says PBR for the flex, 3-1. We have Hurts, AJ Abonra, Achan, Barkley, Ferguson, Puka, JT Ward, Gabe Davis, and 4 others on the bench. Am I set or should we trade? I think you were set if we get JT actually back out on the field and we see him on the field and you wanted to send Achan and go get an upgrade at tight end. That could be interesting, but I want to see JT first. Now, Michael coming out saying 10-team league. We have Mahomes, Kyron, Robinson, Amon-Ra, AJ, Kelsey, Ayuk at the flex. And on the bench, we have White, Dell, Watson, 1-3, any moves to make. Phenomenal team. Elite receivers, elite quarterback, elite tight end. Obviously, everything here is just upgrading the running back position if we can. I have no idea how the hell we're 1-3. I mean, if you really wanted to go ahead and see if we could trade, like, say, one of these depth wide receivers like Tank Dell and Dameon Pierce, or Tank Dell, Brian Robinson, and go get a slight upgrade at running back when we're so loaded here at wide receiver, it can be something that we look to do. Phenomenal team. I literally have no idea how we're 1-3 with this roster. Now, Dan Man says, start Richardson or Burrow? Richardson by a mile, even if you have Chase. And then JT, Michael Thomas, or Dobbs at the flex. JT, if he plays, if he doesn't, then we'll go Romeo Dobbs. Max says, is Lawrence droppable? He's not droppable. He is benchable. However, Quinton's on waivers, and we have Allen. No one's been wanting to trade. If you have Josh Allen, then maybe, I don't know. The thing is, like, if Lawrence goes out and then balls out, has 4 passing touchdowns in this London game, someone will trade for Trevor Lawrence. I know nobody's trading for him right now, but if you get a spike week from Lawrence, someone may change their minds. Adam says, took chances in the draft and got lucky on the waiver wire. Full BBR, pick 2. Debo, Hall, JT, Pierce, HN, Moss. Oh, this is a great team. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to play whoever the starting running back is in Indy, whether that's JT or Moss. And then we're going to go Devon A-Chain as well, even if Breece Hall looks very exciting. And Breece Hall is appealing this week. JT says 3-1, 12-team PPR Superflex. We have Lawrence, Bijan, Gibbs, James Cook, Algier, Roschon, Madison, Lamb, Waddle, Flowers, Addison, Quentin Johnson, JSN, Dobbs, Ingram, Njoku, Chig. Any moves that we should make? Obviously, Superflex format would be very advantageous if we could upgrade over Lawrence. I mean, very impressive that we're 3-1 with Lawrence in here as our QB. And honestly, I'm not going to be making too many moves on this roster because we're already set up in a way where we are prioritizing long-term upside, right? Where we have a lot of I mean, look how many rookies we have on this team. We have Bijan. We have Gibbs. We have Waddle. We have Flowers. We have Addison. We have Quentin Johnson. We have JSN. I don't know why I included Waddle. But we have like 5 solid rookies that are going to continue to get better as the season goes on. So naturally, if you sit with this team, you just got to let it marinate. It's going to get better as the year goes. Seabird coming out says 14-team at BBR, where we have Lamar, Tyreek, AJ, Hollywood, Pollard, Brian Robinson, H.N., Cole Kmet. Thoughts and any moves that we should make? Watch you every day. You the go. Appreciate you, my man. 14-team format. Obviously, depth's going to matter a little bit more. So someone like Hollywood Brown, we actually probably want to hold on to. Honestly, I think we're chilling with this team. Kind of fine punting tight end in a 14-team format in particular. We have wide receivers at the top end we love. We have a running back at the top end we love. We have the elite level quarterback. Great build for a 14-team format. Rizzle says trade Kyron, James Cook, and ETN for ETN and Christian Watson. Kyron to ETN, up to you. James Cook to Christian Watson, downgrade. Paying Christian Kirk to you need to at least keep James Cook if you're going to do the deal. I mean, Kyron Williams is a straight baller. Kyron Williams is a workhorse back at this point. John says trade Jalen Hurts for Devontae Adams. Hell yes, go ahead and do it. I mean, even if our backup's Deshaun. Barry Too Cold says full BBR 3-1, 8-team league. We have Mahomes, Montgomery, Jacobs, Debo, AJ, Kelsey, St. Brown, Breece, Najee, Gibbs, Roschon, Terry, Jacoby, Dobbs. Any changes on who we start in week 5? And should we change anybody? So if we were going to start someone down there on the bench, no, we're not doing anything. So who do we bench in the starting lineup? The starting lineup is phenomenal. And in an 8-team league, this is the exact setup you want. We want Mahomes. We want Kelsey. We want to prioritize running backs and wide receivers down there on the bench that have upside. The only thing that we would look to do is if we can take one of these depth wide receivers, say we take Romeo Dobbs and David Montgomery and go get a running back you like more in the long term. Or Terry McLaurin and Debo Samuel, go get a wide receiver that we like more in the long term. 8-team league, obviously we're looking to make those 2-for-1, 3-for-1 deals over and over and over again and backfill off the waiver wire, but you're set up perfectly with Mahomes, Kelsey. Chris says, hey brother, would you start Dobbs or Lawrence this week? We're going to go Lawrence. I know it's gross though. And what's your trade value for Hawkinson? Might have to shop him around to save the team. If I'm selling Hawkinson, I want a wide receiver one. I want someone like Chris Olave if I'm doing it. I'm a TJ Hawkinson fanboy. Steve says, got Barkley, Pacheco, Javonte, Moser, and James Conner. Who should we add in the trade with Debo? I mean, obviously, Barkley is worrisome. Nobody's going to give you anything for Barkley. Nobody's going to give you anything for Javonte. The time to trade Mostert was last week. If you are going to trade someone, it will either have to be Pacheco or James Conner, because I'm just letting you know you're not going to get anything for Javonte. You're not going to get anything for Mostert at this point. And I think Saquon Barkley will outproduce his trade value. Eli says we have Saquon, Pierce, Ford, Kupp, Puka, Waddle, Pittman, Hopkins, Lockett, Myers, Dell. Do we trade Waddle and Hopkins for Alvin Kamara? I personally want it. Like, if we could send Tyler Lockett and DeAndre Hopkins for Kamara, I would do that. If we can send Myers and Hopkins, Myers and Lockett, just anybody but Waddle. I'd keep Waddle here. And then he says trade Gabe Davis or Myers for Jameson Williams. Up to you. I'd probably keep Gabe Davis and Jacoby Myers. Wouldn't fault you if you wanted to make the move. Diego says 10-team BBR format. We have Lamar, Kamara, Kyron, Chase, AJ Brown, Andrews, Puka, Connor, Mostert, Flowers, Ford, Moore, Dobbs. Offered to trade AJ Brown, James Conner for CMC. Go make this right now. 10-team league, great squad, getting Christian McCaffrey, tier ahead of anybody else in fantasy football. Yes, please go ahead and get CMC here, my friend. Alejandro says full BBR format. We have Pacheco, Montgomery, Jefferson, Lamb, Andrews, Mostert. And then on the bench, we have Etienne, Ingram, James Cook, Jones, Ayuk, Michael Wilson, and Jake Ferguson. What's the rate? I mean, quarterback could definitely see some improvement. The issue with this team, and it's a good team. We have a lot of value. The issue with this team is we're rostering 3 tight ends. Now, the tight ends that we have are very good. But if we could go through and sell, say, Brock Purdy and Evan Ingram and go get an upgrade at quarterback, go get someone that we will be very excited to start from a week-to-week perspective, that is going to be something we're looking to do. You never want to be in a spot where we're rostering 3 tight ends. And you have Andrews. So you don't even need a roster 2. You can start Andrews every single week regardless. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we just hit 4 hours on this live stream. We've been streaming for 4 hours. So if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. I mean, we've streamed for 159 days in a row at this point. We are in a live stream every single day until 2024. And we have not missed a day since April. Hit that like button, subscribe, and if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $500 on new accounts. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And if you are new to Underdog, you'll be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard in the game tomorrow night. And it doesn't matter if you're new to Underdog, old to Underdog, everybody's going to get it. That uses promo code FLOCK. It's a Flock exclusive. Justin Herbert, more than less than half a total yard the week after his bye, so next week. So please make sure you are taking advantage. Super pumped that I'm able to get y'all that. Now, Daniel says start 2, Madison, Herbert, Stevenson, and Warren. I'm going to go with Madison and Stevenson, even though Herbert's right there. Louis says 1-3, 12-team, 3 wide receiver at PBR. Any upgrades? We have Hurts, Walker, JT, Cook, Chase, Watson, Zay, Pittman, Goddard, Reed, Shaheed, Hunt. Should we move Goddard and Zay for an upgrade? If you can, I think that'd be very advantageous. Like if you can trade Dallas Goedert and Zay Flowers and go get 2 Hawkinson and go get 2 Andrews, obviously you have a 0% chance of getting 2 Kelsey. I would really like that. I mean, I drafted Dallas Goedert in a lot of spots, and Goddard has obviously been letting us down. But I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think you can. You can try. I don't think you can. And let me know if you do. Zay says 18 BBR league, 2-2. We have Herbert, Jacobs, Connor, Collins, Puka, Kelsey, Montgomery. On the bench, we have Ayuk, Evans, HN, Dell, Dobbs. Offered Eckler, base deal for Travis Kelsey. What are your thoughts? I really like going through and trading for Austin Eckler. I would say specifically at an 8-team format, however, when it's going to be easier for us to find running back, when it's going to be easier for us to find wide receiver production, there we probably want to go ahead and just hold on to Travis Kelsey. 8-team league, Kelsey gives you a significant advantage. Talent's always happy to see you, says 12-team, 6-point passing touchdown format. We have Love, Fields, Saquon, Bijan, Montgomery, Pierce, Jacobs. So much running back production. Diggs, Olave, Ridley, Judy, Palmer, TJ. Should we start Love or Fields? We're going to go Fields. Should we trade for Jalen Hurts or Anthony Richardson? Quarterback tight end video coming out tomorrow. 100% love this team. I mean, I think that you have so much running back, so much wide receiver value, and we have the elite tight ends that if we could go through and send like David Montgomery and Justin Fields, I mean, maybe even someone less than that. I mean, but David Montgomery, if we can go first offer Dameon Pierce and Justin Fields, like Dameon Pierce, Justin Fields, Jordan Love, and go, hey man, I'll give you all these for Anthony Richardson. I'll give you all these for Jalen Hurts. Offer them for all the top 5 quarterbacks. I think that make a ton of sense. And then even if they reject that, I would consider doing it with Montgomery because how strong we are. JT says we have Dobbs. If you look at my quarterback rankings right now, we do have Trevor Lawrence over these guys. Lawrence is low. Lawrence is at quarterback 11. I know he's been bad, but I don't know. It's tough for me to completely say he's horrible now. Dean says 10-team PBR 2-2, 3 receivers in a flex. We have Love, Goff, Adams, Thielen, Higgins, Dell, Wilson, Sutton, Henry, Moss, JT, Herbert, Stevenson, Goddard. Any moves? If we could sell Stevenson in a package and go get a better wide receiver too, like Stevenson and Adam Thielen, and go get a stud wide receiver too, go get someone like Olave, we do it. Specifically because you have to start 3 wide receivers in this format, and we have JT coming back in. I would like a quarterback upgrade as well, but we probably can't afford one. Now, Nicholas says, we have Lawrence, Watson, Stroud. Someone just dropped Richardson. Oh my gosh. Go ahead and drop, honestly, out of this group. Probably drop Watson. Drop Watson, go get Anthony Richardson. And should we trade one for Ridley? Cousins is my wide receiver too. Oh, I mean, obviously, if you could go through and trade any of these, if you can trade CJ Stroud, Watson, or Lawrence for Calvin Ridley, and then pick up Anthony Richardson at QB, that'd be an absolute no-brainer. Obviously, we try to trade one of the quarterbacks before we cut him. But yeah, you need to pick up Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson would be better than all those QBs. Now, Devontae says 10-team BBR. We have Allen, Kamara, Swift, AJ Keenan, Kelsey, Aaron Jones. And then on the bench, we have Gainwell, Moss, Ertz, Sutton, Boyd, Michael Wilson. I want to drop Gainwell for Dotson. I wouldn't fault you for it. I mean, at least because we get to see Dotson on Thursday, so we'd always drop him. I mean, if he's a bum, right? But I will say typically what we are looking to do is we are looking to roster more of those depth running backs like Kenneth Gainwell down there on the bench that could make a difference if the starter in front of them were to go down like DeAndre Swift. Lightning Hockey Boy says, full BBR 8-team league. Do we trade Godwin and Javonte for Brian Robinson and Christian Watson? Godwin and Watson, lateral move. Javonte for Brian Robinson, probably an upgrade. And then also, what quarterback should we trade Burrow for? You're not going to be able to trade Burrow for literally anybody in an 8-team league. If you could try to trade him for Anthony Richardson, you do it. I doubt you'd be able to pull it off. What you're probably going to have to do is instead package Burrow in a running back to go get a QB. D. Burrito says, I'm 4-0 with 1 flex. We have Mahomes, Watson, Keenan, London, Wilson, Judy, CMC, Stevenson, Hall, Zeke, Dalvin, Kelsey. We just traded Puka, Evans, Achane for CMC. Oh my gosh. Your league mates are, oh my gosh, that is nuts. 4-0 team just getting a discount on CMC. Phenomenal trade. We have Mahomes, Kelsey, CMC all in the same squad with Keenan Allen as well. This team is nuts, my man. Love that we're focusing on running back, wide receiver depth pieces. Cut Breece Hall, go pick up another running back off the waiver wire though. And then if we can't sell Ramondre Stevenson for Breece, cut Dalvin Cook, go pick up another running back off the waiver wire and see if we can trade Ramondre and go get Breece Hall. I'm sorry, we've been live for over 4 hours. Losing my mind a bit. Beenan says, 10-team non-BBR. Do I trade Jalen Hurts, AJ Brown, and Ramondre for Pollard, Allen, and Ridley? So going from AJ Brown to Tony Pollard, lateral move up to you. Jalen Hurts to Josh Allen, lateral move up to you. Ramondre to Ridley, lateral move up to you. You're saying we have Bijan Jacobs, Olave, Watson. So, I mean, we're already solid at running back. I would actually say in a non-PBR format, yes, let's go get Tony Pollard. Non-PBR format, we will be placing the emphasis on the elite level running back, putting a little bit of a discount on the elite level wide receiver. P-Side says, 10-team PBR. We have Allen, Jacobs, Walker, Montgomery, Breece, Javonte, Chase, Brown, Ayuk, Addison, Dell, Andrews. Should I trade Chase and Jacobs for Justin Jefferson or stay put? Crazy to say this, my man, because Jacobs is crushing it. Jacobs doing well. He's leading the NFL in receiving yards at the running back position. But yeah, I do think that there is a large enough gap in what we have between the combo of Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, where obviously Jefferson looks phenomenal. Jamar Chase, you're dealing with the injury to Joe Burrow, where we probably go ahead and we probably make this move, my friend. I think you do. Rich, always happy to see you, my man, says, hey, Mason, we have Kelsey and Laporta. We traded Kelsey and Olave for Jefferson. Did I win the deal? You know I love Olave. I love Kelsey. I don't necessarily want to say we won the trade. I think it makes a ton of sense to go out there and overpay for Justin Jefferson, though. And if we add Sam Laporta, we can afford to do it. Manuel coming out saying 12-team full BBR league offered Olave, Aaron Jones for Puka and Raheem Mostert. Do we take it? I would rather have Olave and Aaron Jones in a full PPR format. My other receivers are St. Brown, Waddle, Collins. My running backs are Eckler, Pierce, Madison, and Zach Moss. Okay. Just looking into this a little bit. Honestly, it doesn't really matter who we really have at running back, wide receiver. I mean, this is ultimately, at the end of the day, a RB wide receiver trade for an RB wide receiver. So then we make the deal, and keep in mind, I'm an idiot that's been wrong about Puka every single day for the past month. Bill says, any trade ideas, PBR 12-team league. Purdy, Daniel Jones, James Conner, Bijan, Ramondre Sanders, Olave, Puka, Wilson, Gabe, Hollywood, Palmer. If we could take Bijan and go send him with either Hunter Henry to get to the Hawkinson Andrews range at tight ends. I'm sorry, Ramondre, not Bijan. Ramondre. Take Ramondre with Hunter Henry, get to that tight end range, or Ramondre with Brock Purdy and get to a top 5 QB. Go get to Allen, Hurts, Mahomes, Lamar, Richardson. I think we would look to do that. Thomas says 2-2, 10-team at BBR. We have Lamar, Walker, Mixon, Chase, AJ, Laporta, Hollywood. On the bench, we have White, Kelly, Edwards, Palmer, MT, Henry, Jameson. Any moves? Cut Kelly, pick up a different player off the waiver wire. And honestly, no, great team. Love Rachaad White as a depth piece there at running back. We can play him at the flex spot once he's back from the bye. Great team. The only thing I'd say is cut Joshua Kelly and find someone else off waivers. Easy Breezy says Amari and Lockett on bye. Start 4. Tank, Kirk, Tutu, Downs, Jameson, Rice, or McKinnon with touchdown upside. We're going to go Christian Kirk, no question. We're going to go Jameson Williams, Tank Dell, and then Tutu Atwell if you have Cooper Kupp not playing. And if Cooper Kupp does play, we probably pivot over to Jarrett McKinnon or Rashee Rice, up to you. Patrick says 12-team PBR 3-1. We have Burrow, Kamara, Montgomery, Hill, Diggs, Kittle, Pacheco. Ayuk and Jacoby on the bench. We want to package Pacheco and Ayuk for an elite RB. We are offered Andrews, Michael Thomas, and Miles Sanders for the 2. Should we hold, take the Andrews trade, or get a running back? Okay. For Andrews, Michael Thomas, and Sanders. So you were saying Ayuk and Jacoby's the package? Let me just make sure. I'm sorry. If y'all can tell, my brain's shutting down. Burrow, Kamara, Montgomery, Hill, Diggs, Kittle, Pacheco. Period. Ayuk, Jacoby on the bench. Want to package Pacheco and Ayuk. Okay, there we go. Pacheco and Ayuk for an elite running back. We are offered Andrews, MT, Sanders. Going from Ayuk to Andrews, massive upgrade. Pacheco to MT, Sanders. I think we make the deal, and then yes, you can take Andrews and trade for an RB. 100%, I think you are getting a great value there. Obviously, let the league know, saying, hey, I'm going to trade away Brandon Ayuk, or I'm thinking about trading away Brandon Ayuk. He's on the block. And if someone trades you a running back that you want as is, then sure, bada boom, bada bang, we can be excited about it. But I do think you're taking a step up in value there. iProdigen says trade Garrett Wilson for Breece Hall. I think I'd probably rather have Hall at this point. Now, Cole says, 10-team full BBR, I'm 3-1. We have Burrow, Goff, Bijan, Kamara, Mixon, Cook, Puka, Wilson, DJ Pickens. Tight end, we have Laporta. Any thoughts? It'd be nice if Burrow was healthy, my man. But outside of that, now that we have no Higgins, really, I mean, we are going to be sitting on our hands. I think that George Pickens is a sell-high guy. If you can package, say, George Pickens and Alvin Kamara, George Pickens and Joe Mixon to go get a running back upgrade, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Now, Tago says we got offered Eckler and Deontay for Puka and Joe Mixon. I'd rather have Eckler, not close. Lineup would be Hurts, Eckler, Breece. Oh, yeah, phenomenal team. Yes, go ahead and make this move, my man. I mean, Austin Eckler is a phenomenal running back, and he's a phenomenal player in fantasy regardless, but especially with the Mike Williams injury. Now, Karen DVNG says, 12-team at BBR, 1-3. We have Love, Diggs, Keenan, Pollard, Swift, Andrews, Breece, Thielen. On the bench, we have Judy, Dak, Roshan, Gainwell, Chuba. Any moves? So I think it's nice to have Dak and Love and kind of play the matchups between both these quarterbacks. We have the depth there at wide receiver for this flex spot as well. We have the elite level tight end. We have top end running backs. I actually really like this team. I think that you're in a great spot, my friend. And honestly, I think that we're probably just going to be sitting on our hands. And you have Keenan coming out of the bye. He looks like a top 5 wide receiver. Pollard looks like a top 5 RB. We have the DeAndre Swift breakout. Great squad. Now Breece looks even better. Let's roll with it. Jake says 4-0, 10-team full BBR, 1 flex. We have Lawrence Gino, JT Montgomery Gibbs, Jefferson Amon-Ra Evans, Amari Sutton, London Jameson, Andrews. What moves are we looking to make? So, I mean, if this is going to be that 10-team, 1 flex format, our default is always let's take a depth wide receiver and package him with someone else to go get an upgrade. I mean, Mike Evans was the guy that was on our sell high list last week. If we could go through and send in a full BBR format, we're 4-0 and expect Gibbs to expand the role as the season goes on. And Montgomery's not going to catch a ton of balls. If you could send like Mike Evans and David Montgomery to go up and get to like the Tony Pollard range, I know obviously that's asking a lot, but I mean, hell, yeah, it can't hurt to go send the offer. I think that would be interesting, my friend. Now, Stewart says 8-team half BBR format, 3-1. We have Jacobs, Bijan, Walker, Javonte, Charbonnet, Algier, Diggs, Lamb, Wilson, Amari, Watson, Hawkinson. Is there anything we could do or just hang tight? So, I mean, obviously, 8-team league, we'd way rather have a quarterback. If you could somehow take, say, like, actually, no, I think you have to hold tight. I mean, if you could sell Kenneth Walker and Trevor Lawrence and go get a Josh Allen, go get a Mahomes, go get a Jalen Hurts, go get a quarterback of that ilk, then sure, we do it. In reality, I think we just kind of have to hope for the Lawrence bounce back. We have a little more flexibility, right, whenever we start off 3-1. Now, Mr. Filthy Wub says 12-team BBR, Jacobs and Jameson for Bijan Robinson. I'd way rather have Bijan Robinson. And I say this as someone who has a lot of Jameson Williams in best ball drafts. And we got him at a significant discount. I'm happy that he's back. I think he'll have some random spike weeks, which I'm really hoping that we can capture in Underdog best ball drafts. But Bijan Robinson is Bijan Robinson. Chris says 12-team BBR where we have Burrow, CMC, Jacobs, Amon-Ra, Garrett Wilson, Nico, Andrews, and JSN, Spears, Roshan, Tank, Judy. Thinking about trading for Olave. Who should we give up? We got offered Richardson for Garrett Wilson. I would trade Garrett Wilson for Anthony Richardson. And then once we make that move, if you could somehow send like, say, Nico for Olave or maybe Nico and a depth player like Jerry Judy for Olave, I think that'd make a lot of sense. But yeah, phenomenal spot there, my friend. Great spot. Mandy says, full BBR, who to start, Michael Thomas or Curtis Samuel? Oh, definitely Michael Thomas. Andy says, have BBR format. We have Love, Henry, Pollard, Pittman, Waddle, Laporta, Jacobs, Eckler, Brown, Collins, Sutton, Thomas, Williams. Do we think we need to prove anything? It'd be nice to get a long-term upgraded quarterback, but honestly, I think we're going to be sitting on our hands. I think you're in a great spot as we stand today. We can reevaluate when we get Austin Eckler back out of his bye and when we have Eckler fully healthy, which I think will be starting this next week after his bye week. And we can see if we have the depth at that point to go and trade for a quarterback upgrade. Agitate says, Herbert's on bye. Pick one, Dobbs or Russ this week. I will go with, Russ is a tough matchup. I'm probably going to go Dobbs as much as I hate to say it. Probably go Dobbs. Okay. Now, Max coming out saying, 12-team full BBR format. Watson, Jacobs, Etienne, Walker, JT, Lamb, Puka, Andrews, Pickens, JSN, Charbonnet, Hunt, Warren. Only a 4-0 team. I know I'm stacked at running back. I want to upgrade wide receiver. What should the running back trade be? The Cup owner is 0-4. Okay, so if we wanted to send a running back that will help the Cup owner right now and get back Cooper Kupp in here, if you could send him, say, if you wanted to go trade Travis Etienne for Cooper Kupp, Josh Jacobs, or Kenneth Walker, not going to fault you at all. And then in there, we're able to go through and start CeeDee Lamb, Puka, and Cooper Kupp every single week. It's honestly a phenomenal team. I don't even think we have to do that. I think I would actually probably prioritize going and getting an elite level QPE if we can. But yeah, if we were going to make a deal, that's what it is. Great team, though. Josu coming out saying 12-team BBR format where we have Stroud, Bijan, Pacheco, Hill, McLaurin, Kittle, Ridley. And then on the bench, we have Addison, Deontay, Akers, Lawrence, Cowboys defense. Any moves? I still probably just play the Cowboys defense. Are you saying, should we put the Addison in the second flex spot? Yeah, I mean, out of these options, we go Addison in the second flex. Yes, I do think we start Stroud over Lawrence at this point. And then, no, I think we sit on our hands. We have a lot of long-term upside with these guys like Addison and Deontay that are going to get back and continue to improve. Short-term may struggle a bit. Bobby says, Olave, Waddle, Puka. Rank rest of season, we need to trade one away. I'd probably go Olave, Puka, Waddle. I'll tell you right now, you're going to get way more value for Puka. The trade market has Puka as the number one guy. Now, Cam Dino coming out says 10-team BBR 1 and 3. We have Hurts, Javonte, Sanders, Jamar, Tyreek, Andrews, Watson, Judy, Dell, Charbonnet. Do we trade Jamar for Etienne, Brian Robinson, Adam Thielen? So I know Chase has been bad. I understand as well. I mean, you do have Joe Burrow still injured, so it's not like Chase is going to turn this around all of a sudden. But still, I would way rather have Jamar Chase over Travis Etienne, Brian Robinson, and Adam Thielen, especially in a 10-team format. My friend, I think you want to keep Jamar Chase. Now, Juan Deere coming out saying, trade Ford for Alexander Madison. Jaleel's my running back too, and not sure with Ford on the bye. I would go through and I would do this. Obviously the bye week has a little bit to do with it. I would just rather have Alexander Madison over Jerome Ford. I mean, Jerome Ford was the sell high guy for us last week, and I'll stand by it. Colin says Aaron Jones or Ramondre for rest of the season. I'm definitely going to go Aaron Jones over Ramondre at this point. Now, Jacob says PBR got offered James Cook Ferguson for Madison Laporta. We really need a running back. Do we take it? If you wanted to, based off Cam Akers splitting the backfield a bit with Alexander Madison, I'm not going to fault you at all for it. I do think that James Cook is a clear upgrade over Alexander Madison. Rudy says just traded Khalil Herbert and Kincaid for Breece. Oh, great deal. Great deal. I mean, now that we're getting the report saying that Breece isn't going to be on a snap count, if you were going to trade for Breece Hall, you probably have to do it now with he's going up against Denver this week. Jonathan says Chase or Waddle for Swift and Devon. If you really wanted to do something, you trade Waddle for Swift and Devon. I would do that. I don't know if we trade Chase, though. Don't know if we trade Chase. LOLG says, hey, go 4-0 with Saquon, Bijan, Lamb, Hall, Flowers, Metcalf, Puka, Kirk, Dak, Pickens, and Jonnu. Lee Mate gave me Gibbs for Kyron. I would honestly rather have Kyron at this point. And I mean, I understand if we're 4-0, I'm fine with us doing it. But Gibbs just looks like a true bell cow back. This is a phenomenal team. I think it's maybe a little bit disrespectful to go through and roster Jonnu Smith here, my man, for Kyle Pitts, but I'm not going to fault you for it, of course. And yeah, I think all jokes aside, I probably just go to the waiver wire, pick up a different tight end over Jonnu. And then I understand Gibbs, definitely a good spot to be in it, a 4-0 PBR format where we're thinking long-term. Kyron Williams is just a long-term play and a short-term play, though. Nabil says trade Kamara and Gibbs for ETN. Honestly, I think we need a little bit more if we are. BT coming out saying 12-team full BBR, we're 1 and 3 with 3 wide receivers in a flex. We have Herbert, Howell, Gibbs, Javonte, Warren, Roshan, Chase, Olave, Judy, Dell, London, JSN, Quentin Johnson, Evan Ingram. Any trades to make need to start getting some wins. So, I mean, right now, if we are looking at this lineup, we're playing Chase and Olave at wide receiver. Running back, we're going to be playing, I guess, you have to trade for a running back. Yeah, what you have to do, if you're 1 and 3 and our running backs right now look like Javonte and Gibbs, You need to go through and you need to take Jackson Smith and Jigba. You need to take Drake London. You need to take these guys that have long-term upside but aren't giving us anything in the short term on a 1-3 roster. You need to package in with Javonte Williams to go get a running back upgrade for today. Because, yeah, we can't be thinking long-term here. You got to be transitioning your thought process from long-term upside to today's production. Phoenix says 12-team full BBR format single flex. We have Herbert, Montgomery, Kyron, Rashad, Ramondre, JT, Moss. Wide receiver, we have Allen, Ayuk, Watson, Myers. 3-1, any moves. Should we upgrade at wide receiver 2? I mean, wide receiver 2 is generally something I'm never concerned with. Obviously, Brandon Ayuk is just fine. I do think that Ayuk could be a potential sell-high guy when Deebo Samuel is fully healthy, which should be this next week. So if you could go through and take like Ramondre Stevenson and Brandon Ayuk, you can go get up to like the Amon-Ra St. Brown, CeeDee Lamb range. I think that would be interesting. Now, Barry Two Colts says trade Montgomery, Deebo, Terry for Bijan, Cup, JT. Montgomery, Bijan, massive upgrade. Deebo, Cup, upgrade. Terry, JT, massive. Yes, you're upgrading at every single slot there. Do it. Jareel says just traded Cook and Nico for Tony Pollard. Phenomenal deal. 3-1, 12-team PBR format. We have Allen, Pollard, Kyron, Chase, Devonta. The flex is Kamara. Tight end, we have Laporta. And then on the bench, we have Watson, JSN, Gabe Davis, Pitts, Charbonnet, Spears. Should we trade for Diggs or stay as is? If we have Josh Allen at quarterback, I would really like to trade for Stephon Diggs. I mean, if we could trade Jamar Chase for Diggs, we would do it. If you could send Devonta Smith and like Alvin Kamara for Diggs, you could do it. A great trade in the first place. The only thing I'd say is trading for Stephon Diggs probably going to be difficult to do after he has a 3-touchdown performance. Now, our next switch coming out from Caleb, who says, 10-team PBR format. 4-0, we have Mahomes, Tua, Jefferson, Waddle, Nico, McLaurin, Pittman, Montgomery, Gibbs, Sanders, Moss, Andrews. Auto-drafted Tua, same bye week, any changes? My man, we're not worried about the bye week. We're worried about getting some value for Tua right now. I mean, you have Mahomes that we can start every single week regardless of matchup. Go to that Burrow team and go, hey, man, I'll give you Tua and Nico Collins. Give me an elite level receiver. I'll give you a Tua and David Montgomery. Give me an elite level running back. I'll give you a Tua and Miles Sanders. Give me a running back I'm excited about, you know? So I'm not worried about it because Tua and Mahomes have the same bye. I mean, we only want to roster one quarterback. We have Mahomes. We'll figure it out on the waiver wire for his one bye week. But yeah, go to the Mahomes team and, go to the Burrow team and see if we can send them Tua for something you like. Now, T. Breezy says, have BBR trading Bijan, Higgins, Terry, getting Breece and Diggs. Bijan to Diggs, downgrade. Higgins and Terry to Breece, up to you. Current running backs are Etienne, Achane, Pollard, Bijan. We need a receiver. If you really need a receiver, then sure, you can do it. Personally, I'm not a big fan. I mean, reason being is, I don't know. I just love Bijan Robinson. Okamorans, Texas Longhorn here. I mean, I interviewed him at the draft. I do think that Bijan and Jefferson are in a similar tier rest of season. Now, Chris says, traded for Gibbs and freaked out, so we traded Brown and Khalil Herbert for Pacheco and Deebo. Amon-Ra St. Brown? If this is Amon-Ra St. Brown, horrible deal, my man. Khalil Herbert, Isaiah Pacheco, slight upgrade. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Deebo Samuel, massive downgrade. We have Keenan, Waddle, Puka, now Deebo. Running backs are Pacheco, Hall, Gibbs. You lost the trade. You still have a great team. Like, I don't know, my man. You definitely panicked. I think you probably should have held on to Amon-Ra St. Brown if that was Amon-Ra St. Brown. But still, I mean, you are in a very comfortable spot going forward still with this team. Vader says got offered Lamb and Dalvin for Achane and Cooper. Dalvin isn't worth the roster spot, so we got offered CeeDee Lamb for Amari Cooper and Devon Achane. If it's like a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I'd be fine taking the best player in Lamb. Brennan coming out saying, 10-team BBR 3-1. Would you trade Kirk and Pacheco for Lamar and Laporta? Yes, I would definitely would do that. Let's go get Lamar. Then trade Hawkinson for Olave. Up to you. Would leave me with Lamar, Pollard, Ramondre, Hill, Cup, Laporta, Olave. Don't think about the bench. Yeah, I'd agree. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. We don't need to be thinking about the bench in a 10-team league. I definitely do the first deal. The second one is going to be up to you, and it kind of comes up to how comfortable are you. Actually, no, we are. We're going to do that second deal as well if we have Sam Laporta, right? If we have Sam Laporta, let's make the swing. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe James says, thoughts on Nico Collins. Who would you sell him for? I think Nico Collins looks like a low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2 rest of season. If I could sell Nico Collins and get back our usual suspects that we're targeting, go get back like Chris Olave, then yes, we would. But I mean, I don't think Nico Collins is a guy that you need to sell by any means. Now, next question coming out from TCQ says, rest of season, are we going to go Keenan or Lamb? Because of the Williams injury, I mean, it's close. I may end up actually going Keenan Allen here. Not going to lie to you. Phoenix says, forgot to say our tight end is Kelsey. Let's see if we can pull this back up for you, my friend. Oh my gosh, if that team has Kelsey, yes, you can afford to go out there and upgrade wide receiver too. Great team, great team. Okay, so now our next question coming out from, I believe, William says, 10-team BBR. We have Mahomes, Walker, Hall, Moss, Pierce, Warren, Jaleel, Jefferson, Waddle, Puka, Pickens, London, Moore, Laporta. Any trades or any moves? Well-balanced team. Nice that we're going to get the bump with Breece Hall now. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Waddle, and Puka. I think it would be interesting if we could sell Pickens and Laporta and go get to Andrews or go get to Hawkinson. I mean, just because Pickens, in my mind, never makes a difference on this team. I think he is an intriguing sell-high guy before we end up getting say Deontay Johnson back into this offense in a few weeks. I think that will be interesting. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Skirt says, 10-team PBR, 2-2, 3 receivers in a flex. We have Hurts, Barkley, Jacobs, Pierce, Algier, Lamb, Brown, Pittman, Kirk, Johnston. Should we try to move Barkley in Kirk? What are your thoughts? You're not going to be getting a lot for Barkley. Everybody's terrified about this Giants offense, as you probably should be. And at the same time, Barkley's coming off the ankle, so I don't think you're going to be able to sell Barkley. If you wanted to send Christian Kirk and get an upgrade elsewhere, like if you wanted to go Christian Kirk and Dameon Pierce, send them and go get a stud wide receiver, I wouldn't fault you at all for making that move. I do think that Kirk's someone we can get some value out of because he has been damn good as of late. And at the same time, if you're looking at Kirk, I do think that we see a little bit of a fallback if you are looking at Zay Jones coming back in. Jake says trade Dell for Breece. What do you think of him rest of season? I'd way rather have Breece over Dell rest of season. Great move. Julius says got offered Lamar for Pollard. Is that good business? I would rather have Tony Pollard, my friend. And Lamar's Jackson I invested more money into than any other player in fantasy this year because he was going at the 3-4 turn in those underdog drafts. And I really liked him over the other players in that range. But I mean, I'd still way rather have Tony Pollard over him. Now, John says 8-team at BBR format, 2-2. We have Hurts, Kyron, Achane, Jefferson, Diggs, Kittle, Mixon. The bench, we have Stevenson, Gibbs, Watson, Godwin, Pittman, Tua, Moss, Collins. I need a defense, any drops or trades for Pollard/Eckler. I would love to go through and love to get Pollard Eckler. If we can send, say, the combination of Stevenson and Achane to go get them, Mixon and Achane, Mixon and Kyron, Stevenson and Kyron. Literally any 2 running backs that we have on this team, I would package together and go out there and get either Pollard or Eckler. And then also maybe what could be an interesting move is going through and just packaging one of these deeper pieces on the bench so we don't have to cut someone like Chris Godwin in the deal just because it's going to be an 8-team format, right? Now, Ahmad coming out saying 12-team BBR where we have Hurts, Walker, Pierce, Olave, Jefferson, Goddard, Davis. And then on the bench, we have London, Zeke, Lazard, Hunt, Otten, Downs, Justice Hill. Any moves? I think we keep on churning the bottom into this bench. But in terms of trades, I think we're chilling, my man. I mean, I'm going to be right there with you and really hoping that Dallas Goedert can kind of turn it around. Dallas Goedert can just be a little bit better. I mean, I drafted this guy everywhere, and he's done nothing for us. John says trade Eckler, Richardson, Godwin for Bijan and Jacobs. Eckler to Bijan, give me Bijan. Richardson and Godwin for Jacobs. That's the best price you can get. Up to you and your roster. Justin says 10-team BBR 1-3 with 1 flex. We have Burrow, Russ, Jacobs, Kyron, Achane, Breece, Tyreek, AJ, McLaurin, Myers, Zay Jones, Atwell. Should we go for a quarterback upgrade? I mean, if you could, we would. I mean, if you can send Devon A-Chain and go get like an elite level quarterback, go get a top 4 guy, go get someone like Lamar, then hell yeah. Even if you need to package one of our quarterbacks that we have currently with them. Because obviously Burrow still has long-term upside, but it is tough if you're 1-3 and we need points in the lineup right now. But ladies and gentlemen, we just had 4.5 hours on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We have live streamed every single day without missing a single day since April. We are going to live stream every single day until 2024. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And if you're new to Underdog, a Justin Fields special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard in the game tomorrow night. And also, I got everybody set up who used promo code FLOCK on Underdog with a Justin Herbert special pick'em coming out of the bye, more than less than half a total yard. That doesn't matter if you used promo code FLOCK 2 years ago on Underdog, last year, yesterday, today, tomorrow. You will get that Herbert one next week if you use promo code FLOCK. Please make sure to take advantage. Super happy I'm able to get y'all that. Sabarison says 12-team PPR format, traded Lockett and Madison for Watson and Mims with cut back in. A fine deal, fine deal. I think we could probably got a better value, but Mahomes, Aaron Jones, Brian Robinson, Cup, Debo, Watson, and then on the bench we have Warren, Spears, Mims, Waller, and Tank. I really hope that Christian Watson goes out there, plays 100% of the snaps, looks great, and starts producing for us. Another one of these guys that I have in a considerable amount of leagues. Would really like to get Watson here. Eric says trade Waddle, Javonte for Allen, Waller, and Brian Robinson. Javonte, Brian Robinson, give me Brian Robinson. I love Waddle, but I'd probably rather have Allen over him. So yeah, we'd probably do it. Young Eggie says 10-team 3-1. We have Ramadre Abari for Breece and Waddle. Breece over Ramadre, Waddle over Amari. Yes, we do this move, my man. James says 3-1, 8-team PPR format. Double flex. We have Bijan, Brian Robinson. Diggs, Smith, Hawk, Walker, Collins. Want to package Hawkinson and Diggs for Andrews and Tyreek. Is this fair? Love your content and honesty. No, thank you so much, my man. I honestly would love to do it if we can. Like, we can go Diggs to Tyreek. That's an upgrade. Hawkinson to Andrews, lateral move in my mind. I mean, I think that it really is up to you with who you're looking at between these two names. I mean, if you look at who I have higher in my rankings this week, I have TJ Hawkinson in one spot higher, but that's just because they're going up against KC. So honestly, yeah, I think you can do anything you want here. I mean, if you wanted to make this deal, let's do it. I personally would, because I do think that Tyreek Hill's a tier ahead of Diggs. Now, Yashi coming out says, rank for rest of season, Ayuk, Amari, and Wilson. We will go in that order, my man, in that order. Mason says, do I start Fields or Stroud this week in a 6-point passing touchdown format? 4-point passing touchdown format, we go Justin Fields. 6-point passing touchdown format, not going to fault you at all if you want to pivot to Stroud. Severison says, forgot to include that we have Ferguson. Okay, yeah, that's not going to trade. That's not going to change anything there, my friend. Spencer says, why don't buy? Do we start Spears, Hubbard, or Dalvin? I guess you got to go Chuba Hubbard now. I mean, yeah, you don't have Miles Sanders fully healthy, and Dalvin Cook's no longer at a snap count. There's no way in hell you can start Dalvin. Lath says 1-3, 10-team BBR 1 flex. We have Allen, Jacobs, Pollard, Chase, Addison, Musgrave, Breece. And then on the bench, we have JSN, Richardson, Deontay, Williams, Ford, Sanders. What are the moves? I mean, the clear moves is we have Josh Allen and Anthony Richardson. We go to the Joe Burrow team and go, hey, man, I'm going to save your season. I'm going to give you Anthony Richardson and Luke Musgrave. Give me TJ Hawkinson. Give me Mark Andrews. I'm going to give you Anthony Richardson and Jordan Addison. Give me an elite level wide receiver. Like, that's the move. You have Josh Allen. You got to go to one of those teams that are desperate for a quarterback and send him Anthony Richardson and get a serious upgrade in that starting lineup. Now, Haas says 12-team 1-3. We have Watson, Eckler, Akers, Wilson, Metcalf, Roshan, Goddard. What trades do we look to do? I don't really see any sell-high players here. Obviously, we really need a running back. It's hard to know without seeing the bench, but I would just say we want to be prioritizing as many running backs with upside down there on the bench as possible, because this is going to be really tough right now, my man, if you have Akers in as your RB2. Mega says trade Henry for Breece, Ayuk, and Addison. I'd probably keep Derrick Henry, but that's just me. Trey says Chase for Ford, Pittman. I'm probably going to go ahead and keep Jamar Chase. I think you just keep the best player there. Tyler says 12-team PPR single flex 3-1. We have Mahomes, Sanders, Taylor, Hubbard, Algier, Johnson, Kupp, Higgins, Lockett, Dell, Boyd, Andrews. Managed to make it here with Dobbins, Chubb injured. What trades are we looking at from here? So obviously depth will be a little bit harder to come by whenever we lost both those guys. I mean, we have JT back in though. So I mean, 3-1 team getting JT in, you should be super, super pumped. And Cooper, this is a great team. I'm super happy for you, my man. I mean, this is awesome. I think we're going to be riding with this team as is. We have the elite quarterback, the elite tight end. We're getting JT and we're getting Cooper Kupp in here. I think you're in a great spot. Now, a name I can't pronounce, says 12-team BBR. We have Cousins, Bijan, Kyron, Olave, Hollywood, Kamara, Gibbs, Watson. Offered Achane and Richardson for Cousins and Lamara. 4-point passing touchdown format. I'd be fine if you wanted to go Anthony Richardson. I'd rather have Richardson with the rushing upside in a 4-point passing touchdown league. And I probably would rather have the younger guy in Devon Achane over Alvin Kamara as well, considering the fact he's in a better offense. But very fair deal, and it's up to you. Dime's coming out saying, need 4 because of the buys. Achane, yes. Pacheco, Breece, Warren, Najee, Sanders. We're going to go with Achane, Pacheco, Breece. Then between Warren, Najee, Sanders, it is up to you. If Sanders looks like he's good to go, we probably go Sanders, but we're going to have to monitor the injury. If it's a full BBR format, I will go with Warren over Najee if we're not excited about Sanders' health. And then traded Cousins, Gainwell for Breece. Oh, hell yes, my man. Looking good now. Theo says traded Diggs for Olave and Devonta Smith. Win or loss? If it is like a 3 wide receiver, 2 flex league, you probably like it. If it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, you probably should have kept the best player. Okay. Now, Keith says, just got offered Anthony Richardson, Lamb, and Rachaad White for Jamar and Zay Flowers. We have Burrow and Stroud as well. What are your thoughts? So Jamar to Lamb, downgrade. Flowers to White, slight upgrade. I would say yes if we can swap Stroud and Flowers. So keep Flowers. We don't want to have 3 quarterbacks on this team, right? We can't. Okay. Now, Rajan says 10-team BBR 1 and 3. We have Allen, Richardson, A.J. Brown, Bijan, Mostert, Connor, Higgins, Kirk, Hopkins, Judy, Palmer, Ferguson, Justice Hill. Any trade options? I mean, same thing as what we were saying with that other team that had Josh Allen and Anthony Richardson, right? You take Anthony Richardson and go, hey, man, go to the Burrow team. Say, I'm going to give you Anthony Richardson and Christian Kirk. Give me the best wide receiver you have. I'm going to give you Anthony Richardson and T. Higgins. Give me the best wide receiver you have. I'm going to give you Anthony Richardson and Reed Mostert. Give me the best running back you have. If you have Josh Allen, there are teams that are dying for quarterback right now. They'll be willing to give us something for Richardson. Nicholas says swap Kincaid for Brian Robinson. I'd rather have Brian Robinson. And then start Kirk or Dobbs or Addison. We're going to go Christian Kirk. Manny says full BBR in a bind this week. Pick 1, Akers, Justice Hill, or Elijah. Oh, that is brutal, my man. We're going to have to go Akers, but we are not excited about it at all. That's tough. You are going to have to go Akers now, though. High Violet says 0.5 PBR. 4-0, we have Hurts, Kyron, Hall, Jefferson, Smith, Ingram, Addison. And then on the bench, we have White, Walker, Bigsby. Oh, so we have a ton of running back depth. Love this team, my man. Obviously, we are thinking long-term with this build. I mean, if we can get Rachaad White, Kenneth Walker out of the bye, and then go through and trade like Kenneth Walker or Rachaad White and Evan Ingram, and go get an elite level tight end, we can afford to do it on a team like this. Phenomenal squad. Super happy for you, my man. Now, Gateway Lacrosse coming out says 10-team 1 flex, full BBR. Richardson, Walker, Kyron, Jefferson, Diggs, Smith, and Laporta. We have Breece, Tutu, Judy, Lawrence, Ferguson, and Roschon on the bench. Any moves that we should look to make? I don't necessarily think so. Really nice that we get Breece back in. I mean, if we could sell like Tutu and literally anybody get an upgrade, then let's do it. Like, we can go Tutu and Jerry Jeudy, get a slightly better wide receiver, let's do it. Tutu and Laporta, get a slightly better tight end, let's do it. I mean, with Kupp coming back in. But in reality, I mean, you're probably not going to be able to make that deal. I think it's a really strong team as is, very well balanced as well. And yeah, really nice that we have Anthony Richardson, if considering the fact that you have nothing coming from Lawrence. Dred Chabo, happy to see you as always, my man, saying Herbert, Lawrence, Jefferson, AJ, Kirk, Watson, Rasheed, Wandale, Eckler, Breece, Herbert, Ertz, Goddard. Anywhere to upgrade in any drops. Wandale is someone that, honestly, with how bad this offense looks, we can go ahead and we can drop and possibly pick up another running back. We're going to have to start Lawrence this week. Getting Herbert back in the long term is going to be great, though. If we could go through and possibly send, say, like Khalil Herbert and Christian Kirk to go get a long-term upgrade at running back, I think that'd make a lot of sense. It's not going to be a big deal if you can't pull it off before the game tomorrow, because I think Khalil Herbert may actually have a strong performance again, just considering the fact that it is a really nice matchup against Washington. And then, we'll set up a prayer that Goddard starts doing better. For my own teams, we need it, my man. Now, Paul coming out says, full PBR, 12-team league, 3-1, big trades. Kyron and Brian Robinson for Bijan. Bijan, not even close. Addison and Gibbs for Devonta Smith. Maybe. We have Herbert, CMC, Bijan, James Cook, Amon-Ra, Olave, Smith. Okay, with this loaded of a team, yes, we go ahead and do this, my man. Yes, phenomenal Bijan trade, and yes, we would make that Smith one. Tyler says, to add on to my question, do we trade Andrews for Laporta, Anthony Richardson, and then trade Anthony Richardson or Mahomes for an upgrade? I would rather hold on to Andrews, unless you can set it up where you already know what price you were going to get for Anthony Richardson, and you can set it up pseudo as like a three-way trade. Then sure, at that point we can explore it, but I don't want to play that game if we don't have to. Mystic Flame coming out saying 12-team Superflex start 11, Dynasty, Achane and Watson, or Devonta Smith and Kyler. I'm definitely going to go Smith and Kyler. I'd rather Devonta Smith over Achane, Achane in Dynasty. I'd rather have Kyler over Watson, easily. Ethan says 3, and keep in mind that's a Dynasty Superflex league, ladies and gentlemen. Ethan says 3-1, trade Kelsey away for Collins and Taylor. Oh no, you want Kelsey. At wide receiver, we have Keenan, Chase, Cup. Yeah, I understand maybe there's just a running back upgrade, but ultimately you were taking on all the risk here, not necessarily capturing that much more upside. Dale says Puka and under Henry for Amon-Ra St. Brown. 8-team league. I'm definitely going to go get the best player, my man. Go ahead and go get St. Brown. Caps coming out says 12-team BBR format. We have Mahomes, Gibbs, Achane, Puka, DJ Moore, Hopkins, Kelsey, Lockett, Thomas, Sanders, Laporta, Warren, Collins, Richardson. 2-2. What are your thoughts? Great team. I think similar to what we were looking at with the team that had Josh Allen and Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson has so much value at this moment because the man is a freaking stud. However, we're not looking to go through and not looking to start Richardson ever over Mahomes, especially when we have the Kelsey stack. So if you can sell, say, Laporta and Gibbs and go get an elite level running back because we have Kelsey, and then Anthony Richardson and DeAndre Hopkins and go get an elite level wide receiver, that's kind of the advantage that you get when you're able to go ahead and when you're able to start Mahomes and Kelsey every single week, regardless of matchup. Now, next switch coming up from Boss Mattis, who says, 12-team BBR 0-4. We have Allen, Higgins, Judy for Saquon and Ridley. Higgins to Ridley upgrade. Allen and Judy to Saquon. Up to you in your roster. Tomas coming out says 12-team BBR 2-2. We have Purdy, Pollard, Barkley, Ramondre, Cup, Ayuk, Andrews, Kirk on the bench. Traded Puka and Pittman for Barkley. Any more moves? Oh, great trade there. I'd say once we do that, once we sell our wide receiver depth, probably going to be sitting in our hands. Probably not going to be looking to do much. If we end up finding ourselves in a position where we hit on a nice guy off the waiver wire, like, say, the next Nico Collins, the next Kyron Williams, and we just have some more additional depth that we can play around with, then maybe at that point we go ahead and we try to upgrade the quarterback position. But until then, I don't think so, my man. Until then, I think we're chilling. Now, Joel, happy to see you as always, my man, says PBR start 1 running back, 2 receivers, and 4 flexes. Okay. Lamar, Kamara, Adams, Lamb, Smith. Okay, so running back, we're going to be going Kamara. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with Adams, Lamb. Flex, we're going to go Smith, Herbert, Watson, Mostert. And you're saying Smith and Watson for Diggs or keep the depth. This is a very fair price point if you wanted to go out there and make that trade. What I would look to do if I were you is I would look to see what player you'd be able to pick up off the waiver wire with that open up roster spot. And I think you probably would want to then ask that question again, saying like, okay, I'm going to get this waiver wire guy on the other side. Now, Isis Selena coming out says, 3-1, 14-team PBR double flex league. We have Watson, Waddle, Keenan, Saquon, Achan. God, I'm an idiot. Henry, Debo, Godwin. And then on the bench, Mostert, Javonte, Kincaid. What trades and moves should we make? 14-team league, double flex. Depth's going to matter a little bit more. I mean, down there on the bench, we don't really have expendable players at the moment. I mean, if we could have sold Mostert last week, we would have. But overall, I think in a 14-team double flex format where we need these depth pieces, very strong roster. Really hope we get Saquon Barkley back this week. Obviously, we're going to be starting, say, Mostert in the flex spot because we're going to have to move Debo to the starting lineup over Keenan. Hopefully, we have another quarterback that we picked up off the waiver wire that we can play for Watson this week. But very well-balanced team. I think 2-for-1 deals aren't going to be nearly as advantageous in this format. And also, this kind of the format that you want to punt tight end if we can. We want to be punting tight end here. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Michael says, trade Richardson, Aaron Jones, Godwin for Achan, Pickens, and Stroud. Richardson to Stroud, big time downgrade, even if we have Tua. Aaron Jones, Achan, up to you. Probably a slight upgrade. Godwin to Pickens, downgrade. If you're trading Richardson, you need more. Augustin says Washington or Eagles defense this week. This is a tough spot because Washington has such a good matchup. Right? I mean, you're going up against Chicago. You're about 6-point favorites. I mean, you don't know if the Eagles are going to have to play Kupp and Puka. I'd probably go with the Eagles defense, though, just because it's so much better. Billy says, would you start Brian Robinson or Watson at the flex? I'm going to go Brian Robinson this week. Hopefully, we can go Watson long-term. Benny says, 4-0, 10-team league. Dobbs, Stroud, Taylor, Montgomery, Etienne, Jefferson, Evans, Amari, Hawkinson. What are your thoughts? And do we start Herbert at the flex or wait for Taylor? We have Moss. Okay, if we have Moss, we're going to play the starting running back for Indy, whoever that is. I think it's a great team as well. I mean, play Stroud this week at quarterback and really hope that we can hit on another quarterback off the waiver wire. Maybe once we get the confirmation that Jonathan Taylor is good to go and Jonathan Taylor is playing, then we can trade a depth piece and get an upgraded quarterback. But great team. Now, Haas says 14-team league, full BBR, 1-3. We have Watson, Eckler, Akers, Wilson, Metcalf, Goddard, Roshan. On the bench, we have Spears, Mims, Dobbs, Kelly. What to do with trades? Love the content. Thank you so much, my man. 14-team league, depth's going to matter a little bit more. Waiver wire players are going to be a little bit worse, but I would still cut Joshua Kelly in that instance. Going to be a really tough spot to be in here. I mean, honestly, we do not have a lot of value with this team. I understand 14-team format's going to be a little bit tougher overall. The only thing I would say is if we can take some of these rookies that maybe have the long-term upside and maybe have some value that people like for the long-term in particular, such as like, say, Marvin Mims, Tajee Spears, Roshan Johnson. Once we fall to 1-3, we're in a position where you kind of have to go through and you kind of have to take your L and you just need to get points in the starting lineup right now. Just need to get points in here today. Ethan says 4-0, 18 PBR format. Double flex. We have Richardson, Cousins, Pollard, Connor, Swift, Diggs, A.J. Brown, Waddle, Hawkinson, Myers, Addison, Hopkins. Any long-term trades. Also, Waddle, Hawkinson for Kupp, Waller. 8-team league, I actually make this deal because we are just focusing on long-term upside. I think Kupp has the highest ceiling. I think we're taking on a risk, but we are getting some reward. 8-team league, it's going to be harder to say, oh, go trade Cousins for the Burrow team to get an upgrade elsewhere. Obviously, more people are going to be able to have fine quarterbacks. So I think it's a great team, and I actually probably would say no to this trade in a 12-team format, but specifically in an 8-team league, I think we probably go ahead and do it just because we can afford to take on the Cooper Kupp risk. And if we whiff, who cares? Now, our next is coming out from Iacron. It says 1-3, 16-team league, single flex. We have Pickens, Chase, Cooper, DK, Deion. Oh my gosh. Great team in a 16-team league. We have running back depth as well. Should we trade DK, Sanders, Wilson for Tua and Hall? Sanders to Hall upgrade. DK and Wilson for Tua. It's so tough because in a 16-team format, you're never going to be able to go through and you're never going to be able to trade for a viable QB, right? Like, what is the actual price point here? I would say we're probably overpaying, but the fact of the matter is a quarterback costs what a quarterback does. I would try to go to your other league mates. I would try to see if we could find another quarterback with a similar range of outcomes as Tua and see if we can get a more reasonable price overall. However, I just can't guarantee that we're going to be able to do it, right? It's because there are going to be zero tight ends on the waiver wire. I'm sorry, zero quarterbacks on the waiver wire, and you don't know. GoPro dude's coming out saying 10-team BBR single flex. We have Lamar, Andrews, Montgomery, Kyron, JT, Diggs, CD, Judy, Njoku. Traded Njoku, Javonte for Olave, and Montgomery, Judy for Waddle. Love the first deal. The second deal, we definitely overpaid. Target for Olave, Waddle. I mean, I think I do really like targeting these guys in trades. I would just say if you were trading David Montgomery, I would have assumed that you could have gotten a little bit more in return, if I'm going to be honest with you. I would have assumed you could have swung a little bit more. Now, Kendrick says 12-team PBR 3-1. We have Walker, Kyron, Ramondre, Breece, Tyreek, Puka, Ridley, Jameson, Kelsey. Then Geno, Stafford. Should I move Breece for Lamar, or is that too much? I would go ahead and do that. I would see if we could go, hey, man, if I give you Breece for Lamar, can you also throw in another depth running back and I'll give you Geno Smith, you know? So if we can do that, I think that would make a lot of sense. Yeah, I think it's a very reasonable price on Lamar. I mean, this is a quarterback that has 4 rushing touchdowns over the past 2 weeks. Now, Nathaniel says, full BBR got offered to trade Bijan for CeeDee Lamb. Go Bijan Robinson. How do people get these prices on Bijan Robinson? We have seen so many trades today where people are getting very reasonable price points on Bijan. Current starting running backs are Etienne, Ramondre Stevenson. Wide receivers are Lamb, Chase, Zay. I was thinking to counter offer CD Ramondre for Bijan. Yeah, go counter offer that and see what happens. Do not reject his initial trade, though, because you want to keep it in the back pocket. Send that counter offer, and then if it gets done, cool. If it doesn't, it is what it is. AJ coming out says Fields, Pittman, Achane, Ford for Higgins, Henry, Richardson. What are your thoughts? 4-4 full BBR, 12-team league, double flex. Fields for Richardson, upgrade. Pittman for Higgins, slight downgrade. Achane and Ford for Henry, fair deal. I think we like it. I think we like pivoting off of Fields and going and getting Richardson. Now, Mateo coming out says 10-team Happy BR League, where we have Kirk, Diggs, Allen, CMC, Swift, Goddard, Olave. On the bench, we have Ramondre, Gabe Davis, Najee, London, Dobbs, Williams. Thoughts on any trades? I mean, we have a lot of these depth guys that are just simply never going to make a difference in a 10-team league with only one flex. So if we could take Ramondre and Dallas Goedert and go get T.J. Hawkinson and go get Mark Andrews, typically that's the move that we're looking to do in that 10-team league with only one flex spot. I think that would make a lot of sense, my friend. Now, our next question coming out from Yasha, who says 3-1, 12-team PBR format, 6-point passing touchdown, 1 flex. We have Mahomes, Achane, Hall, Jefferson, Amari, Andrews, Wilson. On the bench, we have White, Love, Warren, Hunt, Pickens. How do we upgrade at RB? We actually get great news that Breece Hall is no longer going to be on snap count. I don't necessarily think you need to upgrade at running back. If you were going to be looking to move a piece to upgrade at the running back position, rather than trading, say, one of our wide receivers that we really like straight up, I think what we're going to look to go ahead and do is possibly send, say, George Pickens and Breece Hall for a long-term upgrade, or George Pickens and Achane for a long-term upgrade, or Breece Hall, Rachaad White for a long-term upgrade. And then also feel free to throw in Jordan Love. Jordan Love has no value to your team in particular because we have Mahomes, but maybe for someone else he does. Now, Michael says, what's up, man? PBR, I'm 3-1. Should we trade Amon-Ra for JT and Olave? Hope you've been well, bro. Thanks for all you do. No, thank you so much, my man. I really appreciate you. I mean, obviously, we are, taking on some risk here if we are making this trade, but I think that the downgrade from Amon-Ra to Olave is not large enough where it keeps us from making this deal. I think we pulled the trigger. Michael says, chasing Gibbs for Smith, Watson, JT. It's a dynasty format. Dynasty Gibbs over JT. Chase over Smith and Watson, so no. Or Smith, Addison, JT. I'd rather have Addison over Watson, but no, in Dynasty, you keep chasing Gibbs. Even if Burrow's injured right now, he's not going to be injured in Dynasty forever. And at the same time, if you're looking at what we have with Gibbs, is someone that's going to continue to expand his role. He's played 4 games of his NFL career. Ryan says 1-3, 10 team, Pollard for Debo and Brian Robinson. Oh, I definitely way rather have Pollard easily. Big Folds coming out says, do I trade Breece straight up for Nico? We have Connor, JT, Jacobs at running back and Amari, Waddle, Michael Thomas, Hollywood wide receiver. We also have the Mahomes Kelsey stack. That is beautiful. If you would have asked me this question before the report earlier today saying that you will have Breece Hall no longer on a snap count going forward, I would have said, yes, let's go ahead and do this. But honestly, now, I think we're going to go ahead and hold on to Breece Hall. Can everybody spam the chat? This is a very interesting question. Would you rather have Breece Hall or Nico Collins rest of season? Breece Hall or Nico Collins? Please let me know in the live chat ASAP, ladies and gentlemen. We got Breece, Nico, Breece, Nico, Breece, Nico, Breece, Nico, Breece. Yeah, so, it looks tough. It looks like people are split 50-50. I don't know, my man. I do think it's up to you. Jackson says 12-team PBR, Hollywood and Musgrave for Olave. I would way rather have Olave. No, I'm not going to think about that twice. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we have been live for 5 hours answering questions. And only 8 to 9% of y'all have hit that like button. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We have live streamed every single day since April, and we will live stream every single day until 2024. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, if you are new to Underdog, you'll be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against Washington. And it doesn't matter if you are new to Underdog. I've been on Underdog for years. We are going to hook up everybody. I was able to get everybody who's used promo code FLOCK. You had to use promo code FLOCK, though, to get this. Justin Herbert, more than less than half a total yard next week when he comes back from the bye as well. So super excited we were able to hook y'all up with that. But Easy Breezy says 0-4 10-team PBR format where we have Lamar, Henry, Kamara, Waddle, Puka, Goddard, Achane, Kirk, Brian Robinson, Nico, Ford, Pickens, Downs. We lost Chubb and Mike Williams. Who do we start? 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. We're going to start Puka, wide receiver, with Waddle. Running back, we're going to go with Henry and Achane. Flex, full PBR format, I'm going to go Nico Collins. Quarterback, we're going to go Lamar. And then tight ends, I guess we really only have Dallas Goedert as an option. I'm going to go Tyler Higbee over Dallas Goedert. It will be tougher, though, if Cooper Kupp and Puka are both taking targets here. Ryan says 4-0, 12-team, half PBR format. Traded Hill and Andrews for Cooper Kupp, Bijan, and Garrett Wilson. Hill to Bijan, lateral move up to you. Andrews for Kupp, Garrett Wilson, Henry. I understand it, especially, in 10-team league, it's a little bit tougher. We have Allen, Pollard, Sanders, Stevenson, Lockett, Gabe Davis, Dell. If it's like a league with a bunch of bench spots where, we have easy guys that we can go through and cut, then sure. Obviously, we do have the opportunity cost. We're wasting more roster spots now, too. Roberto says, would you trade Etienne for Devontae Smith or Etienne for Metcalf and White? My team is Etienne, Bijan, Olave, Pierce, London, Palmer, Hawkinson. Currently one. Oh, dear God. We actually have to do this. Yeah, you may have to trade, Etienne for Devonta Smith to make sure we don't fall to 1 and 4. Actually, I was expecting to tell you no, but you have horrible wide receivers. C Hype Man says, 8-man, 10-team, PBR, 3-man keeper. Burrow, Kyron, Breece, Chase, Adams, Hawkinson, Nico. And then on the bench, we have Stevenson, Brian Robinson, Terry, Evans, Palmer. Oh, so we have a lot of this bench value that we would like to put in the starting lineup right now if we could. If we could go through and send, say, Stevenson and Burrow and go get an elite level quarterback, I think that'd make a lot of sense just because we have so many of these depth pieces, right? At the very minimum, you need to pick up another quarterback to at least play over Burrow in the short term. But yeah, we have so much value down there on that bench. Now, next question coming out from, I believe, Max says, need depth really bad. Trade Jacobs for Mostert. I'm going to trade Jacobs and Mostert for Pacheco, Aaron Jones, Flowers. Jacobs to Aaron Jones downgrade. Mostert to Pacheco slight downgrade. Unless this is a league where you have to start like 3 wide receivers, 2 flex spots, my man, I know we're getting Zay Flowers in here, but you're still probably not getting enough value. Probably not getting enough. Pitcher in it says 0-4 with the good running back depth. So Pacheco, Judy for, phenomenal trade. 0-4 team. I don't know if Chase is the guy we're typically going for, but if he's at that price, I'll go for Chase on an 0-10 team. Kendrick says PBR rank rest of season. Walker, Ramondre, Breece, Kyron. Walker, Kyron in the same tier, then Breece below them, and then Ramondre below Breece. GoPro Dude says 10-team PBR 1 flex. We have Lamar, Andrews, Kyron, JT, Diggs, Lamb, Waddle, Hopkins, Jamal. Traded Hopkins, Jamal for Olave. Any other trade ideas? Great move. I'm surprised you got anything for Jamal. Waddle, no. Hold on to Waddle and Olave. They're going to be great. And do we upgrade at running back? No, let's wait to see what JT gives us. We have the Lamar, Andrews stack. Phenomenal trade there, my man. That makes so much sense. But I think we caught up on all the questions, so that should be it. But thank you so much, everybody, hanging out with us in this live stream. Etienne, JT, up to you in Dynasty. Really hope that we were able to get to your question. And of course, if you have not done so already, subscribe. We'll be live every single day until 2024. And if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. If you're new to Underdog, you're going to be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard tomorrow night. And I got everybody hooked up. Doesn't matter if you are on Underdog for the first time today, tomorrow, 2 years ago. But as long as it's with promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. So make sure you are taking advantage of this. And yeah, also the number one way you can support this live stream. I will answer a few more real quick. I see that we got, you probably want Swift here, my friends. Probably want Adams, if I'm reading that correctly. And then another big trade, my guy, should have sent Jacobs, Pacheco, and Love for Nico, Brian Robinson, Anthony Rich. I'd probably keep Josh Jacobs. But thank you again. Really appreciate y'all, and really hope we get to see you out in the live stream tomorrow night.